The Hybrid Princess, written by 𝑳𝑰𝑺𝑻𝑬𝑵. 26 years ago. Good morning, Your Royal Highness. The handmaid greeted the future Queen of Gale, who recently turned 22 years old, as she entered the princess room. The handmaid started to work in the palace, almost a year now. When she arrived, she was assigned to the future queen to be her handmaid. They were becoming good friends as time went by. The king and queen had 2 children, Princess Faye and her younger daughter Princess Brielle. They both inherited their mother's jet black hair and sapphire blue eyes. There was no denying that these 2 were royalty and looked alike despite the 4 years age gap. Morning, what is today's agenda? The princess asked as the handmaid, Ariel, who opened up the curtain for light to come into the room. Well, you have breakfast in the garden with your mother and sister. His Majesty is still away on business, she answered. Do I have to? Faye sighed. Yes, your mother insisted, so you can't get around this one, Ariel informed her. I'm up. She got off her bed and yawned loudly. So in princess of you, Faye, Ariel grinned as she started to make up the bed. Oh hush, no one has seen me. Faye stuck her tongue out at her and Ariel laughed. Faye insisted that Ariel called her by her first name when they are alone, since they were close in age. Ariel was 2 years older than Faye. So Sleeping Beauty is finally awake on time. Your kingdom will be overthrown if this behavior is continued when you're Queen Faye. Brielle entered the room and Ariel curtsied. Whatever ail? Faye rolled her eyes at her younger sister. You're not even fit to be queen. Why Mom chose you and not me? She scoffed. Well, I'm older and that's the rule for centuries. Firstborn gets the throne. Faye stated the obvious. If I get a child before you, then he or she has right to the throne then. It doesn't work like that. The throne goes to the firstborn child of the queen, or king, Faye explained. But Mom wasn't the firstborn, Brielle pointed out. Well, her brother couldn't fulfill his duties and ran away, so the throne automatically went to her. You know the story, Elle. If something happens to you and your bloodline, then the throne will go to me and my firstborn child. Technically, the throne has to stay within the family, Faye nodded. I'll still ask Mom if I have a child before you if he or she will be heir. Brielle left the room and Faye sighed. That girl is so stubborn. Let's get you ready for breakfast, Ariel told Faye, and led her to the bathroom to wash up and prep for breakfast. Good morning, Mom, Faye greeted her mother when she arrived at the garden. She was in a light blue dress, and her hair, jet black hair in a bun. Faye, thank you for coming this time. The queen smiled and the maid pulled out the chair for Faye to sit. Brielle was already sitting. As you know, there will be a ball tomorrow night. As future queen, you must make an appearance, Faye. I know, Mom, Faye nodded. Maybe try to find a potential husband as well, Brielle coughed. Brielle, the queen gave her a look. What? I'm younger and been getting court by a few princes and dukes' sons, she said. Faye will find her potential husband when she is ready. She's still young. I didn't meet your father until I was 25 years old, and he courted me too later, and we got married a year after that, the queen explained. We know, Mom, and you also told us about another guy who was trying to court you as well. But Dad won, obviously, Brielle sighed. The breakfast arrived and they all began to eat. When they were finished, Brielle excused herself to attend classes at the school for royalty. She was in the senior class there. Now that Brielle is gone, the ball is to meet and greet new allies to our kingdom. Your father just completed the last one yesterday, the queen informed her daughter. Is this a setup to somehow be courted by one of these new allies' son? Faye frowned. You can never know, my child. Maybe you or your sister might be lucky. She smiled as someone brought a letter to her and she took it. Well, I'm not ready to be courted. I am to resume my university classes next week, Faye stated. Yes, this is your last semester. Graduation is in 3 months, which means your training for queen will start right after. This was the deal. You get to do whatever you want until you turn 22, then you start your training for queen. Yes, Mother, Faye sighed. Your luck you get to attend university. When I was your age, I was told the throne will be given to me, and my father started my training immediately, after my good-for-nothing brother ran off. Where is he now? Faye questioned. Living his life with no royal responsibility. He was stripped of his duties the minute he ran away, so all his children. He has now have no royal right to the throne, the Queen explained. The Queen opened the envelope I'd read. Faye, you can go. I have some matters to attend to. She got up and left. Why do I have to attend a ball? They're boring anyway. Faye sighed to herself, and called Ariel, her handmaid. Yes, Your Highness. She curtsied since they were out in the open. Let's go out into town. I'm bored, she ordered. Your Highness, your MOT. I'll carry a guard with me. Let's go. She got up. I'll go arrange your carriage, Your Highness. She curtsied and left. Father, why do I have to go? They're humans, Theo sighed. We don't want them to get suspicious. We kept our secret hidden for centuries, and I will not allow your rebellious behavior cause us to be exposed. His father snapped. Fine, I'll go only because the princesses are pretty. He grinned. Stay away from the princesses, especially the older one. She will be queen one day, the father warned. Whatever, can I go now? Don't forget your ring, he added, and Theo left. I hate going to balls, especially the one hosted by the Gale kingdom. I went once when I was 16 and the older princess was 15. I had to stay away from her and watch from a distance. Theo mumbled to himself. Where you going, Theo? Serena, his friend, caught up to him as he walked down the stairs. She was 5 years younger than him. She was only out, Serena, and no, you can't come, he replied. I wasn't going to ask, she scoffed. I have school, which I'm late for, so bye. She ran out the front door quickly. She's in love with you, you know that, right? His mother said behind him. Serena in love with me. He laughed. She's like a sister to me. Don't be surprised if you two end up getting married. She shrugged. Whatever, mother, I am going out, Theo announced and left. Serena in love with me. Madness, he scoffed. Your Highness, to what do I owe this visit? The seamstress curtsied when Faye entered the store. I need a ball gown. Apparently there's a ball I have to attend tomorrow. Faye answered and took off her gloves. The guard took outside the store. Of course, Your Highness. You came to the right place. We have many different dresses. The seamstress smiled. Can you bring out a few so I can choose? Of course. She elbowed a worker. Go get the dresses, she mumbled, startling the girl. Faye and Ariel took a seat, and two other women came into the store chatting loudly. Madam, I am invited to attend the real ball tomorrow night. Bring out your best dress, the blonde-haired woman ordered. I'm sorry, but someone else has ordered to pick out from the section. You will have to wait. And who is more important than me to do such thing? She demanded. The seamstress gasped and moved her eyes over to where Faye and an open-mouthed Ariel were sitting. The women turned around and they gasped. They curtsied immediately. Your Highness, please forgive. I didn't see you, the blonde said. Faye got up just as the work returned with the dresses. Enjoy the ball and please dress nicely than the clothing you're wearing now, she said, and Ariel snickered. The dresses, Your Majesty, the seamstress said. All those are pretty. I'm taking it. She turned her attention to the worker. I'll leave it. Yes, I will try them on back at the palace, and keep the others for other occasion. She handed the seamstress a small bag of coins and Ariel took the dress. The guard opened the door for them, and they exit the store, just as a guy was running down the street and bumped into Faye. Hey, watch it. She snapped and the guy looked down at her. They froze. He had the most unusual color eyes, purple. Your Majesty, I'm so sorry. He bowed. I'll forgive you if you carry these dresses for me back to the palace. She pointed behind her where the palace was up the little hill. Of course, Your Highness. He took the dresses from Ariel and tried to stop a carriage. Faye cleared her throat and he turned around. I mean walking, no shortcuts. He watched her with an emotionless face, turned around and began his journey. Don't take too long, there are rain clouds rolling in, and I will hate it if my dresses get wet, she added. Faye and Ariel got into the carriage. They both giggled. He is so handsome, Faye swooned. His eyes are so purple, Ariel added. I hope to see him at the ball tomorrow, Faye wished silently. When they get to the palace, Ariel went to do some work, and Faye went upstairs to her room. From her balcony, she saw the front entrance gate. She waited 30 minutes and saw the guy was coming with her dresses. He was stopped by the guards, so she left her room and went to meet him. Thank you, she said when she got to him. A maid took the dresses. Anytime, Your Highness, he bowed. And not a minute too soon. The rain is about to fall. She looked up at the dark sky. Do you want to come in and wait till the rain has passed off? I have somewhere to be, Your Highness, but thank you for the generous over. He bowed again and left. She returned inside with a smile on her face. Someone has a crush. Ariel came to her side. Whatever, I'll be in my study room. Bring up a light snack for me. Good morning, Father. How was your trip? Faye greeted the king the next morning with a kiss on the cheek. He requested they both have breakfast together in the East Garden, while the queen attend matters for the ball tonight, and Brielle was off to school. It was good. I met quite some noble young men that are around your age, Faye. Dad, please not today, Faye sighed. You're getting older, Faye. The throne will be yours and you will need a husband. Can we cross that bridge when we get there? You will be there soon. It's better to have a few courts now, and when it's time to settle down you have your future husband next to you, he explained. I'm not ready to be courted. On my trip a few men asked me for your hand in marriage. I declined, of course, because your mother will have my head, he laughed. Yes, she wants me to find love on my own, Faye nodded. She was close to her father. They had a bond. When I first met your mother, she was the most beautiful woman I ever laid eyes on, but of course I got competition plus a few ladies had their eyes on me too. Yes, I heard the story, Faye nodded. Did you find a dress for the ball? This is an important night for us. Yes, I did, Faye answered. Good, and your sister? Well, she is quite a handful, and has been getting court since she was 16, he chuckled. I think she will get married before me, Faye joked. Let's hope not. That night. You look pretty, Faye, Ariel said as she placed the tiara on top of Faye's head. Thank you, Faye put on her gloves. The dress was a floor-length and royal blue, making her sapphire eyes stood out more. She has her hair down in curls, and her lips painted rosy red, with her tiara on her head and her matching gloves on her hands. She had a silver pendant, which her mother gave her when she turned 18, and matching earrings. Go show them what a future queen looks like, Ariel grinned. And you go get ready. I want you to be in the mist in case of anything, Faye stated, and she left. Faye, time to make our appearance. Brielle came into her room. Wow, you look pretty for once. Whatever, Elle, you look pretty too, Faye complimented. Thanks, it was handmade. Brielle's dress was a golden, floor-length dress. She had on white gloves and her hair styled up into one with her head tiara. They left the room and walked down the long corridor, where the queen and king were waiting by the double-closed door to the ballroom. You girls looked so beautiful, just like your mother, their father smiled. They stood between their parents and heard the trumpet began to play. The double door opened. There were a lot of people in the ballroom. Their Majesties, King Richard, Queen Odette, Princess Faye, and Brielle of Gale, the announcer said, and everyone clapped as they descended down the staircase. They went and sat down on the chairs that were set up for them in front of the portraits. Everyone came and introduced themselves to the queen and princesses, since the king already knew them. See any handsome guy you can court with, Faye, Brielle whispered to her sister. No, but I bet you did, she shot back. A few caught my eyes, she grinned. Faye caught a few gentlemen's eyes though. Will you be dancing? Brielle asked 20 minutes later. Their parents had gone to talk to a few allies, while a few guys who were together were talking among themselves watching the princesses. No, I didn't even want it to come, she scoffed. Well, the dance is about to start, so. Brielle got up, lifted her dress and walked down the 2 little stairs, and into the floor. Princess Brielle will like to open the dance, the announced said, and the guy closest to her immediately bowed and offered his hand. Faye crossed her arms and slouched a little. The queen gave her a look and she sat upright and unfolded her arms. Isn't a future queen supposed to like stuff like this? Someone said, and Faye looked up. It was the guy from yesterday. Hey, it's you. My name is Theo, your highness. He bowed. She smiled. It's nice to meet you, Theo. What you're doing here? I didn't have a choice. Me neither, she laughed. Faye, who's this? The king approached. Theo bowed. This is Theo. He helped deliver my dresses yesterday, she explained. I see. My father is Count Davin, your majesty, Theo added. Ah yes, Count Davin. Where is he? He couldn't attend, your majesty, but he did send his gratitude. Thank him for me. Carry on. He left. That was close. I was so nervous, Theo chuckled. He's harmless. The one you are to look out for is my mother. Will you say no if I ask you to dance? He offered. Yes, I will. Dancing isn't for me, Faye stated. How about some refreshment instead? Well, I can't say no to food. They laughed. For the rest of the night, Faye and Theo chatted and formed a friendship. Maybe it will turn into something more. Just maybe. 5 years later. It's a boy, the queen gasped. Congratulations, the first boy into the family, Faye said. Thank you for being so supportive. I wish Dad was here. Brielle sighed. The king passed away last year. It was a sad day for the royal family, and Faye was crowned queen a few months later, after the queen handed her the throne. We all do, but my first grandson. The queen grinned and took the baby from her son-in-law, Logan. Brielle and Logan got married a few months before the king passed away. They'd been together when Brielle turned 19 and now she was 23 years old. So Faye, when are you going to get married? Brielle turned to her sister. I don't know. I'm sorry it didn't work out with you and Theo though. You guys been so close for 5 years. I need some air. Faye left quickly with tears in her eyes. It broke her heart that Theo wanted to end things. 1 month later. Why can't you tell me why you have to go? Faye cried. I wish I could, Faye, but I can't, I'm sorry. Theo kissed her. I love you, you know that, she sobbed. I love you too, which is why I have to let you go. He kissed her again. He stopped after a minute. Tell me to stop, Faye, or else I can't stop myself. She kissed him. Don't hold back. I'm not going to see you after this anyways. That night they slept together and the next morning, he was already gone. 2 months later. Mom, I have something to tell you, Faye said. What is it, my child? Why are you so pale? I think I'm pregnant. That was how the existence of this unborn princess has put her life in danger. What do you think about this beginning of this long journey that will be ahead of us? Present day. Everleigh's POV. Happy 21st birthday, my best friend. Jackson yelled as he entered my room. Jackson, what the heck? It's not even 8 a.m. yet, I groaned. Today, you are a woman. He threw open my curtains, and I put my head under my pillows. Boys, shiz up, come on in. He yelled and I groaned. It wasn't him alone I had to deal with. I had 2 younger brothers, cross that 2 younger twin brothers. Eve, come on, we made something for you. Someone pulled my cover off of me. I opened my eyes and glared up at the 2 pair of sapphire blue eyes that were watching me. Why can't you leave me in peace? Well, for starters, it is your 21st birthday, Grayson grinned. Which means the citizen of Gale can finally see what their future queen looks like. Jason added, ever since I was born, the citizen of this place, called Gale, have never seen what I looked like. My mother, or more precisely my grandmother, said that I would have been in danger if people saw what I looked like when I was younger. Can we push it back to another year? I asked hopefully, and they shook their head. You know the deal, Eve. When you turn 21, you'll be introduced to the entire kingdom and be crowned princess once and for all. Jackson reminded me. Why do it on my birthday? Can't they just do it tomorrow? I grumbled. That will not be possible, darling. Auntie Ariel came into my room. She was my mother's handmaid from since my mom was around my age, and also Jackson's mother. I was enjoying my life, but now I will be thrown into a lot of responsibilities. I sighed. You reminded me so much of your mother. She behaved the same way. Auntie laughed. All right, boys, the princess has to get ready, so out you go. We have a gift for her, Grayson stated. Happy birthday, big sister. He handed me the bag and they boys left. Jackson winked and closed the door behind him. When I was younger, I always thought that I was adopted because I didn't inherit anything from my mother, and she refused to talk about my father. I have blonde hair and violet color eyes. None of my family I knew had purple eyes. When I was born, my grandmother took me with her for an entire year away from the castle and raised me in a little cottage while my mother tended to queen duties and married my stepfather a year after that. 2 years later, the twins were born. Auntie Ariel became my nanny when I returned back to the castle. My mother still kept her as a handmaid, but extended her duties as my nanny since she was busy running a kingdom, then got pregnant. Jackson was a month older than I, so we technically grew up together. When the twins were born, my stepfather helped Mom a lot, so she didn't bother hiring a nanny for them. My grandmother told me when Levi, my stepfather, first met me, he wasn't so thrilled because how I was completely different. He thought I was adopted and was planning to convince my mother to give the throne to their future firstborn. But after he got proof, he had no say where the kingdom was concerned. Eventually, as the twins got older, he warmed up to me and became a father figure to me. But I still wanted to know who was my biological father, and I intend to find out. Auntie Ariel took out a dress for me to wear for breakfast. Happy birthday, darling. She smiled and handed me a small box. Your mother don't know this, but this was left outside my window with a note. I think it was from your father. The note specifically said not to tell your mother and to give it to you directly when you turn 21 years old. What is it? I watched the box curiously. That's for you to find out. Also, your mother is waiting to have breakfast with you in about 30 minutes. She smiled and left. Jackson's father left Ariel when he was just a little boy. He was never to be seen again. He was a former guard, and Jackson followed in his footsteps. When Jackson completed his training to be a royal guard, he was assigned by my mother specifically to be my personal bodyguard, and he made an oath to protect me with his life. How does my father know I would have been a female? I opened the box and gasped. It was a pendant. It was crystal. I turned it to the back. There was something written. What was hidden shall come into the light. What does that mean? What is hidden? Happy birthday, Everleigh. My mother greeted me with a hug when I entered the dining room for breakfast. The maids curtsied when I entered. I made sure the chef made all your favorite breakfast dish. She smiled. Thanks, Mom. I was a bit taller than her even without wearing heels. I got my height from my father, that was for sure. Did you like our gift, Eve? Grayson smiled. He was the one I was closest to between him and his brother. Yes, thank you, I replied. Sorry I'm late. Levi entered. You're right on time, honey, Mom said to him, and he kissed her cheek. Happy birthday, Eve. I hope you're aware of what is going to happen in a couple of hours. I nodded silently. I know you don't want to do it, but the people need assurance that there is a princess and the future isn't in jeopardy," Mom explained. "Why wait so long to crown me? The twins were crowed last year, just after their 16th birthday. Why did I have to be hidden for so long?" I demanded. "It's complicated, you know that," Mom mumbled. "Does it have anything to do with my father?" I queried and she froze. "We're not going there, Eve," Levi said to me in a low voice. I was tired of all the secrets. I deserved to know the truth. It was my birthday after all. "If you don't tell me, I'll find answers for myself soon." I went to the table and sit down. Mom and Levi talked in a whispered voice, then took their seats. Jackson arrived and took his place next to the entrance. He couldn't be far from me at all times. I wasn't even feeling to eat anymore. Mom's unwillingness to tell me the truth made me uneasy. I felt there was more to this story than I was thinking. "Eve, it's your favorite. Why aren't you devouring the plate?" Jason watched me curiously. "I am not hungry." I pushed away my plate and slouched more into the chair. "I don't care if my mother's glaring at me right now." "Stop this stubbornness, Everleigh. Now," she warned. I sat up. "Can I be excused? I need some air." She sighed and I took that as a yes. I got up and took my plate with me. Jackson followed me out the door, and down the hallway, towards the east garden. "That was so intense," he remarked. "Yeah. Well, it will continue that way for the rest of the day." I sighed. This wasn't how I planned to spend my birthday at all. It started off bad already. "Well, try and at least enjoy your lovely breakfast. I'll go get your glass of juice." He tried to cheer me up. He made sure I was settled down in the gazebo of the east garden, and returned inside for my drink. "In a couple of hours, I'll be crown princess, then go outside on the balcony, just outside the throne room, and let the citizens of Gale finally know what their princess looked like. I've been in town before in disguise, of course. I used to go with Jackson and visit the library, and do some dress shopping. After the ceremony, other kingdoms, we were allies, will join for dinner and my birthday, and welcoming ball in one. My grandmother already had me measured a month ago, so my ball gown can be handmade. It arrived here 2 days ago, and was hung up in my closet. The dress was violet with short sleeve, sweetheart neckline. My gowns will be white, that was elbow length." Jackson returned with my drink. He handed it to me. "I heard your cousin Miles will be coming soon," he informed me. I groaned. I don't get along with Miles. When I was younger I tried to befriend him, and he always used to blank me, so I gave up. He was a year older than I. I think it was my mother's sister that polluted him with untrue talk about my mother and I. That was what my mother told me. Her sister from since age 18 always used to ask about the future, and if her kids will have rights to the throne. He's not a bad guy. I don't know why he doesn't like you though." Jackson frowned. "He was lucky enough to befriend Miles." "It's not him, it's my auntie that's the problem. I think he used to want to talk to me, but when she was around he used to keep his distance, and as years went by she polluted him with talk for him hate me and my mother. He have no problem with the twins," I explained. "Yeah, I realized that too." He nodded. "Happy birthday, my only granddaughter." Grandma hugged me when she arrived. I was told to wait at the front entrance for her. I think my mother just wanted to distract me from going into the ballroom to see the decorations that was being set up for tonight's party. "Thank you, Grandma." I grinned. "You have grown up to be such a pretty young lady, just like your mother." Her sapphire blue eyes shimmered with water. "Don't cry, Grandma. Come on, I had someone set up tea and cake for us in the garden," I informed her. "Well, I'm happy you chose to spend the rest of the morning with me rather than your friend," she teased as the maid took her suitcase from the coachman outside. "I don't see you often, Grandma. Besides, I have a few questions to ask before my coronation." "You're nervous. Don't be." She squeezed my hand. We sat down in the gazebo in the east garden. This was always Grandma's favorite place in the palace. "Where are the twins?" "Sword fighting class," I answered. What burning questions do you have for me?" She got straight to the point. "Why was I hidden from the world for so long?" She sighed. "It's very complicated and I can't tell you. It's up to you to discover the truth for yourself." "Did you know my father?" "Yes, but I don't know why he left. Your mother loved him very much and it broke her when he left. Things got way more complicated when she found out she was pregnant with you. The advisors were outraged by the scandal. Your mother pregnant and wasn't courted by anyone. When your mother had the responsibilities to the kingdom and also you, I took you and hid you for a while until your mother was courted and eventually got married," she explained. "No one knew about your existence for years, not until you were around 13 years old, and someone told the entire kingdom that Grayson was an heir to the throne, and there was a hidden heir, a princess, who wasn't crowned yet," she added. "Was that why I transferred to homeschooling?" She nodded. "It was my idea. We couldn't risk your identity being revealed so soon by anyone who was working in the boarding school, and have something happen to you all worst." I nodded. Now I understood they were trying to protect me. "Does this risk happen to be associated with my father's family coming after me?" "No, I don't think your father knows you even exist, well, at least until you were 13, because that news was broadcast far and wide. I don't know if he suspected you were his daughter or not, but he didn't come knocking on the palace gate, demanding answers, so I doubt he knows," she explained. "If he somehow knows, he probably kept it to himself. His family weren't much of a social group, they kept to themselves a lot," she added. "I guess it was up to me to find my answers then, starting with who was my father. Let's have some tea and talk about some duties you will have to do once you're crown princess." "Attend balls and functions hosted by other kingdom," I scoffed. "I see your mother has told you the main duty. She's been lecturing to me about it since I was 15 and made me start more ethnicity classes for princesses. Once I started homeschooling," I grumbled. "She took those type of classes since the age of 7 and been crown princess at age 18 when she graduated royal school," Grandma explained. "I wanted to attend royal school for my teen years, but unfortunately I had to be home schooled. The twins start attending when they were. When I graduated homeschool, my mom got me professors for my degree of choice, and when I am known to the citizens later, I'll be able to continue my last 2 years of university at the building itself." Everleigh's POV. 1 hour before coronation. My coronation was in 1 hour from my balcony. I saw people were arriving in carriages. I guess they were the people from our allies' kingdoms. I saw a few princesses and prince, Dutch and Duchess and their children. "Come sit, Your Highness. I have so much to do with so little time," my personal hairstylist stated, and I sat down in front of my mirror. I was already wearing my violet dress. She curled my long blonde hair, then pinned it up with hair pins, and left a few curled down at the side of my face. "Makeup time," she smiled, and I frowned. "I'll stay as natural as possible, maybe a little blush, eyeshadow, mascara and lip gloss." "No eyeshadow," I shook my head. "It's your day after all." She nodded and opened the small bag that was set in front of us on the tablet. 45 minutes later. "Wow, you look beautiful, Eve," Mom gasped when she came into my room. I just slipped on my silky, white gloves. "Thank you. Do you like the dress?" "It's beautiful." My mother certainly outdid herself this time. "I am sorry about what had happened this morning," she apologized. "It's just that." "It's okay, Mom." I hugged her. "Are you ready?" "I'm nervous. I can hear the large crowd outside from here," I chuckled. "Yeah, everyone has came out to see the all-so-famous heir." She smiled, strolling to the closed glass doors to the balcony. I went next to her and looked out. "Wow, there are so many people." "I will be right beside you. Don't worry." She kissed my forehead. "Let's go. Your grandmother will like to have a word with you." She led me out my room. We walked down the corridor and down the stairs, where Grandma was waiting for us. The throne room was immediately to our left just down the hall, and behind the double doors. I dreamt of this day for so long. Grandma hugged me. You'll make a fine princess and a brilliant queen in the future. Thanks, Grandma. I wiped a tear quickly. No crying. It will make our kingdom look bad to the other kingdoms that were here, Grandma teased, and I laughed. Now remember, walk upright, head high and no slouching, Mom reminded me. The maid placed my coronation mantle on me. It was violet like my dress. I nodded and smiled. Then I heard the trumpet sounded. It's time. We'll be right behind you, Grandma assured me. I walked down the hall and the doors immediately opened. My heart felt like it wanted to come out of my chest, and I swallowed as I walked into the large throne room that were filled with people. All eyes on me. I kept my head high as I walked towards the throne. There was a single chair placed in front of the official throne. May I represent Princess Everleigh of Gale? The announcer introduced me. Wow, she's so pretty. No wonder they kept her away for so long. Her eyes are so unique. Everyone whispered as I made my way to the front of the room. Her Majesty Queen Faye of Gale, and Her Majesty former Queen Odette. Levi was standing next to the chair that was placed out for me, and the bishop was behind the chair. I pushed my mantle to the side of me, and took a seat on the chair, facing everyone. Today, Princess Everleigh will take her place as Crown Princess of Gale, and future Queen of Gale, the bishop began. I saw my Auntie Brielle in the mist, and Miles, besides her with his best friend Gabriel, who always seemed to go wherever he went. Jackson was standing to the far right by the wall. Princess Everleigh, do you take your place as princess, and also fulfill all duties for the betterment of this kingdom? I do, I answered, and Mom smiled. Do you promise to be just and fair to all who do wrong in this land? I promise, I declared. Do you agree when you take your place as queen, and is still unmarried, you'll accept whoever is chosen to be your husband? Everyone gasped. What? That wasn't in the rule book. What? I demanded. What is the meaning of this? Mom demanded, and I saw my Auntie Brielle smirked in the midst of the crowd. How dare her? She was trying to sabotage my coronation. Your Majesty, it is in the rule book, the bishop explained. What rule book? My rule book I modified had nothing with arranged marriage. She glared at him. This rule book, Your Majesty, I was told to read from this book. He handed her the book with shaky hands. Mom frowned. This book was cast out when I became queen 2 decades ago. Who told you such blasphemy thing? I can't tell you. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. He bowed. Guards, take him away. I will finish this coronation, Mom ordered. Please, Your Majesty, I was told to use that book, he pleaded as he was dragged away. I sighed. Everleigh, do you agree to attend to royal duties, such as meeting with allies' kingdoms, attend invited balls and galas, and whatever else is under the royal duties of a princess? Mom asked. I agree. Then I, Queen Faye of Gale, is crowning you Princess Everleigh of Gale, and future queen to the throne. She placed my official princess crown, wore by her and my grandmother, on my head. I stood up and took the scepter. Everyone clapped. May I present to you, Her Royal Highness, Crown Princess of Gale, Princess Everleigh. I saw Jackson grinned as he clapped. I smiled and curtsied. Time to go make your appearance outside, Mom whispered. Me, accompanied by family, walked out into the balcony that had the view of the entire front courtyard that was filled with a lot of citizens of Gale. I gasped. They all came here to see me. Wave, darling, Grandma said next to me, and I gave a wave. The crowd cheered. They love you, Mom waved as well. The twins next to her, then Levi on the other end. The royal family of Gale, King Levi, Princes Grayson and Jason, Queen Faye and newly crowned Princess Everleigh, and future queen. Also today is the princess' 21st birthday. Happy birthday! They shouted, and my eyes filled up with water. I smiled and waved. Don't forget me, I am part of this family, too. What did you forget? Auntie Brielle came out with Miles. She stood next to Grandma and Miles stood next to her. Princess Brielle and her son Prince Miles. My auntie smirked. Hello Brielle, Grandma greeted her younger daughter. Hey mother, Faye Eve, she smiled. Congrats on your coronation, my dear. I hope you're nothing like your mother when she was your age. Mum warned. What? I am just making sure she isn't as rebellious as you were. Miles dear, how are you? Grandma focused her gaze on her first grandson and grandchild. I'm good Grandma, congratulations and happy birthday Everleigh. Oh yes, happy birthday, Auntie Brielle added. Thank you. We returned inside the throne room, and took our places on the throne. I sat down on the left side of my mother. That spot was always empty until today. Each kingdom representatives came and greeted us and wished me happy birthday. The sun was starting to set. Dinner will be served soon, then the ball can officially begin. I hope you came prepared to dance, Grayson said next to me. I saw a few female teenagers were sneaking glances at him. Nope, I am not dancing. I shook my head. Well, tonight you have to, and I know you can dance, Mom stated. I sighed. Maybe I should just lock myself in my room until tomorrow. And don't think about ditching, she added. She knew me so well. Jackson was standing by the open doors to the balcony, watching the crowded room. Tonight's main dish is the princess' favorite, the chef said as the waiters and waitresses uncovered our food. Steak. I smiled down at my plate, ready to pick up my fork. Mum cleared her throat and I looked at her. She looked down at the table, and I followed her gaze to the napkin. I placed the napkin on my lap and took off my gloves. Grayson snickered next to me, and I kicked his leg under the table. He glared at me. I must say this is very delicious. Everleigh, you have great taste unlike your mother here, Auntie Brielle complimented. Mom scoffed lowly, but I still heard her. After all these years, Auntie Brielle still somehow can get under Mom's skin. My taste is fine, thank you very much, my mother answered. I can see that. Your first partner was quite a choice back in the days. She sipped her wine. Tell me, did you know who he truly was? Brielle, Grandma gave her a warning look. What was she talking about? I saw Mom's hands were clenched, like she was trying to control her short temper. The twins were in their own world. I chose to ignore what was going on. Same with Levi. We ate in silence for the next hour or so, then dessert arrived. Chocolate chip muffins, my favorite. Can I have an apple instead? I am on a diet, Auntie Brielle told the waiter when he placed the muffin in front of her. I choked on my drink. A diet. She was in her mid-40s and was skinnier than me. The twins snickered lowly. They were thinking the same as me. The waiter left. Brielle, your days of a young adult is over. You don't need to be on no low-fat diet. You need to be on a high-fat one. You're skinnier than Eve, Mom stated. I like to keep away from wrinkles as far as possible. You're already getting a little gray hair. You as well, but you dye your hair to hide it. Stop it. This is Everleigh's day. Leave your bickering for tomorrow, or when the ball is over, Grandma intervened. I'm sorry, Eve, Mom apologized. It's okay, I assured her. Auntie Brielle ignored us. Happy birthday, everyone said when I entered the decorated ballroom. It was in my favorite color blue, with a hint of white and violet. The 5-layer cake with the number 21 on the middle layer, and on top was on a table at one corner of the room, with other bite snacks, treat, and waiters going around with champagne on trays. Thank you, I said. It's time for the princess to blow out her candles, then cake will be shared later, the announced explained. I went to the cake and the candles were lit. I made a wish. I wish I am led to where I am to go. I blew out the candles and everyone clapped. Music began to play as the dance began. I walked over to where Jackson was. Hey. Hey, princess. He bowed. Enjoying your party so far? It's all right. 𝑳𝑰𝑺𝑻𝑬𝑵. Someone tapped my shoulder and I turned around. The gentleman bowed. Princess Everleigh. I am Asher, son of the Duch of Woodfix. He introduced himself. He had honey blonde hair and icy blue eyes. I knew of the Woodfix. They were one of the first kingdom my grandfather made a ledge with. I curtsied. Nice to meet you, Asher. Will you like to dance with me? He offered with a smile. I could have sworn I heard Jackson scoff behind me, but I probably was imagining that Jackson been in a relationship before. Yes, I would. He bowed and offered his hand. I took it and he led me to the center of the room. You look beautiful. Sorry for my boldness, but I can't lie, he commented and I blushed. Also, happy birthday. You don't look bad yourself, I retorted as we began to dance. I saw my mom smiling when I caught her gaze, while Grayson gave me a thumbs up. Your features are different from your family's. Why is that? Asher asked a few minutes later. You don't have to answer. Sorry for my inquisitive behavior. I am normally not like this. He stammered and I giggled a little and he blushed. This is so embarrassing. This wasn't how I plan it will go when I get to meet you. He sighed. It's okay. So how old are you? I asked. Years old. In line for the throne of Woodfix at any time in the future. I might die before that even happens, but at least I am still part of royalty, right? I nodded. I'm just like your cousin Miles. He is part of the family, but the line of succession runs under your mother to you, and to your future children. Expect, if something happens to this bloodline, then the throne goes to your auntie, of course. I know. I tried not to think about it, because I know this kingdom will crumble quickly with her as ruler. I think that was why Grandma was cautious when I came into existence. She didn't want this bloodline to get erased before I can experience life. We danced for a few minutes before Asher bowed and kissed my hand, then left. I walked over to where my mother was with my grandmother. Thank you for dancing. Asher is a nice gentleman. Mom smiled. Mom, it was just one dance. Don't go there, please. I sighed. I wouldn't be surprised if he court you in the end, she teased, and I blushed. I glanced over to where Asher was talking to his father, which I presumed was Duch of Woodfix. They both shared the same color eyes. I saw Jackson by the table where the food was. He smiled when he caught me staring at him. Be careful not to get too involved with the workers, especially your security details, Levi whispered. He's my best friend, I told him. You know that. I am just saying, but the rules stay the same. I know, I sighed. I swear when I am queen, I will be making an upgrade to that so-called rule book. I don't care what the elders think. I am queen and I make the rules. Will you like a light snack, Your Highness? Ariel curtsied. Where was she? Of course. I nodded. Mom went and sat down with Levi and Grandma. The twins were occupied taking to their friends from the Royal College. No princess should be alone on their milestone birthday. Gabriel approached me and bowed. Ugh, he was so annoying. I think Miles influenced him to get on my nerves. Who said I was alone? Well, you're not surrounded by that guy you were dancing with or that bodyguard, so you're alone, he shrugged. Excuse me, I went to where Jackson was with his mother, who was preparing a small plate of snacks for me. What did he want? Jackson asked. Probably to get on my nerves as always. I sighed. He chuckled. Everleigh's POV. The next day, I woke up and saw the sun shining into my room. The curtains were open. I groaned and turned on the other side. Last night I ate a few finger-bite snacks, danced some more with Asher, then came to my room. I also got lots of gifts, which I was yet to open today. I sat up from my bed when Ariel came in holding a tray with breakfast. Good morning, Your Highness. You will be having breakfast in your room today. Your mother has nothing planned for you today. Expect a walk into town later on to greet some citizens, she explained. I nodded. I'll like a bubble bath prepare please. Right away. I'll send your personal maid to do it. She placed the tray on the table, fixed everything and left my room. I got off my bed, washed my face and mouth, before sitting down by the table to eat. My personal maid came into my room, curtsied, then went to my bathroom to prepare my bubble bath. I am here to inform you that Your Highness, that your personal bodyguard, will be accompanying you to town. The royal messenger bowed when he came in. Thank you. He left and I focused on my breakfast. My friend Layla's supposed to arrive today. She couldn't make it yesterday for my coronation. Her father was part of the royal council, and we met when I was 7 years old at school. After having my breakfast, I tied up my hair and went into the bathroom and into my warm bubble bathtub. I needed my nails to be filed, so I called my maid, who was in my room, to get me my nail file. 1 hour later, I have just finished brushing my long blonde hair, when there was a knock on the door. Come in. Your friend has arrived, Your Highness, the messenger said by the door. I turned around and Layla curtsied. I got up and we grinned at each other and hugged. Happy belated birthday and congratulations. Thank you. I am so happy you're spending a few days. Me too. On campus university is a pain in the butt, believe me. She sat down on my sofa. Well, I can't wait to attend next week. Sadly, I will not be staying in the dorms. But you get a little house of your own with security details. How cool is that? She smiled. At least Jackson will be with me. Where is he anyways? I didn't see him in the hallway. She frowned. Jackson tried to avoid Layla as much as he could. He'd been trying to get over his little crush he had on her. I haven't seen him for the morning as yet. I shrugged. Anyways, I have something to tell you. The son of Dutch of Woodvex will be attending our university this year to finish off his schooling. She squealed. What? It's true. It was all over the royal papers. She took the papers out of her bag. On the front page, Asher, son of Dutch of Woodvex, will be attending University of Royals and Citizens to complete his last year of schooling, after taking a year off last year. No way. I can't wait to meet him. He will be in one of your classes. She blurted out. How do you know that? I narrowed my eyes at her. Well, you see, she stammered, not meeting my eyes. Did you stalk him? I frowned. What? No, she blushed. I sort of went through the names of the royal department. How did you get access to that? The less you know the better, she stated. I rolled my eyes as she pushed up her glasses. Yes, she wore glasses when she felt comfortable around people. Have you started packing? The only thing I got in my closet are mostly dresses. I rarely have casual. I sighed. Don't worry when you move to your new place with me, as your roommate of course. We're going shopping, she informed me. If you say so. I turned back to brush my hair into a ponytail. Good morning, my best FR. Jackson paused. When he saw Layla, he froze and just stared at her. Hey, Layla smiled, her caramel brown eyes glistering with mischief. Hey, I wasn't expecting you to be here. He stammered a bit. Well, I missed Eve's birthday, so I wasn't letting another day pass, she answered. Cool. Well, Eve, I came to see what you're doing. It's already past 10 a.m. and you haven't been outside your room. He turned to me. I was just about to. I got up. Was just fixing my hair. What you had planned for her? Layla asked. A horse ride around the palace grounds. It has been a while. I nodded. I was already in casual wear, just needed my riding shoes. Count me out. I am not a fan of horses. I'll be at the palace's library. She left. Thank goodness she's gone. Why didn't you warn me about her arrival? He glared at me. Surprise. I laughed. I was indeed. Shall we go on that horse ride? We shall. As we were on the horses, Jackson told me. After this riding session, you are to have lunch with your mother in the dining room. Also, Miles and your auntie are still here. They were staying at the west wing of the palace, which had its own little dining area, so I don't have to interact with them much unless Mom invites them to have dinner with us. The twins. You forgot they returned to royal school this morning. The new school year is about to begin. Oh right, I can't believe they're in their junior year now. And you're about to attend your own in a few days at the university. Have you figured out what program you want to study? You have to be a student in order to be in some of my classes, I reminded him. I don't actually need the schooling, I just need to be near you at all times, so I sign up for all the classes you are doing, including royal history. That class is only for royalties alone, I pointed out. Well, except that, remember there will be more than one bodyguard situated around campus, so I can use that free time to do something productive. You'll be safe and I can meet up with you after your classes, he explained. I nodded. The sun was out as the wind blew. I had on a riding helmet, as my horse strolled slowly down the walk. Want a race? Sure, get ready to eat my dust, I grinned. You wish, the first one back to the stables win. Okay. Ready. Set, go. We were off. My horse, which was white name, Lily, was a fast horse. Sorry I am a bit late, I apologized as I took my seat by the table. Mom, Levi, and Grandma were already seated along with Auntie Brielle and Miles. Auntie Brielle snicked a bit. Take you for gracing us with your present, Everleigh. Way to kickstart your role as Crown Princess. What was her problem? Hello, Auntie, where's Uncle Logan? I asked. Logan was her husband, and I heard from Mom that for the past few years, they haven't been doing so good. I think it had something to do with Auntie not wanting any more kids, and kept refusing Uncle Logan's pleas about trying for another child, since I was always his dream to have 2 children. I was sure Miles wanted a little brother, a sister, or both. It must be so lonely growing up with a person like his mother. He is busy, he couldn't attend but send his regards, she answered. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? You didn't ask. Now that we're all here we can finally eat, she clapped. The maids brought out our plates and placed it in front of us. So Eve, I heard you're finally attending university on campus. Must be exciting since you haven't been to a physical school in almost 8 years. Yeah, I am actually. Well, Miles graduated a couple months, as you already know. He has been working under his father's guidance to be able to rule in the future, she stated. Logan was the son of a duchess. She was in line to rule a land, but since she had passed mysteriously, Logan was now a Dutch and his uncle was the current ruler now. He had children, of course. We ate in silence, as the maid stood far behind the chair to take the empty plates. When we were done, Jackson was just outside the dining room, and Layla was probably still had the library. The lunch was lovely, but I need to take a little nap before my trip to town to greet some citizens. I got up when I finished my food. Miles is going with you, Mom added. What? Your cousins after all. He needs to know the citizens as well, Auntie Brielle inputted. Fine, see you in an hour timing. I left. The guard and Jackson bowed as I exit and went down the corridor to the staircase. Hey, are you okay? Jackson caught up to me. Yeah, just need a nap. Tell Layla we leave in 1 hour. We walked up the stairs. I turned left and he went in the direction of the right side. I went into my room and dropped on my bed on my back. Yeah, let's go, I said when I arrived downstairs, where the 3 persons were waiting on me. The carriage we were taking had enough space for all of us. I got in first. The Layla. Miles sat next to Layla and Jackson sat down next to me. When we got to town, there were a lot of citizens waiting for my arrival. Jackson got out first, then helped me out. Princess Everleigh, Princess Everleigh. They shouted as someone took a photo of me, I guess for the royal papers. Hello everyone, I waved. I am so happy to be your princess, and future rule of this spectacular land. They cheered. Princess, what is your plan to fix our water problem? Someone asked in the crowd. Water problem. Yes, on the poorer side of the town, the water supply is low and it takes days to get proper clean water. This was Mom's problem, not mine. Your mother did nothing about it, neither did your grandmother. I hope you do, Princess. You're younger and you can understand. I nodded. I can't promise a speedy upgraded system, but I can promise we will deal with this water problem head on. They clapped. You're doing good, Miles whispered to me. Thank you. Were you expecting a different outcome? I smirked. No, I just thought you weren't ready to do any public speech. Well, I guess I am now. The crowd loves me. I waved at them. We have a few places your mother wrote to check out personally, Jackson informed me and handed me the paper. I unfolded it. This will take me most of my evening to complete. I sighed. Mom does know the definition of fun. Later that evening, when we returned to the palace, Layla left. She had to go to her parents' house, but I will see her again on the day I move into my little house for university. I went to my room to take a bath and prepare for dinner. As the maid was zipping up my simple dress, someone knocked on the door. Letter for Princess Everleigh. I saw the letter slide into the room from under the door. She picked it up and handed it to me, then curtsied and left. I walked out into the balcony and opened the envelope. Dear Princess Eve, I am writing you this letter to say thank you for the dance last night. You sure made a few ladies jealous. I am looking forward to seeing you at the university. Maybe we can be friends. Have a good evening and hope to see you soon. P.S. Save me the first dance at another ball we may attend. Asher, son of Dutch of Woodfix. Asher wrote this for me. Should I send back a reply letter? Oh wait, until I see him personally. I sighed as I read over the letter again with a small smile. The sun was setting and I had the best room to get to see you each time. Hey Eve, Jackson said behind me, and I turned around. He had a bouquet of violet roses. These are for you. For me. He never gave me a bouquet of roses his entire life. Yes, I think it came with that letter you have in your hand from whoever. He handed it to me. I read the little note attached to it. Also enjoy these roses. It matches your eyes. Thank you. What are you doing after dinner? I asked as I got a vase and put the roses in it. Be in my quarter. You have a night guard, now, just outside your door, so you'll be safe, he replied. I am not worried about my safety. Do you want to play a game after dinner? Actually, I got a few things to do. Maybe tomorrow. Oh right, duties. I nodded. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you, he smirked. What mischief you stirring up now? Ever wanted to see how the town looks at night time? You bet. I nodded. Then tomorrow night I'll show you, but for now let's go for a walk. He grabbed my arm. Where? To get a better view of the sunset. Everleigh's POV. I will be moving the day after tomorrow. Most of my things has already been packed, like my casual clothing and shoes. I don't think I'll need all those floor-length dresses. Tonight Jackson will be taking me to see how the town look at nighttime. Miles and his mother left this morning, which was great. Asher hasn't sent another letter yet. I decided to reply and send a letter to him this morning. Do you know the rules you must follow once you're out there in the real world? Mom asked. We were sitting in the library. Levi has gone on some business. Yes, be mindful of what I am doing once I am in public. Don't attend any events that can cause trouble, and only my 2 roommates are to know the keypad password to access for the house. Good. I'll be calling up on you weekly, and there are cameras outside the house, and also a pool, so you don't need to go in public to swim in a pool, she added. What about a chef and a maid? Already assigned. They'll be there during the daytime to clean and cook or whatever, but it's only you and your roommates at night, and no one is to collect takeouts besides Jackson. If you order for delivery, have him collect it at least a block away from the house. I nodded. We already planned takeouts will be on Saturday nights. The chef can get the weekends off, I stated. Saturdays we agree to do takeouts and Sunday, attempt to make our food. Well, don't burn down the house. You have a chef for a reason. Layla can cook and I want to learn how to cook. I shrugged. What's wrong with sticking to making cake and cookies? I want to expand my knowledge. Once you don't hurt yourself, then go ahead. Also, you are to join the royal student body. It will be good for your reputation. I sighed. Are you ready? Jackson asked me as he entered my room. I was in casual clothing with a jacket on. How are we getting out if there is a guard outside my room? I frowned. Already taken care of. We got 2 hours, he smiled. How are we getting out? The front gate is the only way. I frowned. I know another way. It's a secret path. He smirked. Well, let's go before someone catches us, I stated. It will be a little risky, but we will succeed. We left my room and walked down the corridor to the staircase. There wasn't anyone in sight. He led me to the right side of the palace, and outside where the fountain was a little maze garden. I haven't been here in a while. Where? Shh, we have to be quiet. The gate isn't far, but there is always a guard walking around here, Jackson said. I nodded and followed his lead. We hit a few times when we saw the guard and got to the gate. Jackson unlocked it. I can't believe I am doing this, I remarked. Better believe it. Let's get going. We're not walking, are we? Yes, we don't want to get spotted by the guards above the front gate, he explained. We walked through the open gate, and he closed back the gate. Let's go. He grinned and held my hand. He led me into the little forest. Where are we going? A shortcut, he smiled back at me. As we walked, I heard night animals making noise, scaring me a bit. No need to be afraid. I am not leaving you. He squeezed my hand. We got to town about 15 minutes later. The streets were quiet and the square was lit up. It had a few people dancing. Dancing? Yes, Jackson nodded. We stayed in the alleyway watching on. I didn't want no one spotting me. All of a sudden, all the lights were off and people screaming and shouting. I saw a few people running in our directions. Shoot, get down. Jackson pushed me into the wall and shielded me with his body as people ran past us. I am not going to die tonight by the hands of those bloodsuckers, someone declared. Bloodsuckers? Let's get out of here, Jackson said when everyone ran past us. He pulled me along with him as we ran through the streets we used to get here. What is going on? What is a bloodsucker? I asked as we ran. The less you know, the better. It was a bad idea to come out here tonight, he replied. Suddenly someone jumped in front of us out of nowhere, stopping us in our paths. The guy had bloodshot eyes and fangs in his mouth as he hissed at us. What the? Jackson took out his sword. Eve, run, he said as he charged to the guy with fangs. The guy dodged Jackson and threw him to his back. Jackson! I gasped. The guy's gaze snapped to me and I froze as he held my gaze. He closed his mouth and just stared at me. Then he ran off into the dark. What was that about? Jackson got up. Why didn't he attack you? I don't know, I said shakily. Let's get you home. The guards will be here soon anyway. He lifted me up since I was still in shock. What was that thing? Trust me, you don't want to know. I thought those creatures don't exist anymore, he muttered. When we got to the palace, I went to my room, quickly, where Mom was sitting on my bed. Where were you? She asked with worry. A walk with Jackson, I answered. Thank goodness, I have changed my mind. You're going to the house tomorrow instead. Your friend has been informed. She hugged me. Did she knew what was going on? Why tomorrow? It's for the best. Go sleep, it's late. She kissed my forehead and left the room, closing the door behind her. I went to my drawer and opened it. The pendant that I got from Ariel was glowing a little. I picked it up and raised it to the light. There was a hint of emerald green and violet in it. I put it around my neck, and the glow died down. I changed into sleeping wear and got under my blanket. I woke up the next day and turned to my side. I looked at the pendant. It was crystal clear now and not glowing. That was strange. I got up and placed it in one of my shoe boxes to carry with me to my new home. Rise and sun, my best Friday. Jackson stopped when he saw I was up. Great, you're up. Your mother wants to have breakfast with you. We leave after lunch, he informed me. Any information about last night? Leave it alone, Eve. You're not even supposed to know. He stopped. Know what? Never mind. I want to know what is going on, O demanded. It's safer if you don't know anything. Now breakfast in 30 minutes. He left. I scoffed. If he didn't want to tell me, I'll find out myself, and I knew exactly where to look. Good morning, Mother. Levi, I said when I entered the dining room. Grandma had already left before I got up. Thank you for coming, Eve. I know today will be busy for you, Mom retorted. I don't get why I have to go today. I thought it was tomorrow. Things has changed, and don't you want to go a day earlier to get to explore the campus more thoroughly? She did have a point there. Yes, I nodded. Good. You can do so tomorrow and have more time to prepare for class. Plus the guy from the ball will also be attending that university, so you get to make new friends, Levi added. Oh yes, Asher, I heard he sent you flowers yesterday. Mom smirked. He was just being nice, don't get any ideas. I turned down whatever she was thinking one time. I didn't say anything, she giggled. I rolled my eyes. I sworn she acted like a teenager sometimes. Well, I'll like to have my breakfast. I have things to do, I stated, like go to the library, for example. Of course. I entered the library after breakfast. I went to the B-letter section to look for a book on bloodsuckers. I found nothing. It had not a single book on bloodsuckers. What was another name for bloodsuckers? I remembered my teacher mentioned it in class when I was something with V, then it clicked: vampires. I went to the V-letter sections. The shelves didn't have any books on vampires. None. That's odd. Why would they have werewolves but not vampire? I asked myself. I walked to the back of the library. There was a gate door that was locked with a padlock. It had scrolls and books on the shelves behind the locked gate. The only persons I knew who kept the keys of our most valuable treasures and scroll was our blacksmith, who lived way down under the palace. He was a hard person to convince to hand over the keys. He answered directly to my mother only, not Levi, only the queen. I couldn't wait until I am queen to get the keys. That was years away and I need answered now. I guessed I got no chance but to go see the blacksmith myself and ask for the keys, because I couldn't get in easily without the keys. The gate was made with specific keyholes. I left the library, got a lantern and went on the 3rd floor of the palace, along the corridor, where it had portraits of my family that went back generations. There was a secret passageway to get under the palace without being detected. Problem was I don't know which portrait was the secret passage. I watched each portrait, carefully looking for anything out of place. Eve, are you up here? Someone called. Fiddlesticks. I needed to find this passageway quick, or else game move. I moved quickly to a portrait of my grandfather and pushed the wall. It moved. No way. I slipped it quickly and the door closed back on its own silently. Eve. I can hear Jackson on the other side of the wall. I thought I saw her came up here. I turned on the lantern and turned toward the stairs that was leading downward. As I walked I had to keep my squeals in, because there were cobwebs with spiders on it and crawling insects on the wall. It was a good thing the blacksmith doesn't use this way to deliver swords and weapons. He has a back door just near the stables that can only be opened from the inside. When I reached solid ground I let out a relief breath. The pathway was lit with torches on other sides of the wall. I knew I was going the right way. I walked for a few minutes and can hear pounding of steel just up ahead. I left my lantern just before the entrance and walked into the blacksmith work area that was full of the scent of steel and smoke. I saw the blacksmith at work pounding off something hard off a sword he was making to make it straight. "Excuse me," I called, and he stopped midway, staring at me. "Princess, what are you doing down here? How did you find the secret passage?" He put down his hammer, wiping his hands. I need something," I stated. "Your sword hasn't been made yet." "Sword? What sword? And you don't know what I am talking about." He sighed. "What do you want?" "I need the keys. I need to get something from inside the locked gate in the library," I answered. "I'm sorry, but you wasted your time. I can't give you that. It was entrusted to me for a reason." He shook his head. "As future queen, I am demanding you give it to me," I demanded. He sighed. "Why do you want it so badly?" "Personal reason. You're looking for something, aren't you? Always curious, just like your mother." He chuckled. "I can't give you the keys, but I can share some information depending on what it is you're looking for." "I want to know more about vampires," I stated, and he froze. "How do you know about them?" He watched me. "So they are real?" "Vampires are myths. They haven't been seen in centuries. Run along, you got somewhere to be." He led me to a door and opened it. I looked out and he pushed me out, locking the door immediately. I sighed. I was quite on the other side of the palace, next to the second stable where the guards' horses stayed. I walked to West Wing entrance and entered, then went up the stairs and walked down the long corridor towards the East Wing. I will get my answers soon enough. They can't keep me in the dark anymore. "There you are. I've been looking all over for you. You're a mess. Where were you?" Jackson demanded when I entered my room. "Around." I shrugged. "You need to get clean. Were you snooping around the third floor again?" "Maybe." "You were looking for the secret passageway, weren't you?" I hated how much he could read me. I shrugged, ignoring his question, and he sighed. "I'll be right outside. Get clean up." He left the room. That was close. I cleaned up myself, then changed into some casual wear. After lunchtime, I will be leaving to go to my new house. I opened the door. I saw Jackson talking to one of the maids, who looked like she was about to faint. "Hey," I said, catching their attention. "Hey, Eve." Jackson smiled as the maid curtsied and left. "Is lunch ready yet?" I inquired. "Yes, your mother wants to have lunch in the garden with you. We leave in the next hour and a half." He nodded and escorted me to the garden, where my mother was waiting for my arrival. "Thank you, Jackson." Mom thanked Jackson, who bowed and left us. I took my seat. "I will miss you dearly, Eve," Mom began as our food arrived. "I will miss you too, but I'll be fine," I assured her. "I know, but as a mother I worry about my children a lot, especially with what is going on." "What is going on?" I frowned. "Nothing for you to worry about," she smiled, dodging my question. I frowned, but said nothing. If she don't want to tell me, I'll simply find out on my own. "Anyway, are you nervous to finally attend in-class schooling after so long?" She added. "I am excited, actually. I get to meet new people and be a normal university student." I grinned. "And it's safe. Jackson will go with you wherever you are going." I nodded. I had no problem with that. We began to eat, then chatted. Mom excused me to go finish get ready to leave. Levi and her will be escorting me to the back courtyard, where our private plane was. Grandma had arrived as well to wish me goodbye. "We're finally getting to be on our own for the next 2 years," Jackson grinned, his things packed up and ready to go. "Yes, what better way than to do so with none other than your best friend?" I hugged him. "I know, we are going to have so much of fun." He kissed my forehead. "Also, Layla will be living with us. This is so exciting," I added. "Yeah. You still not over your crush?" "I was trying to get over it, but now I will be seeing her every day. It might come back." He sighed. "Maybe it's fate. Maybe you're meant to be. I shrugged. I'm not her type anyway. Don't say that, only time will tell. Ariel came into my room. I'm going to miss you two so much, she cried and hugged us. Jackson, stay safe, and also protect Eve with your life. I know, Mom. I made that oath so long ago. He hugged his mother again. You two will make me so proud. Have fun but not too much fun. She winked. The plane is ready, Your Highness. A maid came in. My bags were already taken to the plane. Thank you. She curtsied and left. I will miss you, but I will call often. She hugged us once more. I got my small bag, which had the box of the pendant from my father in it. We left. New life, new adventure, Jackson, and I ran down the corridor. Remember to write letters weekly. Mom hugged me. I'll be calling you often too, so don't worry. Of course, Mom. Any ball you have to attend, you'll be updates weeks in advance, so you can prepare. Most balls are weekends, so you will be able to come back home to get ready for it. She nodded. If it's far from home, then the plane will take you to the destination. I nodded. Also, you already have a friend, Asher. I know you're aware he will be at the same university, and agreed to give you a tour tomorrow, she informed me. What? He will be over at the house around 10 am, so be ready. Good luck and make me proud. She kissed my cheek. Jackson stick to her like glue. Mom stared at him like if they were communicating telepathic, and he bowed. Of course, Your Majesty. This is for you. Don't open it. Grandma pulled me aside and handed me a book that was wrapped in paper and tied. When will I open it? I frowned. When the time comes, you will know. Until then, keep it safe. She hugged me. Is it important? Very. It holds a lot of valuable things about this family. Not even your mother knows about it or me. I was given the book, but the opportunity didn't come for me to open it, and I knew it wasn't meant for me to open. Neither your mother. When you were born, I knew there was something different about you, and got a feeling the book was meant for you somehow, she explained. I will protect it until the time comes for me to open it. I put it in my bag. Good luck out there, and wear this. She takes off her silver necklace she had on and put it around my neck. What's it for? All in due time, you will know. Now get going. She hugged me. We boarded the plane and I waved my family before the door closed. Jackson and I took a seat opposite each other next to the window. We both has a grin on our faces. This is it, Eve. This is the start of our new lives. He held my hand and I looked at him. Yes, it is. I nodded. I flew on a plane already, but I get anxious at takeoff, so that was why Jackson held my hand. Wow. I looked out window and watched below us. Land came into view. Yes, it is beautiful. Jackson looked out too. For the past few hours we played game and watched a movie on my laptop. I head for school. When we landed, we were escorted to a car with titled glass that will carry us to the new house. I have no idea what it looked like. Wow. I watched my surroundings as we drove. The sun was out and there were people walking on the streets. The house was located in a private property and 10 minutes away from the campus. I can't wait to get exploring around the city tomorrow after the campus tour, Jackson stated. Me too. Layla plans to take me shopping. I chuckled. I'll be carrying all the bags, of course. He scoffed. Well, someone has to do it, and it wouldn't be me as a princess. But you're outside the palace, so you have to do some things on your own, he pointed out. I know, and I can't wait to start. I read on campus. There's an entire eating space, library and study hall for just royalties and whoever they brought with them. I took out the handbook out of my bag. What about Layla? She's my friend, but she will need a pass to be able to access these things to be with me, I explained. It's a rule. Yes, I nodded. But Mom already added Layla to the list for access. She just need to collect her pass at the registration area. At least you get your privacy and don't have to mingle with just anyone. But royalties can eat in the normal area, for just regular students if they wish to. I shrugged. What will you do? I'll check out the one for royalties first. If it doesn't suit me, then I'll go to normal area. It will suit you, don't worry. You grew up in that lifestyle. It'll take a while getting used to waiting in line for food and picking out your own lunch to eat rather than someone bringing it to you. You're right, but I am willing to learn new things. Also, the university has its own soccer team. I always loved playing soccer. He looked over the handbook. You can join if you want to, I stated. I don't know, I'm sup. I want you to have fun too. Besides, there is a team for royalty, and that includes whoever came with them, and is a student at the university, I added. I'll think about it. Good. The double gates opened and we drove through it. The driveway was long and it had a fountain, just in the middle of the opening, so you had to drive around it to the front door. The house was lovely. It was a 2-story house painted blue and white, and I bet it had a pool. Someone opened the door and I got our. Welcome, Your Highness, the man bowed. I am your butler and personal driver from now on. You can call me Mr. John. He introduced himself. Nice to meet you, so you'll be my chef as well. Yes, I am the butler for the entire house. The maid only comes in few times a week, but I am staying here permanent, he explained. Jackson got out afterwards. A few security took our things out of the trunk and went inside the house. Your friend Layla hasn't arrived as yet. Will you like a tour of the house? Yes, I nodded. We entered. It was very spacious. To our immediate right was the living room, and kitchen was blocked off with a short wall. On our right was the dining room, then through the next door to that was the library. After you're past the kitchen down the short hallway, the room was open to a sunroom, with a glass sliding door, to the back, where there was a pool, a field, and a small pond and a little bridge to the gazebo. The second floor from outside in the back. I saw 3 balconies that was for each room. Do you like it so far, Your Highness? Mr. John asked. Yes, it's beautiful, I nodded. He led us back to the living room and up the staircase. There was left and right side. Your room is the door straight ahead, Your Highness. Mr. John pointed to the left. I walked past 2 doors and opened the double doors, revealing my huge room. Gale. The walls were light blue. The queen-size bed was positioned by a wall with a huge flat-screen TV on the opposite walls. The balcony was to the right side from the bed. My desk was on the other end of the room, facing to look outside, and my dresser, to do my hair, and stuff was just a few feet away from my bed. There was a double door, just to right side of the TV. I opened it. It was a walked-in closet. Gale. The other door just right of the entrance was the bathroom. I loved it. Hey, come check out my room, Jackson called as the someone brought my things into my room. I went to where Jackson was by the first door on this side of the house. I entered. It was spacious, not as big as mine, but still. This is so cool. I never stayed in a room this big before, he said excitedly. I am happy you like it, I smiled. I spotted a flat-screen TV, just opposite his bed. Also, I am right over the pool. He walked out into the balcony. My balcony had a view of the pool, but I wasn't over it to exactly jump off, like how Jackson can. Are you going to jump? Heck yeah, turn around, he stated, and I turned around. Then I heard him shout and then a splash. I walked into the balcony and looked down. That was fun. Do it, Eve, he yelled. I am fine. I shook my head and he swam around in the pool. Your Highness, are you okay? Mr. John rushed into the room. Yes, it was my idiotic best friend, who jumped into the pool from up here. I shook my head. Do you like your room? I love it, thank you. I know you must be tired and hungry. Come down to the dining room in about 30 minutes for dinner. And also your friend has arrived. She is in her room, he informed me and left. I went to the second room. Layla was laying down on her bed and watching a picture, then sighed. Hey, I said, and she looked at me. Eve. She squealed and we hugged. This house is amazing. My dorm I shared with a roommate wasn't even this big. Come see mine then. I grinned and led her to my room. She gasped. I think 3 dorm rooms can fit in here. I chuckled. Hello ladies, Jackson said by the entrance. He was a toilet around his waist, and one hanging over his shoulders. Go and put some clothes on and stop wetting the floor, Layla said. He turned a bit red. He left quickly and we laughed. Asher is giving us a tour of the campus tomorrow, I informed her, and she squealed. Well, Mr. John, this is good, Layla complimented as we ate dinner. It was just past 7 p.m. I am happy you like it, he smiled. He stood by the entrance of the dining table. Tomorrow we should get snacks. I know you're dying to taste some real junk food, Layla said to me. I laughed. I had junk food before when she stuck it into the palace. I am serious. You never had beef jerky before on microwave pizza. I don't think that's heel. I think the princess is capable of making her own decision, Layla cut off Mr. John. Well, I'll give beef jerky a try. I shrugged and she grinned. Mr. John sighed. As you wish, Your Highness. He bowed and left the room. So where are we crashing to watch a movie afterwards? Jackson asked. The living room. I brought some snacks. They are in my room, Layla grinned. He shook his head. I can't wait to see what tomorrow brings. Next day. I woke up the next day and saw light coming into my room. I rolled to my side and watched the alarm clock. Why did I get up so early? I closed my eyes and fell back asleep. Good morning, Jackson exclaimed, bursting into my room, and I groaned. What do you want? It's not even 7 a.m. yet, I sighed. Actually, it's 8 a.m. I'm heading downstairs to have breakfast, he replied. Where's Layla? In her room, probably. I'm not going in there unannounced. Then why did you come here unannounced? I frowned. You're my best friend. It's different. I'll be downstairs for breakfast in a while. I placed my feet on the floor. He nodded and left. Last night we watched 2 movies, before we went to our rooms. I went to the bathroom, washed my face and brushed my teeth before descending downstairs to the dining room. Morning, Layla, I said as I took my seat. Hey, she smiled. Breakfast was served and we ate in silence. So what time is your first class on Monday? Layla asked me. 9 till lunch, then 1 until 3 p.m., I answered. Cool. I only have 1 class on Monday, which is evening time, so I'll be spending my morning at work, she stated. Work? Yes, at one of the city's coffee shop, so I can have money, she explained. I nodded. Are you trying out for the university's soccer team? She turned her attention to Jackson. He shrugged. I think you should. I can try out for the cheer squad to cheer you on, I stated. Me too, Layla added. I'll think about it. I have enough responsibilities as it is. Whatever you say. The house phone rang, startling us. Princess Everleigh's residence. I heard Mr. John answered the phone in the hallway. He came into the room a few seconds after. It is for you, Your Highness. He handed me the phone. Hello. Hey Everleigh, it's Asher. I'll be over at 10 a.m. to carry you and your friend for the tour, Asher said. Do you know the address? Yes, your mother sent it to me. See you soon. He hung up. I handed Mr. John the phone and he left. Who was it? Jackson asked. Asher. He'll be over at 10 for the tour, I answered. Layla grinned. I see. We finished 8, then went to our separate rooms. I heard a splash outside my room. I went into the balcony and saw Jackson in the pool. Please come swim this time, he waved at me. I'll be right down. I went back into my room and put on my swimwear. Layla, do you want to come in the pool with me? I knocked on Layla's door. I'll have to pass, she answered. Okay, I said and went down the stairs. I got outside in the back, where Jackson was swimming around in the water. I put on my swimming cap, then dive into the pool. I was in a short pants and swim top. I resurfaced and smiled over at Jackson. The water feels good. I know. He splashed water in my direction, and it hit me directly in my face. He laughed. I glared at him and splashed water back in his direction. Then the water fight broke out. Hey, Asher is here. Layla rushed into my room as I picked up my small handbag. Calm down. No need to get nervous. I chuckled. I always dream about meeting him in real life. I am so nervous, she said excitedly. Let's go, I said, and we left my room and went downstairs to where the two guys were waiting. Hello again, princess. Asher bowed, and I smiled then curtsied. Layla did the same, and couldn't take her eyes off Asher. This is my friend Layla. I introduced Layla. Hey, she stammered, and I chuckled a little. Jackson rolled his eyes. Let's get going, Jackson said. We went outside where there were two cars parked. Everleigh, will you? No, Jackson yelled, and we stared at him. I'm sure Eve wants to ride in her own car. Right. He's right. I nodded. We'll meet you at the campus. Okay. He shrugged and went to the first car. I glared at Jackson. What? He frowned. Control yourself, I said, and went to the second car. Layla took the front seat, while Jackson got into the back seat with me. I was protecting you, he stated. From Asher. He's harmful. I rolled my eyes. He has a reputation with ladies. I don't want you get hurt. Thanks, but I'll be fine, I assured him. I wouldn't hesitate to hurt him. If he dares hurt you, he hissed, and I laughed. Stop being so protective. It's my duty to be, he shrugged. We got to the campus 10 minutes later. It was huge. Well, I said when I got out of the car. Is that Princess Everleigh? Someone shouted. It's Princess Everleigh. She's here. A few people came running in my direction. Thankfully, my two bodyguards blocked them off as Asher approached us. Welcome to the University of Royalty and Citizens. My name is Asher, and I'll be your tour guide, he said playfully, and Layla and I laughed. Jackson mumbled under his breath. This is a map of the campus. He handed us a map. Follow me, we will start with the basics. He turned around and began to march in the direction of the main building. Everyone waved as I walked past. I was so popular already. Get used to it, Eve. This was how my first day was 3 years ago. Asher slowed down to walk beside me. I'm sure all royalties go through this each year, I stated. You bet, he nodded. Hey Asher, I'm happy you're back, a girl said as she walked past. She had caramel brown hair and the other one had red hair. They both had on shades. Who was that? Jamila, she's an acquaintance. The girl beside her is her best friend Annabella, but everyone call her Bella, he replied. An acquaintance, huh? I laughed. Yes, because we're not friends or have the same social circle. She has her own little crew, who thinks they run the campus. She's the leader of the popular sorority house, he explained. We entered the building and our tour began. This is the field where soccer matches take place and the running track, for those who come for a morning or evening job. The tour ended. Are you on the soccer team? Layla asked. I was, but I quit when I left for an entire year. This year, I want to focus on graduating, so I will not be rejoining, he replied. Can Jackson join? I asked, and he gave me a look. Sure, tryout is this Tuesday at p.m. He nodded. What about the cheer squad? You will have to go to the notice board on Monday to see that. Jamila is the captain, so good luck. She doesn't seem bad, I stated. Layla and Asher laughed. What was so funny? She's the baddest of the bad. She brought her mean ways from high school, Layla said. I had a run-in with her last year, and I spent the entire evening cleaning off a stupid stain on her white shirt. She's right. During her freshman year, she made 10 girls cry. Gale. It's a new school year. I am sure she can change, I said. Layla scoffed. Good luck. Luckily for us, We're stuck with her for this year, and next year. Just pray she isn't in your class along with her clan." Jackson was quiet the entire time. "I think it's time we hit the road to the city," I said. "Oh yes, shopping," Layla clapped. "I would tag along, but I got things to do to prepare for tomorrow's class." "I'll escort you back to the car," Asher proclaimed. "It's okay. I'll be seeing you tomorrow morning," I said. "Right, of course," he nodded. We all went back to the front area of the campus. We walked to the car and Jackson opened the door for me. "I'll wait for you right there at tomorrow morning." Asher pointed at the second building to the back of the first. I nodded. He left and we got into the car. "Where to, Your Highness?" the driver asked. "The city, please." We drove off. "This store. I love coming here." Layla pulled me with her to the store. Jackson trailed in behind us. "It's good to see you, Layla." A worker smiled. "Your Highness," she curtsied. "Well, this time I didn't come for me. This girl here needs new clothes." She pushed me forward. "Of course. We got some new clothing line just last week, which I think you'll love, Your Highness." She nodded. "No dresses. I am going casual," I stated, and she nodded. "I hope I get a smoothie after this." Jackson took a seat. "You will, I promise." I sat down next to him and played with his hand. He smiled at me. "Good afternoon. I am here to check out the new clothing line I've been hearing so much about." Two girls entered the store. It was the same girls from earlier. Jamila took off her shades. She had gray eyes. She placed the shades in her designer bag, and a worker led her more into the store. She spared us a glance and her eyes widened when she saw me. "Your Highness," she curtsied. "I wasn't expecting to see you here. What a coincidence." "My name is Jamila." "Nice to meet you," I smiled. Layla scoffed and Jamila turned to her. "You again?" She frowned. "Why are you even here?" "I'm the princess' childhood friend." She crossed her arms. "Are you just saying that, or did you bribe her?" She laughed, and so did Annabella, who had hazel green eyes. "Really? I got no time for this." Jamila cut her off. "I hope to see you around campus, Your Highness. Maybe you can attend this little get-together I am having this Saturday." She turned to me. "You can bring your boyfriend." "Oh, I'm not her boyfriend," Jackson laughed. "We're just friends and I'm her personal bodyguard." "I see. Well, you can come as well." She curtsied and left. "See what I am dealing with?" Layla pointed in the direction Jamila went. "She doesn't seem bad. I can't judge someone without getting to know them first." "Well, the end results will be the same. She's mean and ruthless." She scoffed. "Whatever." The worker returned with some outfits for me to try on. After spending an hour shopping, we went to have lunch at a cozy cafe. Jackson ordered a smoothie for himself, and Layla got me some beef jerky to try. "I don't think it'll be wise to eat beef jerky in public. There can be photographers around," Jackson whispered. "Fine, I'll eat it at home." I sighed and ordered the salad menu. Since I was trained to eat a type of way, I placed my napkin on my lap, because people's eyes were on me the entire time. I had to represent my country out here. "I see you take your eating habit with you anywhere," Layla commented. "Well, people are watching and I'm sure my face will be on the front page of the newspapers tomorrow morning," I retorted. We ate, shopped for about 2 more hours, then left to go home. I had enough clothes, and I was sure Jackson was tired of carrying my bags. When we got home, the maid took my bags to my room and me and my friends went outside in the back. "Are you packed up for class?" Layla asked me as we sat on the lawn chairs, next to the pool. "It's only one book I am going with along with the recommended textbook." I laughed. "I'll go over what we will be discussing for our first class tonight before I sleep. I already went over mine before I came here. I'm just excited for the new school year, junior year. I'll be a senior next year, then graduation." She grinned. "Same here." "Well, I hope I don't fail any. I never attended university," Jackson stated. "We'll help you," I assured him. I hope you're a fast learner, Layla smirked. Of course I am, he nodded. We relax outside for about an hour before I called Mr. John to bring us drinks and snacks. I am so excited to start my new school life. I wonder what this school year will bring. I woke up to the sound of my alarm. I groaned. Who set my alarm? Good morning, today is the princess' first day of class. Jackson came into my room. Of course it'll be him to set my alarm. Why the heck will you set my alarm for 7 freaking am? I exclaimed. Language, he scolded me. Explain yourself. Well, you need to leave here at least by and you still have to eat breakfast, shower and get dressed, he answered. I sighed. I could have done that in an hour. He gave me a look. Fine, I'm up. I sat up in my bed. Layla is an early bird. She already had breakfast while she has work, so she leaves soon, he explained. I got downstairs 10 minutes later and took my seat. Layla already left. She had a taxi called to pick her up. You look good. They captured your eyes really good. Jackson placed the newspaper in front of me. It was a photo of me getting out of the car at the university. The camera got my expression when I watched the campus in amazement, with just the amount of sunlight, making my violet eyes stand out. They get my good side. I folded the paper. My breakfast came and I began to eat, while Jackson opened the door to the library. We should check out the library later after class, he stated. I know Layla will live in there. I laughed. After I ate, I returned to my room, where my outfit for the day was already placed on my bed. I guess the maid took it out for me and made my bed. I glanced at the alarm clock. I still had about an hour before I leave. I put a book and a textbook in my bag before I went into the bathroom and locked the door. I looked at the necklace Grandma gave me in the bathroom mirror. It was beautiful, no doubt. I did my morning routine, then got dressed. After that I sat down in front of my dresser to fix my hair, which the maid will do for me. It was my outfit today was a pair of jeans pants with a nice blue V-neck top and a stylish coat, along with a pair of sneakers. And finish, have a good day, Your Highness. The maid curtsied and left. My hair was curled and framed my face. I can't wait to see what today brings. Jackson came into my room with one book in his hand. Where's your bag? He scoffed. It's the first day. I don't need a bag. Whatever. I put some lip gloss on my lips and stood up. Jackson handed me my bag. Let's go. Your lunch menus has already been added to the university's cafeteria, Mr. John informed me. And this is your mid-morning snack. Your mid-evening snack will be delivered. He handed Jackson a small paper bag. Also your sunglasses and umbrella. He handed me the sunglasses and gave Jackson the umbrella. Thank you. Let's get going, Eve. Unlike you, I don't have a guide to my first class, Jackson stated. It was now. The maid opened the front door and we stepped out. The car was already parked and waiting for us. I got in, then Jackson. I put on my sunglasses. When I exited the car, people watched me but didn't approach. I guessed it was because of my security detail I had with me. I love the bag, Your Highness, a girl commented as she curtsied when I walked past her. Thank you, I waved. So far so good, Jackson whispered. And there's where I leave you. I turned to him. When I got to the main building, I took the paper bag and umbrella. I just have to walk over the small field to where the second building was. And I'll use this. See you at. He took out his map Asher gave him. I laughed. See you later, silly. I ruffled his head and entered the building with 4 security guards, walking at the side of me and behind me. Good morning, Everleigh. Asher smiled when I approached him. This way. He opened the door for me. Only 2 security guards followed. In the hallway were other people and at least 1 bodyguard with each of them. Where's your security details? I asked Asher as I took off the sunglasses. I don't need one to be with me whenever I am out, but I'm sure my father has at least one keeping watch from afar. He shrugged. We stopped in front of a door. "This is our class. It's safe." He opened the door for me. "We'll be right outside, Your Highness," one of my security guards stated. I entered the huge room. Although it was big, only like 1/3 of students were here. Asher and I took a seat in the lower row of the middle section. People were watching me. "I can't believe she's actually here. I heard rumors about her attending, but I didn't know it was true," someone said. "Her coronation was beyond wonderful and the dress was to die for," another girl swooned. "No wonder they kept her locked up. Her eyes are so unique," which was odd. "Her family doesn't have blonde hair or such color eyes." I got out my books as the professor entered the room. I frowned. It was my professor from last semester, who taught me history. She smiled when she saw me in the lower row. "Welcome, Your Highness, future rulers and such. Welcome to royalty history. I am sure all of you know who I am, so I don't need to say my name." We laughed. "All right, get out your textbooks we've been using since last year," she stated. "How do you?" I was homeschooled, plus this was in the palace's library, and my mother had me reading it from since age 15, so technically I know all the history, I explained. "Easier then," he chuckled. "Maybe you can help me. You're the one graduating at the end of the school year. You supposed to have read this textbook more than once." "You're right, I am just teasing." "So Asher, are you trying out for the soccer team tomorrow evening, or what?" a guy asked behind us. "Sorry, but I am not coming back. I just want to finish up this school year and graduate." "That sucks. We lost the season last year. Maybe with new recruits this year, will be different," Asher shrugged. "As a refresher from the long break, we'll be going through chapter 1 to 3 this morning," the professor said. A few people signed. "I can see your excitement, although you know this book at the back of your hands." Asher nudged me and I spotted a few ladies glared down at me. "Yeah, I guess." I brushed him off. 1.5 hours later. "Okay, we'll have a 15 minutes break." The professor put down the book. I opened my paper bag. "What, this is high school?" a girl commented. "This is how it's done in the real world." She clapped her hands and someone came into the room with a tray. "My snacks, please." "Yes, madam." The maid placed the tray in front of her and she bowed. "You may go." She uncovered the plate. "See, Your Highness, that's what royalty here looks like, so next time have someone bring you your food. It's treason for you to even carry that around with you," she said, and a few people laughed. "This is her first day. Cut her some slack." Asher looked at her. She smiled. "I am happy you're back, Ash, but if she wants to fit in here, then I suggest you show her the way. She's acting like a citizen instead of a future queen. I almost feel sorry for the kingdom." I put my paper bag in my bag I came with. This wasn't how I planned my morning will go. "Come on, Megan. This is her first day at an actual school. Give her a break and go pick on a citizen instead of someone who holds a higher authority than you," the guy from earlier said. "Stay out of this, Chad. Unlike you, I am 5th in line for the throne, while you're 8th. Well, Everleigh here can literally get the throne if her mother handed it over to her right now. She now get her role as princess. It'll take a few years for that to happen." "Old levers?" I asked Asher lowly. "The drama never ends with those two." He laughed. "You should eat. Don't let Megan comment get to you. When she first came here she didn't have it easier than you. She probably had it worst." I took out my snack and shared with Asher. "How was your first class?" "I had no class, so I spend the morning at the library then walk around campus." "Did you know there is a handmaid department? I literally study to become a handmaid to a royal family. There's even a sewing department and cooking as well. I guess this is the place royal chefs come from," Jackson said, as we entered the cafeteria. "For anyone Layla supposed to be here." Asher went to the royalty cafeteria. I told him I'll meet him there when I get Layla. It was good actually, except for when 2 old lovers started argument because of me. "I told you, you does make people fight and fuss over you." He poked me. I don't do anything, I scoffed. I spotted Layla by a table by herself. I saw Jamila with her clan. I guess they didn't have access to the royalty side of the cafeteria. Hey, race your pass. I placed the badge in front of Layla. She looked up. Actually, Eve, I just want to stay here and eat today. Well, then we'll stay here too, I stated, and Jackson pulled out the chair for me. No, Eve, go and get your full university experience. I'm actually eating at the library. She got up and went to the line. I think Asher is waiting, Jackson whispered, and I looked at the entrance to the royalty side of the cafeteria. Asher was looking at us. I looked back at Layla, who was talking to someone. Fine, let's go. I strolled over to where Asher was. Layla isn't coming. I shook my head. Well, that's good, because Megan just had a citizen removed, although he had a pass and everything, he explained. She can do that. We actually have rights here and no rules since everyone does whatever we say, he shrugged. Well, only us, no badge access personnel. I'm fine with that. I'll get your menu, Eve. Jackson went over to the food area, while Asher and I took a seat at one of the small dining table. I'm glad you changed your mind. For a second, I thought you crossed over to the dark side, Megan said as her maid pulled out the chair for her to sit. The dark side. Out there in the dark side, she pointed to the glass wall where everyone else outside was. I laughed. It's just people. Not just people, people with no prestigious background like us. Well, mostly. Why does it have access badge then? We do have friends who aren't royalty, and who are here as workers as well, like your handsome friend over there. Jackson arrived with my menu, while someone brought Asher and Megan's tray. I don't think we have met. I am Lady Megan. Megan introduced herself to Jackson, who bowed. My name is Jackson, Princess Everleigh's personal bodyguard. I see, she clapped, and the maid uncovered her plate. Well, you can sit with us, obviously. Jackson got his lunch and sat down. Through the glass wall, I saw Layla left with an apple, after eating lunch by a table by herself. Are you listening, Everleigh? Megan said, catching my attention. What? I looked at her. I asked if you want to join the cheer squad. I am co-captain since that girl out there doesn't want to hand over the captain title, she stated. You mean Jamila? Ugh, don't say her name. I swear this year, I'll be captain, because it is my last year. You're graduating too. Yes, just like Asher, she smiled at him. Don't go there, Megan. You know I am not into you. He turned her down. Fine, then I'll go back to Chad. At least he loves me. I looked over to where Chad was laughing with a few other guys. Is he the captain of the soccer team? Yes. Which is why I want that captain position, she snapped. Well, someone was a spoil baby. I can see her now in the future, off with his head. Ugh, today was exhausting, Layla sighed, as we got home. This evening's class was good, Jackson stated. Yet was, I agreed. Well, I had a bad class, because our professor told us to read the first 5 chapters for Wednesday's class, she groaned. Yikes. Exactly, and it doesn't help that I have evening shift work tomorrow, she added. Better get started then, Jackson chuckled, and she glared at him. Well, we already through the first 2 chapters, so I'll go read from chapter 3 to 5, when I done have a snack. She went up the stairs. What assignment do you have for history? Jackson turned to me. None. I know the book like the back of my hands. I shrugged. Do you want to go check out the library now? He suggested, and I nodded. We entered the spacious library. It was nice and had a second level with shelves of books. This library is so much better than the palaces, I commented. You bet, Jackson nodded. I haven't forgotten about my research. I just need to settle down into my new life before I can get started on the quest for answers. They literally have books on any and everything, Jackson waved from the next level. Ever about vampires? I'll have to find out, when I am here alone. I took a seat on the sofa, while Jackson went through the shelves on the level above me. No way, they even have a book on guard training. He waved me. Well, you did say any and everything, I chuckled. Except what the future holds, he scoffed. I think we aren't meant to know that. It can affect our present if we try changing the future, I explained. You're right, you are quite wise. He came down the twirled staircase. I can spend my evening here every day literally. It is cozy and quiet, I agreed. Also a view of the back and gazebo. He went to the wide window that was straight ahead. It is a pretty sight. Whoever built this house definitely knew what to do. I nodded. Well, he or she knew it was for royalty, so had to make it spectacular, Jackson retorted. And they did a brilliant job. I am sure Mom will love it and so will the twins. Yeah, they would, he nodded. I am hungry, time to have something to eat. I clapped my hands 3 times and a maid came in. It actually worked, and quickly too. Good evening, Your Highness, she curtsied. I am happy you finally summoned me. Summoned? I frowned. Yes, you only clap your hands if it's an emergency, and I am the one that will be with you until you're satisfied, she explained. I see. Well, I am hungry, I began. Right away, Your Highness. Anything for the gentleman. I'll have whatever she is eating, Jackson responded. She nodded and left. I can't believe it actually worked. I looked down at my hands. Better believe it and get used to it, he advised and flopped down on the next sofa. There you are, Your Highness. Your friend told me to inform you that she has left. Mr. John entered and bowed. Where did she go? She didn't say, Your Highness. Thank you. You may go. The maid returned with sandwiches and 2 glasses of juice. She placed it on the table. Anything else? No, thank you, I answered, and she left. Jackson sat down, and we shared up the sandwiches, then began to eat. What time you got class tomorrow? He asked. Same time, 9 am, foreign language. He groaned. I hate learning other languages. Well, I have to learn Latin now. Mom said it is a requirement, I explained. Well, this library has literally every book, so we better get started on learning some translation, he retorted. You read my mind, I nodded. After we ate, he carried the tray to the kitchen, while I searched through the shelves of languages. I took out 3 books, then got writing paper and my pencil from my bag. Jackson returned with a book and a pencil of his own. Which book are we reading through first? He sat down by the table, next to me. This one for beginners. I opened the book. Do you even know how to pronounce these words? He frowned. Not a clue, I laughed. Maybe we should get a tutor for you, he suggested. And where are we going to find one on such short notice? Your Highness, your mother is on the phone to you. Mr. John came into the room. I'll be right back. I got up and left the room. I got to the living room, and he handed me the phone. Hello, Mother, I answered. Everleigh, how was your first day? I saw in the newspaper that you were in awe when you saw the campus for the first time, she stated. My day was good. Asher was great tour guide. I know, he is such a gentleman. When is your language class? Tomorrow. By the end of the week a tutor will be over to help you, she informed me. Thank goodness. Also, there's a brunch you'll have to attend next weekend, with an escort of course. I sighed. Where am I going to, G? Asher will ask you. I don't doubt that since he'll be attending too, so next week. I'll give you more details about it. Did you enjoy your history class? Yes, it's my same professor from last semester, I replied. I know. Well, talk to you on Wednesday, and I am happy you enjoyed your first day, without me breathing down your neck, she chuckled. Yes, I can finally be independent, I teased. Also, Ariel wants to talk to Jackson, so hand him the phone, she added. Jackson, your mother wants to talk to you, I yelled. He came to me in less than 30 seconds. I handed over the phone, then went back to the library. As we were having dinner, I saw Layla entered the house with a tired face. Where did she go? Hey Layla, where were you? I asked. City library. I had to get some books for class, and I read chapter 3 and 4 of the textbook, she replied. Are you sure that's all you did? You've been gone for over 3 hours. I frowned. Yes, I need a bath and some food. I'll be sleeping early tonight. She went out of sight. Do you believe her? Jackson asked. Not for 1 second, but I'll find out, I said lowly. After dinner, Jackson and I went to our rooms. I turned on the flat-screen television and laid down on my bed. On other news, today was Princess Everleigh's first day at the University of Royalty and Citizens. As you can tell from the video, she was ready to embrace this new life-changing experience, the reporter said. They showed a video of me smiling with my sunglasses on and Jackson at my side with my 4 bodyguards behind us. We can't wait to see how this new chapter in the recently crowned Princess of Gale's life turns out. Stay tuned. I switched the TV to movie section. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. Layla entered and closed the door. She looked so happy. Hey, are you okay? I sat up. Yes, she grinned. More than okay. The guy I liked asked me out on a date earlier at the library. Wow, how come I haven't heard about him until now? I didn't want to say anything until I was sure we would actually start dating, she replied. Well, I am so happy for you. I got off my bed and hugged her. What's his name? James, she blushed. We met in our first class in freshman year. I will like to meet him soon. He's on the soccer team, so I'll be going to watch tryouts tomorrow evening. You can come if you like, she offered. Oh, right, the tryouts. I'll go convince Jackson to try out. I left and went to Jackson's room. He was playing a game on the flat-screen TV. Are you going to try out for the soccer team tomorrow? I sat down on the couch in the corner of the room. He snorted. No way. Please, I want you to get the full university experience and freedom before you are tied down with responsibilities. When I graduate and your job is completely full-time. I tried to convince him. My job has been full-time since we were. He shrugged. Do it for me at least, your best friend. I went next to him and wrapped my arms around his waist, my head on his shoulder. Please. He sighed and muttered. Fine, I'll do it. I grinned. You wouldn't regret it. I hope not, or I'll quit being your personal bodyguard. You can't do that. You sworn an oath. Death is the only way out. He grumbled. You're stuck with me for life, bestie. I grinned. Rise and shine, your highness. You don't want to be late. Someone knocked on the door. What? I groaned. It's Am. Dang, I overslept well after my chat with Jackson. Layla and I watched 2 movies. I looked over at the side of me. Layla was fast asleep still. Hey, wake up, I shook her. What? She flew up. I can't be late. I tell James to pick me up at. She got off the bed quickly and out the room. I chuckled and got off my bed and go into the bathroom, closing the door. Your Highness, you'll be served in your room today, the maid said from outside. Leave it by the table. You can go, I called and washed my face. 1 hour later. Nice outfit, Jackson said, as I came down the stairs. Today, I was in skirt that reached my knee with a long sleeve, V-neck top, and a pair of flats in my feet. Thanks, I smiled. We left and the driver took us to campus. When I got out, everyone in scene range watched me. Do you know where the foreign language department is? I asked Jackson when we entered the main building. I took my free time yesterday to scout out the campus as well. Follow me, he said, and turned right, and we exited the building and walked over the grass to another building. Since he will be in both of my classes today, I don't need extra security with me, but they still be around the campus keeping watch. We entered the room and first person I saw was Jamila and her little clan, in one of the top rows. I sighed as I took a seat on the left and in the middle row. Jackson settled down beside me. "Hey, Princess Everleigh," Jamila waved. "Hey," I waved back. I really didn't want to talk to her. "Come sit with us," she said. I looked at Jackson. "It's your experience. I'll be okay," he said. "Are you sure?" I asked her. "Yes, we'll be delighted, Your Highness," she smiled. "Stop looking to boost your popularity, Jamila." Megan came into the room. She was in this class too. "Stay out of this, vegan," Jamila glared at her. "Don't tell me you're still upset over that incident. What happened last year?" "It wasn't my fault and you know it," Megan scoffed. "It was your fault. You're the reason he broke up with me before the ball," she snapped. "I had nothing to do with that. It was his choice. He just saw you for who you really are," she retorted. "Anyway, Everleigh, it's your choice if you want to hang out with those type of people." Megan looked at me, then took a seat in the row below me. I looked at Jamila, who was waiting on my answer. "I'll like to sit with Jackson, maybe another time." Megan snickered below me. "Wise choice. When you start hanging out with them, they'll try to get you to dress and act like them, maybe convince you to join the sorority clan." "Like Megan say, it's your choice, Your Highness," Jamila said. "Hey, how was your day?" "I didn't see you for lunch," I said to Asher, when I saw him after my afternoon class. "I didn't come in until after lunch for evening class. Where you heading?" "The soccer field to see tryouts. Do you want to come?" I offered. "I can't. I have to go meet up with my father but enjoy it." "I will." We went our separate ways. I got to the stands. I saw Layla sitting down. "Hey," I sat down next to her. There were a few ladies here, as well, watching on. Megan and Jamila were on the running track, with some other teammates, cheering the guys on in their cheer uniform. "Where's Jackson?" I asked. "He is fifth in line to try out. James is the one with the number 14 t-shirt." She pointed out the blonde-haired guy. I saw Chad talking to the guys who were there for the tryouts. I love seeing new faces on the team. This year, they have quite a few handsome guys, a lady commented. "I know, right? I hope they got some skills as well. We have to win this season." 1 hour later, I made the team. Jackson grinned when he came up the stairs to us in the stands, with his duffel bag that had his sweaty clothing from tryouts in. "Congrats, I told you, you were good." I hugged him. "I'm happy you convinced me to try out. Let's go celebrate with a smoothie before heading home." The blonde-haired guy arrived. "Good job, Jackson." He shook Jackson's hand. "Good tackle, man," Jackson replied. "James, this is my friend Princess Everleigh. Eve, this is James." Layla introduced us and he bowed. "Your Highness, I am happy I got your approval of me dating your friend." He bowed. Jackson frowned. "Well, you make her happy, so I am happy," I stated. "Will you like to join us for a smoothie drink?" "I can't deny the princess request. I'll meet you there." He smiled. "Good. Ready to go?" He placed his arm over Layla's shoulder. "Yes, we'll meet you at the food court in 20 minutes. They left. What the heck was that? Jackson demanded. Layla's crush finally asked her out. "Isn't that great?" "Yeah, I guess," he mumbled. "Let's just go so we can go home." He climbed up the stairs. I sighed. I felt sorry for him. "See you tomorrow," Layla waved James as he drove off from the mall's parking lot. Jackson been quiet the entire way to the mall and through the hangout. "Do you like James?" Layla asked me as we got into the backseat of the car. I sat between her and Jackson. "He's all right once he makes you happy, that's all that matters," I replied, and she smiled. I heard Jackson scoff lowly and muttered, "This is what you get when you crush on your best friend's only female friend. I now see why they call it a crush." I squeezed his hand. "You'll be all right," I whispered. He looked at me with a sad expression. "I hope so." When we got home it was PM. The sun had set. "There you are, Your Highness. I was a bit worried." Mr. John bowed when Jackson opened the front door. "We got held back with extracurricular activity, then hung out with a new friend," I told him. "Of course, but a notice beforehand will be good. I can't let anything happen to you. And nothing will, so you don't have to worry about your head. Now, I need a nice warm bubble bath," I stated. "Right away." He clapped his hands and the maid emerged from the kitchen, the one who brought the sandwiches and juice for Jackson and I yesterday. She curtsied. "Your Highness, good evening. She'll like a warm bubble bath prepare in 5 minutes," Mr. John informed her, and she nodded, then went up the stairs. "I don't know about you guys, but I am going to take a bath, then read chapter 5 for tomorrow's class." Layla yawned. "Call me when it's dinner time. I am sorry I didn't eat with you guys last night." "It's okay. We'll see you in about an hour," I replied. "Yes, dinner will be ready in about an hour, Mr. John nodded. She went up the stairs, then Jackson and I followed. I entered my room just as the maid came out from the bathroom. She smiled. "Your bath is ready, Your Highness. Clothes are on the bathroom counter," she told me. "Thank you." She left the room, closing the door behind her. I entered the bathroom and locked the door. Theos POV, Everleigh's father. "I can't believe I have another daughter. I always suspected it, she was mine, but now the truth was out. I've been in hiding for many years, but at least I let my other child experience the world and attend regular school. I can't expose the truth just yet. It wouldn't put her life in danger, but my entire clan as well. We've been hiding the dark until recently, when a few Rouge started to attack kingdoms. A few days ago one of the attackers reported back to me that he encountered a young lady with the same color eyes as mine, but that was outrageous, but not impossible. I wanted to attend the coronation so badly, but I had to decline. I couldn't face Faye. She will take one look at me and be thrown out. If anyone found out what we truly were, they might kill the princess, no doubt. Darling, care to explain this? My wife Serena, yes, my friend Serena, when I was a young man, who my mother told me had liked me. When I left Faye that early morning, it was because of my father. He wanted the clan to be moved again, and eventually I was betrothed with Serena, and we had a daughter not long after." She threw the newspaper on the table. It was colored so I had a good vision of the princess at the university, with a smile on her face, and violet-colored eyes. Those eyes, I couldn't deny that she belonged to me, but where did the blonde hair came from? What is there to explain? Well, Jamila wouldn't stop talking about how the princess had awfully familiar eyes. Does it ring a bell? She knew I had loved Faye before I had to leave. I loved Faye very much. We were close for 5 years. If I didn't leave, I was planning on proposing to her that night. Why would it ring a bell? I dodged the question. No one in that family has such unique violet eyes. The sapphire blue eyes genes are strong, so why didn't she get it? She narrowed her eyes at me. She's your daughter, isn't she? Maybe, I'm not sure, I said honestly. She recently turned. We left almost 22 years ago. You were with her mother that night, weren't you? Yes, I was. I went to say goodbye. Well, you spent the night as well. No wonder you smelt like her. I knew something was off. Why does it matter, Serena? I have a potentially royal blood daughter. What's the problem? Everything. First, her blood is unique, and second, she can be a half-breed, she stated. You mean half-vampire, which can put us all at risk if they find out, if they trace back to you being her father, she explained. That wouldn't happen, I assured her. Why is that? Because I made it in such of a way that only she will be able to find me, if she wishes to know who and where I am, I answered. What? Are you crazy, Theo? What if her family finds out and come find you themselves? The Rouges already attacked their kingdom, so they know vampires still exist. It wouldn't be long until them come hunting for us. Calm down. She's not at home, and I know for sure she wouldn't tell her family anything about coming to look for me. How do you know that? She frowned. I had this feeling, plus I left a little gift before I left. Call it a hunch, but I knew there will be a possibility that Faye would have conceived that night. I explained. Can we stop talk about your ex? Sure. Why didn't we have another child, Theo? She asked. I sighed. You know the risk, Serena. We were lucky to even get Dylan to begin with. The gift I left, it was from my mother. It was a map to how to find where we lived, and only people with vampire blood will be able to gain access, so regular people wouldn't see a thing. My sweet Eve, I hope you come to me soon, and get along with your younger half-sister and brother. What still stuck me was, how did she have blonde hair? Surely it didn't run in her family, and neither mine. Everleigh's POV. The next day, I woke up before my alarm, which was set for AM. It was AM. I got off my bed and stretched. I went to the glass door and looked out. I saw Jackson playing with a soccer ball, shirtless. Third day of school, halfway through the week. Tryouts for the cheer team was this afternoon during lunch. Layla said she wanted to join so she can cheer James on. I don't think that will go well in Jackson's position, since he'll be seeing her literally everywhere now. I went to the dining room 20 minutes later, after freshening up and looking for my outfit for today. Morning, I said to Layla and took a seat by the table. Hey, after the tryouts, I'll be going to work, no evening class, she informed me. That's okay, Asher is coming over anyway. I shrugged. She grinned. Oh, your crush is coming over. Shut up, I blushed. I don't blame you. He's handsome and has a royal background as well. Totally your type, she shrugged. Whatever, Asher is just coming over so we can start reading this book our professor recommend we read for this semester, I explained. Oh, studying, she wiggled her eyebrow, and I rolled my eyes. It's time you get out to date, Eve. You don't want to be single still your senior year next year, do you? I will date when the time comes. For now, I just want to focus on classes and finding I stopped myself. Finding what? Nothing. I avoided her gaze, and Jackson sat down next to me. Morning, ladies. Is James picking you up, Layla? He asked. Later after I work, we're going on a date. She smiled. Lucky you, he mumbled. What? Never mind. Eve, is Asher still coming over? He turned to me. Yes, I nodded. Good, maybe he can help me with some soccer move. He'll be busy, I stated. Well, he can show me after. He wouldn't be here all evening reading through a boring book. I gasped. It's not boring. Whatever, Latin language is more entertaining than history. Real history, I scoffed. Our breakfast arrived and we ate. Hey, Eve, Layla, Jackson, Asher caught up to us. Hey, I said back. We're still on for later. Yes, are you trying out for the cheer squad? Nah, but Layla is, I answered. Bummer, I was hoping to see you try out. I knew you took gymnastic classes for about 10 years. I'll think about it. Good, well, see you later. He left us to catch up with a few guys as they entered the building. You are actually trying out? Layla smiled. Yes, how hard will it be? I shrugged. Well, Jamila is the captain and love to give newbies a hard time, but I'll surprise her with my cheering skills. She did a cartwheel. I smiled. Well, you will get in for sure. I hope so, and I hope you do as well. Well, this is me. She left us as we walked past another building. Let's get to class before we are late. Jackson pulled me along with him. I'm so happy you're trying out for the team. To be honest, we need some new ideas, Megan stated, as we walked to the gym. Layla was walking in front of us. She changed into a pair of shorts and tank top. I just hoped that Jamila wouldn't be too hard on me, I admitted. You're royalty. She will give you the captain position, if you only say the word, she said. I laughed. Really? Yes, I am serious. We entered the gym where cheer practice take place. There were a few girls sitting, and the others standing were in uniform, Jamila and Annabella included. Princess Everleigh, I am so happy you're here. Jamila smiled and a few girls shrieked. No way she's trying out. She has experience, 10 years taking gymnastic classes have to pay off. When are you done acting like you haven't seen a princess before? Can we begin? Megan said with irritation in her voice. Of course, Vice Captain. Everyone stand up. Jamila clapped. She just spared Layla a glance. All right, each person will show off their skill, then wait for evaluation to know if you make the cut or not. Jamila explained, then took a seat behind the table along with 4 other cheerleaders. Layla and I shared a look, while Megan took the last empty seat at the table. 10 minutes later. You made the cut, Layla. You actually don't suck. Jamila sighed and Layla smiled. I think that's the nicest thing she said to me, Layla said to me, and I laughed. Next, Princess Everleigh. 5 minutes later. Welcome to the team. Practice starts from Friday evening. Jamila smiled. Can I go now? I have a class, I said. Sure. Layla and I left. She had to get to work, and I had to meet up with Jackson. So how was it? Jackson asked. I am on the team. I grinned. Yes, we'll make these last 2 years a memorable one. He hugged. Hey Princess. Newbie. Chad passed us in the corridor. Hey Chad. I waved. See you in class tomorrow. Yeah. Are you going to Jamila's get-together on Saturday? I asked. He laughed. Me go to my good-for-nothing ex-girlfriend's party. I'll pass. Ex-girlfriend. Jackson and I said in unison. Yes, we dated a while back. Rocky mistake. He chuckled. Yikes. If I am being honest, it was to get Megan jealous, which backfired. Now Jamila was jealous and always at Megan's neck, he explained. That explained so much why they always at each other. Friday. Finally we can relax. No more class until Monday, I said as I went to the dining room. Layla had work today, since she had no classes. Yes, but you got practice later, Jackson added. Don't remind me, Jax. I sighed. Oh, I missed that nickname. He smiled. I had history assignment to do for Monday's class. I miss calling you that as well, I admitted. Of course you have. I'm your best friend. He winked. When you're finished flirting can, Layla said. James and her were doing good. They were going on another date tonight. We aren't flirting, I laughed. Whatever. Breakfast arrived and we all ate. Are you sure you don't want to come with us to Jamila's get-together tomorrow? I asked Layla. She scoffed. Over my dead body. I am spending the night with James. Be careful, you're too young for Kip. Not like that, Jackson. I'm way too young for that. She blushed. I shot him a glare. I'm just saying that's how babies are born. Jax, I warned. He chuckled. Your Highness, there's a letter for you. A maid entered with an envelope. I took it and opened it. Dear Everleigh, I hope you had a great first week. You'll get more details about next week's brunch soon. I heard that you joined the cheer team. I am happy you decided to do some participation at campus. See you soon. Love, Mom. I will have to write her back after class. I folded the paper and put it back into the envelope. The Queen? Jackson asked and I nodded. Let's go else you'll be late to class, Princess. Mr. John came in 10 minutes later, just as I wiped my mouth. Let's go. I got up. When we got to campus, the rain began to fall. Jackson got out first, then took out my umbrella, then he helped me out. We walked to the main building. People were running to it. I guess soccer practice is out then, Jackson laughed. Yes, sad for you. Let's get to class then. We got 5 minutes. He closed the umbrella when we entered the building. When we got to the room, Jamila was there with her friends, but she was staring at me. All right, today we will continue with translation. The professor entered. Jackson got out his notepad. He actually liked learning Latin, unlike me, who now started to dislike it. This is so frustrating, I groaned, as we were translating a few phrases. Come on, Eve, it's not that hard. Just use the book with the words you don't know, Jackson stated. He was finished while I was on the second phrase, for the past 5 minutes. The book is useless, I mumbled. I'll help you, he offered. Can someone translate these phrases so we can move on with the lesson? The professor said. Jackson stood up and translate all phases. A few ladies smirked at him, no doubt planning for him to be their study partner. Thank you. You're still going to get together, right? Asher asked me. We were in the cafeteria, sitting in the royal section. Yes, I nodded. Good, then I'll see you there. He smiled. Hey Jackson, I could really use your help for Latin class. A lady came to our table. I'm sure when? Monday morning if you're free, she smiled. Sure, he nodded. Great, thanks. She returned to her table, where her friends giggled. Well, that was interesting, Megan stated. Fans of yours. If you'd like to call it that, he shrugged. Just because he answered a few questions in Latin class doesn't make him popular, I scoffed. If I don't know any better, I'll say you're jealous, Eve, Jackson smirked. Whatever. Hello, welcome to your first cheer practice. We got a game in 2 weeks, Jamila stated. She'd been watching me quite often now. What was up with that? Today, you'll be learning the routine we put together, Annabella added. Everyone watched the first step closely, then follow, Megan said. Then she started the routine. Layla and I were standing next to each other. She finished work on time to come to practice. The soccer team was having practice as well. The sun came out mid-morning. The next hour and a half we did the routine. We got down half of the routine, which was fast progress. All right, ladies, see you on Monday evening. Jamila ended practice just as Jackson, James, and Chad entered the gym. I haven't seen you in something this short, Jackson said to me. I had on a pair of short pants and tank top. Get used to it, I'll be wearing it often, I replied. I'm not complaining, he shrugged. Let's go somewhere. It's Friday, Chad suggested. What do you have in mind? Megan inquired. Mall, we can watch a movie, he answered. Have you even been to the theater, Eve? I shook my head. Good. See you at the mall. Bye. I know you girls have to go shower and change. Mind if we tag along? Jamila joined our little group. Megan glared at her. Invitations only, Jamila, Chad stated. Well, I am not expecting to see your face at my get-together tomorrow then. She watched him. No, I got better things to do with my time than attend a lame get-together, which will end up you know how, he replied. Good, I'll see you tomorrow, Princess Everleigh. She left. She's just so. Ugh, Megan scoffed. Agreed, Layla added. Well, I am not judging. I barely know her. I shrugged. Let me give you a full summary. She's a pain in the butt, and can't take a hint, Chad stated. The two ladies nodded. Well, I will have to judge for myself. I left and went to the locker room. 3 hours later. That was so cool, I said as we all left the theater. Told you, we should do it more often, Chad smiled. Thanks for inviting me, Asher thanked me. It's no problem. I am sure you would have been bored tonight. I shrugged. Yet in the campus library until, he nodded. That sounds lonely. You need more friends, my guy. James patted his shoulder. I used to have friends, but they graduated last year. The consequences of leaving school for an entire year, Chad stated. We're in the same graduating class, Megan grinned. Yeah, partner, he bumped her with his elbow. We better get started on that assignment, soon before we get packed up with more work, she suggested. You're right, senior year, they jamming you with work for marks, he nodded. Everyone said goodbye as they went to their respective vehicles. It was PM now. I wrote back a letter to my mother, before I went to cheer practice. When we got home, There were cups of tea, waiting for us and warm baths. I hope you had a good day, Princess. Also, I am going to get food stuff. Will you like anything in particular? Mr. John informed me. Beef jerky. I smiled. Also snacks, Layla added and climbed up the stairs. Yeah, that too. Of course, Your Highness. He bowed. I went upstairs to my room, and into the bathroom to take my bath. Today is going to be awesome. Our first party. Jackson grinned. As we were relaxing outside by the pool, Layla was talking on the phone with James. I don't know what to wear. I sighed. Have no fear. I am also a stylish. My maid appeared out of nowhere. You can help me. Of course. I already have a few dresses in mind. She nodded. I'll check them out when I am finished. I dismissed her. Join me for a swim, Eve. The water is fine. Jackson swam around in the pool. In a while. This chapter is going good. I read my history book. Didn't you already read that entire book? He frowned. Actually, this is a new book my professor recommended, although this is next semester book we'll be using, but it's better to get ahead. I shrugged. Nerd, he coughed. Whatever, at least I will not fail any classes. Expect Latin. I groaned. Don't remind me, please. I can help you if you like, he offered. Thanks. That evening. The dress is lovely, I told the maid as she finished do my hair. I am happy you like it, Your Highness. She curtsied and left just as Jackson entered the room. Wow, Eve, I like the dress. I'll be fighting off guys for you all night, he joked, and I laughed. The dress was blue with short sleeve, sweetheart neck part, and the length reached just above my knee. I had on a pair of heels. Ready to go? He asked as I got my jacket. I nodded. We left the room and went downstairs. The car was waiting for us. It was already past 7 p.m. See you in a few hours and stay safe, Mr. John said. I'll protect her with my life. Plus, there will be security all over the property, so we'll be fine, Jackson assured him. We got into the car and drove off. Layla already went to James earlier. The car parked in front of the huge 2-story house. I can hear the music from here, and there were a few people chilling on the front porch. We got out and immediately Asher walked down the stairs from the front porch. Hey Eve, Jackson, he greeted. Hey Ash, I smiled. You look pretty, Eve. Thanks, I blushed. I need a drink, Jackson stated. You go on, Jax, I'll be okay, I told him. No way, I am not leaving your side, he shook his head. It have bodyguards around, nothing is going to happen to me, I assured him. 5 minutes or else I am coming back out here for you. He went up the stairs. Do you want to go to the back? It's packed inside the house right now, Asher suggested. Sure. He led me to the side of the house and opened the gate. To the back there was a pool, and it had people in it. Princess Everleigh, you're here. Jamila waved. She was in a swimming suit. Hey, cool place, I said. Thanks, where's your bodyguard? Inside getting a drink, I shrugged. Hey Ash, I didn't know you was coming, she turned to Asher. Eve asked me if I was coming, he answered. I see, I have been trying to get you to come for so long. Well, anyways, I am happy you're here, she stated. Do you want something to drink? He shook his head. I am just here to keep Eve company. I am not drinking. I see, that's too bad, because I really needed someone to play a drinking game with us, she pouted. Drinking game? I frowned. Trust me, Eve, that isn't for you. You got a reputation to uphold, Asher whispered. He was right, there was a line I couldn't cross. Yeah, drinking game, but a high-class person such as yourself wouldn't get involved in a thing like that. Oh no, she laughed. Then why are you involved? Isn't your parents high class too? I asked with confusion, seeing that she was popular. Her parents had to hold authority somewhere. I don't have reputation to uphold beside making these parties awesome, she replied. Party? Oops, When I told you it was a get-together, I really meant a party. This is university. We don't call it a get-together," she giggled. I saw Annabella talking to someone who looked familiar. He had auburn hair. Wasn't that Gabriel's brother? What was he doing here? Wait, how old is Annabella? She looked like no older than 19 while Ezra was. Isn't that Ezra? I asked out loud and Jamila watched me. You know him? Not directly. He's my cousin's best friend's brother. Oh right, Gabriel is Miles' best friend. She snapped her fingers. Small world. Urza is dating Annabella. I see. Is your cousin seeing anyone? Jamila questioned. I snorted. You like Miles? Sorry to say, but I don't think he is anyone's type. She laughed. I wasn't asking for me. I already have my eyes on someone. Asher moved from us to talk to someone. Who he is? The guy you like. I took a seat by the table. Well, I see him around campus, but since he started back he showed no interest towards me. Maybe I am too obvious, or pushing too hard towards him. I think he is interested in someone else anyways, she explained. Oh, I gasped. Yes, so dead end. I hope he sees me more than just a mutual friend eventually. She sighed. There you are. I've been looking for you for the past 10 minutes. Jackson came out the house with 2 cups in his hands. I am sorry. Asher took me to the back, instead of going through that crowd inside. I apologized. Well, I had a mild panic attack. I even planned out how my funeral was going to go, if the Queen had my head, he said dramatically, and I rolled my eyes. Oh hey Jamila, cool party. He handed me the cup and I sniffed it. Thanks Jackson. Anyway, Your Highness, I am going inside. She excused herself and left. So what you been talking about? Jackson took a seat, as I took a sip of the juice. She has a crush on some guy. So far I gathered they're mutual friends. I shrugged. Mutual friends, huh? He rubbed his chin. Hey, sorry for keeping you waiting. Asher took a seat. That was someone from my class. It's okay, dude. You don't have to explain yourself. It's not like you're dating Eve, Jackson stated, and we both blushed. Anyway, next weekend I was informed I had to escort you to a brunch, Eve, Asher said to me. You do? He nodded. What brunch? Why wasn't I informed? Jackson demanded. I think it is a private brunch, for just a few royalty. I am sure you'll get the day off so you wouldn't have to attend. Asher shrugged. I see. Are you going back to the palace, Eve? I don't think so. I think I just have to get ready at home for the brunch. I shook my head. I need another drink. Jackson got up and went inside. So did Jamila tell you who the guy was exactly? Asher asked me. You heard her? He nodded. Everyone in hearing range, I think, heard her. No, we barely know each other. I don't think she'll entrust me with that secret just yet. Of course. Jamila's POV. After she went inside. Why does Everleigh have the same color eyes as my father? Were they related? That was impossible, right? But Everleigh's family doesn't have that color eyes, much less the blonde hair. Where did the blonde hair came from, and who was her father? I sighed as I walked into the kitchen. A friend of mine pushed a cup into my hands quickly. I think you need it, he whispered. I smiled as I saw the red substance in the cup. It has been a few days since I drank some of this, since classes had resumed and I am back at this house. It'll be harder to get to drink this. You're a lifesaver. I drank it quickly. Now, I feel satisfied, because if Monday came and I didn't had it, I would have had a difficult time controlling my urges. I have a secret stash, readily available. Whenever you need it, just hit me up. He pushed a bottle into my hands and left. Since I was in a swimming suit, I didn't have pockets to hide the bottle, and it wouldn't be safe in the kitchen neither. Hey, Annabella startled me. What you got there? Is it blood? She sniffed the air. Keep your voice down, and yes it is, I whispered. Can I get some? I am starving and I had to leave Urza before I did something stupid. She sighed. Don't drink all. That is my food which has to last me until at least Wednesday. I gave her the bottle. Don't worry, I'll be asking Jordan for a bottle soon. She took a mouthful quickly and handed the bottle back to me. You know Jordan wouldn't give you an entire bottle. You're careless, I stated. Whatever, she flipped me off. I think you should go to him when you're actually starving to the state where you have to control yourself. That mouthful should keep you satisfied for at least 5 days, I suggested. 3 days tops, but you should talk to him. Try to convince him that I am changed. You hurt him, Bella, badly, plus your carelessness almost got a few of us killed, I reminded her. I know, and I already apologized to the council. You know that. She looked down. I know, but Jordan was hurt badly. You're lucky he even watching in your direction. But he is happy you moved on though, I added. Yeah, Ezra is amazing, she smiled. Try not to kill him, I joked. Remember your last human boyfriend. Yeah, I know, I was young and naive. I didn't know I would have done something like that, she sighed. No worries, but I'll see what I can about Jordan. Thank you, she hugged me. I better get back Urza before another lady makes her move. She left. I went upstairs to my room and placed the bottle in my mini fridge, which I alone had the key to. I know no one will come snooping around in my room, but it was better to be safe. I kept that secret for 3 years so far. What was 1 more year? I have to talk to my father soon. It can't be coincidence that Everleigh have the same color eyes as him. He doesn't have an older brother. Mom did tell me years ago, before she and Dad got together. He was with someone else, but had to leave because of his family, and eventually fell for Mom. The person he was with couldn't have gotten pregnant, right? I will out soon, and if my hunch was right, what will I do? Everleigh's POV. Jackson, it's late, time for us to leave. Asher helped my half-drunk best friend off the couch. After he left us, earlier he didn't come back out. I found him half asleep on the couch, and got Asher. Eve, is that you? I want to go home, he whined. You stole my best friend from me. He looked at Asher. Best friend snatcher. He glared at him. Let go of me. He pushed him away and stumbled. I sighed. Jax, please, let him help you. I can't carry you on my own. I'm sorry, Eve. I just had a lot of things on my mind, and I wanted something to suppress those memories, he said sleepily. Poor Jax. He was still sad over Layla. We got to the car with no problem. I just hope no one saw us, or else Mom will fly over here herself and gave Jackson a piece of her mind, or have him shipped off somewhere. Call me when you get home so I know you're safe. I am chilling a bit before I go back to my dorm, Asher said to me before the car drove off. Your Highness, are you okay? Why did you call for me specifically? Mr. John came out in his sleeping wear. It was already past 11 p.m., so I guess this was his time for himself before he went to sleep. I'm okay, that's the problem. I pointed over my shoulder. He's sleeping. Yes, and slightly drunk. Be careful with him. I went inside the house. Good night, Your Highness. A warm bubble was prepared for you. The maid took off my jacket. I need to make a call first. I went into the living room and picked up the telephone. I called Asher with the number he gave me. Hello. We're home and safe. Good night. I had a fun time tonight, I said. Me too, although we didn't do much but talk, he chuckled. It was still good. Good night. Same to you, Princess. I hung up. I'm back. Who had a fun night? Layla entered the house. I thought she was sleeping over at James' dorm. Hey, what you're doing here? I asked. I missed you plus James. Roommate came back, so I had James drop me back here, she explained. His roommate had lady problems. Every weekend is a different story. I feel sorry for James. He stuck with the same roommate from last year. That was why I am happy I got to move and live with you. I am saving money and finally have my own room. Mr. John carried Jackson upstairs. What happened to Jackson? Layla looked at me. Half drunk. Don't ask me how or why, I replied. Well, at least Asher kept you company, so it's not a total fail, she shrugged. Anyway, I am going to bed, James said. He is carrying me to the beach tomorrow. She grinned. She was so lucky. I wonder what it was like to date someone. No, Everleigh, you're a future queen. You shouldn't be thinking about stuff like that. You will get courted then date the person. Are you listening to me, Eve? Layla snapped her fingers in front of my face. What? I said you should go take that bath before the water gets cold. Oh, right. Thank you for helping me out last night. I didn't know what came over me, Jackson said, when I entered the dining room the next morning. It's okay. I understand. I smiled. You do? Yes. You were upset about Layla. You're right. Yeah, that was it. He nodded. There are other ladies. Don't worry. Your soulmate will come soon, I assure him. What if it's you? He teased and I blushed. Shut up. I glared at him. He laughed. I'm just joking. Morning, guys. Layla entered just as I took my seat. Morning, Jackson muttered. Hey, Jax, guess where James is taking me today? She asked excitedly. A library because you love books. He shrugged. I chuckled. What? No, the beach, she grinned. I see. Well, have fun, he stated. I'll eat inside the library. He got up, picked up his tray, and went to the door to the library, and pushed it open. What happened to him? Layla watched me and I shrugged. I would like to know what Jackson was thinking about exactly. After I finished eat, I went to the library where Jackson was reading a book, laying down on the long sofa. The maid already took his plate and cup. Are you okay, Jax? I asked. I will be. Don't worry about me. And also I promise to be more responsible when we go out to socialize next time, he promised. It's okay. Asher was with me the entire time. Doesn't mean I don't feel guilty about what I did, because if something did happen it was my head your mother would have take. I had security all around, nothing would have gotten past them, I assured him. Do you want to go over some Latin phrases? He offered and I nodded. There was nothing else to do anyways. A few hours later. Hey, do you want to go to the park later? Jax asked. We were in my room. I was on my bed, and he was sitting by my study desk. A park? Yes, it have one like 5 minutes walk from here, he responded. Sure, what time? How does 3 p.m. sound? Good. I'll ask Mr. John to prepare us a picnic basket. Should I invite Asher? Actually, I just want it to be us two. We haven't had a picnic in a long time, he stated. You're right. Maybe next time. Bye. I waved as Jackson, and I walked away from the house, to the front gate. I was in a simple white dress with my hair in a ponytail, with a sun hat on my head. Jackson was carrying the heavy basket. I hope he packed some chocolate. I know how much you love them, Jackson stated. We got to the park 5 minutes later. There were a few people around. I guess this neighborhood hardly have any houses. It was mostly private properties. I found a spot under a huge tree and helped Jackson take out the blanket to lay it on the grass. It wasn't windy. Princess Everleigh, do you live on this neighborhood? A photographer came to us. Oh, that's private. No questions. Jackson stood in front of me. Can I at least get a photo, else my boss will fire me, since I do a lousy job? That's what she told me. He sighed. 2 photos. Jackson, take out the snacks, I ordered. Right away, Your Highness. He bowed. After everything was set up, I took out a few photos and tell the photographer which one to publish and which one to delete. Thank you, Your Highness. Here is my card. If you need any official photos done. He handed me his card and left. I think you just helped someone keep their job, Jackson stated. Glad to help. After eating, Jackson, and I went to the bridge, which was over a little pond. I want to feed the swans, I said. He got some breadcrumbs and handed it to me. I threw it in the water. Did you enjoy your soccer practice? I asked him. Yeah, it was all right. I can't wait for practice tomorrow. You have practice tomorrow? Yeah, evening. You can wait if you want, or you can go home. I can always get a taxi to drop me back at the house. He shrugged. Well, I have cheer practice as well, I stated. Okay, good. He nodded. After we walked around the park for about 45 minutes, we returned back to our spot, but our blanket and picnic basket were gone. What the heck? Jackson frowned. Where is everyone? We were just here. It was strange. It was like everyone just disappeared out of thin air. Jax, I am getting a strange feeling about this, I said, looking around. The place seemed isolated now. Let's go home. He held my hand. Suddenly, in my peripheral vision, I saw something moved quickly. Jackson, did you see that? What? He looked at me. I just saw something ran behind a tree. This was so quick I almost missed it. I pointed to our left side. Are you sure? He asked, and I nodded. Let's go now. Something doesn't feel right. He led me to the entrance of the park. The road was quiet and empty as well. Suddenly we heard the bush moved. Run and don't stop, Jackson shouted. We ran down the street towards the direction of the house. I heard a grunt and turned my head. Jackson was on the sidewalk and not moving. I stopped. Jax. I ran back to him. Wake up. I shook him. I looked around. There was no one in sight. What knocked him out? I saw a car coming. It stopped beside us. Eve. What happened? Layla gasped and got out. James, help us. James got out and lifted up an unconscious Jackson, putting him in the backseat of the car. What happened, Eve? Layla asked. I think someone was chasing us and we were running. Then I heard a noise and turned around only to see Jackson unconscious on the ground. I explained. How far were you when you stopped? James asked. I pointed about 30 meters ahead. Dang, how fast are you? I shrugged. Let's go. This street gives me the creeps, Layla suggested. We got to the house in 2 minutes. James took Jackson inside. Princess, are you okay? I got a report you were being chased. Don't worry, the threat has been caught, Mr. John informed. You're not going to tell my mother, right? I don't want to be pulled out of university as soon as I started. Not this time, but if something like this happen again, I will have to, because it'll mean your life is in danger, and the people know where you live, he replied. I went upstairs to Jackson's room. A maid was wiping his forehead with a cloth. He'll be okay, she told me and left. We'll get those bastards who tried to scare us, I assured him. It was time to do some digging into vampires. I entered the library. Layla was in the pool and James left. I went to the shelves that was under the letter V and the shelves. Nothing. Did Mom purposefully not include books about vampire? I think for my history class vampire was a topic. I have to double-check that. I went to my room and got my history book. I looked through it. There was nothing on vampires. Now what? It was already 5 p.m., so I have to leave my research for another time, since I have cheer practice tomorrow. I went to Jackson's room. He was still unconscious. I sat down next to his bedside and held his hand. I wanted to know who the culprit was who did this to him. Hey Eve, you should take a bath to get your mind off things. Layla came into the room. I want to stay. Why? He's not going anywhere. I'll stay with him, she told me. I'll be right back. I got up and went to my room. 晚上8点. Eve. I felt Jackson touched my hand, and I raised up from where I was resting my head on my forearms at the edge of the bed. Jax. How you're feeling? I held his hand. What happened? Last thing I remembered was us running. How did you get in front of me so quickly? Adrenaline, I chuckled. My head is hurting, he winced as he sat up. Here, the maid left this. I handed him the glass of water and a white tablet. I am happy you're awake. The guards caught the person, but that's all I know. I'm sorry I couldn't protect. You didn't carry me all the way back here, did you? James did. He and Layla came in good timing, which I was happy for, I replied. He frowned. I see. I let my guard down today, but I will make sure it doesn't happen again. I'll start training home from now on every evening, after class and practice. Maybe you can show me a few moves as well. I suggested. As princess and future queen you are to focus on the kingdom. My job is to protect you at all cost, he stated. But it doesn't hurt anyone if I show you a few things. I smiled. Thank you. Also Layla stayed with you for about 40 minutes, earlier, when I had to go take a bath. She did. I nodded. Hey, you're awake. Let's watch a movie. Layla entered the room with a bag of chips. Now. I frowned. Yes, we got nothing to do, she pointed out. Jackson turned on the flat screen, while Layla made herself comfortable on the couch. I stayed next to Jackson on the chair. What movie? Anything once it's funny, Layla answered. I woke up and blinked my eyes to adjust to the light that was coming from outside. What time was it? Where am I? I sat up and looked around. This wasn't my room. Jackson came out of the bathroom with a pair of joggers and a towel over his shoulders. Hey Eve, had a good sleep? He smiled. What time is it and why am I here? Well, after the movie, you fell asleep, so I put you on my bed, since I was tired to carry you to your room. Don't worry, we didn't cuddle. The time is What? I'm going to be late. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? I got off the bed. Well, since you don't like me waking you up, I thought for once I'll let you wake up for yourself. Layla already left for work, he explained. Well, you have to wait on me, so if I'm late, you will be too. Actually, I don't have class, he shrugged. Ugh. I left the room. I glared at Jackson as we ate breakfast, then left the house. Stop looking at me like that. I am sorry, okay? He ruffled my hair. Yeah, whatever. I slapped his hand away. When we got to campus, I met up with Asher, as usual, and we went to class. How was yesterday? He asked. Eventfully, I chuckled. Well, I spent my time at the dorm as usual, then took a walk around the city, he said. Do you know any library that has any information on vampires? I whispered. Vampires? Why? He frowned. Research, I shrugged. I see. I think the city library has a few books on it. There is nothing interested about those creatures though. They disappeared long time ago. Yeah, and one attacked me and Jackson the night before I left. If that wasn't one, then I don't know what is. I still will like to have a look, I stated. I can accompany you tomorrow to the city if you like. You can borrow the book and carry it back when you're done, he suggested. Don't I need a library card for that? He grinned. I'll see about that. Lunch. Everleigh, how was your first party? Megan asked. It was all right. Asher was with me the entire time, I responded. Oh, I see, she grinned. Where was Jax? Drinking my worries away, he answered. Are you allowed to do that? Aren't you her bodyguard? Chad frowned. He had a lot on his mind, so I let this one slide, I explained. Still doesn't find him an excuse to slack off on the job, he shrugged. Well, that was one slip-up. I promise not to do it again, Jackson vowed. I saw Layla showed the guard the pass and she entered. Everyone watched her. What is she doing here? Megan grumbled. She's my friend, and I gave her a pass, I replied. Hey Layla, I waved and she came over to us. Hey, she said shyly. This is Megan and Chad, I told her. I know who they are, Eve. She took a seat. You should address me properly before you decide to take a seat at my table, Megan stated. Layla got up and curtsied. Sorry, Lady Megan. She smiled. Much better, you can sit. Where's James? He said he has access to here as well, she asked. James comes here. Jackson frowned. Time to time when he realized I exist outside of soccer, Chad answered. We have been friends since age. I saw James sitting with the regular people, and talking to a few guys. Isn't that your boyfriend out there with the citizens? Megan pointed out. I told him I was coming here, and he agreed to come, she sighed. Are you going to get him? I asked. Actually, I'll just go meet him and get to know some of his friends. She got up. You just got here. I'm sorry, see you at cheer practice later. She left. Oh right, next week is the first game. I nodded. Yes, so don't miss any cheer practice, because there is a lot you still have to learn, Megan stated. He erased the card. Asher handed me the library card, which he got for me, when he came to the table. Thanks, I put it in my bag. Is it just me or does Jamila keep staring you down? Megan stated. We watched on the other side of the cafeteria, and I saw Jamila looked away. I think she likes Jackson, Chad stated, and Megan choked. She barely knows him, and she doesn't get involved with anyone in a lower class than her. No offense, Jax, Megan replied. None taken, she isn't my type, he shrugged. Well, if it's not Jackson or Chad, then it has to be you, Asher. Megan looked at him. He chuckled. Sorry for her, but I already like someone. Who? He shrugged. Jackson looked at me and I gave him, what do you want? Look, but he looked away. We finished 8 and went to our separate classes. How was your tutor session this morning? I asked Jax as we walked. He sighed. Turned out she just wanted to get me alone, so she can flirt with me for the entire hour. I laughed. She isn't good at Latin, though, so she was telling the truth about wanting the help. He added. Maybe you can finally find the girl of your dreams, I stated. In a couple of years, my duty right now is your safety, he smiled. I love you, my best friend, I hugged him. Control yourself, we're in public, he smirked. All right, ladies, your uniforms will arrive the day after tomorrow, Jamila stated. Today, we're going through the routine from the top, then continue, where we left off on Friday. The music came on. Sorry I'm late, Layla came running in. I had to. Get in position. I don't need your excuses today, Jamila cut her off. Well, she's in a mood, I muttered. Megan snickered. Why are you late? I asked Layla. I was talking to my professor. We stayed longer than expected, she replied. We started the routine, then continued where we stopped. 30 minutes later. Can we take a break, Jamila? I asked. For the past 30 minutes, we did the routine non-stop. The women looked like they were about to collapse. We have a game next week. You shouldn't deny a future queen's request, Megan advised. 10 minutes break, everyone. Thank you, Layla muttered. I think it's time for a new captain, someone commented. I rather Megan as captain, at least she knows when to give us a break, another added. Layla chuckled. I think we'll be getting a new captain soon. See you all on Wednesday, and Layla, don't be late, Jamila dismissed us. Layla, don't be late, Layla mimicked Jamila, and I laughed. We left and met Jackson and James at the main building. How was practice, ladies? Jackson asked. Tiring, Jamila is the pain, but, Layla answered. That's Jamila for you, James laughed. Do you guys want to grab something to eat before you head home? He asked Jackson and I. I looked at the time, PM. I still had work to do from class. Actually, I have to go home, I said. Me too, maybe another time, Jackson held my hand. See you later, Layla. We got to the car. We didn't have to leave so sudden, I told Jackson. It was getting awkward for me, okay? He sighed. You'll be okay, buddy, and I'll keep saying so until it happens. I pulled him to my side. Asher came to us. Has your mother contacted you about Saturday's brunch with the information? I shook my head. Hopefully tomorrow she says something and also send me a dress. She will. Besides, you look pretty in anything. I blushed. Thank you. I got into the car and the driver took us home. I am happy Jackson didn't pry into my business. When we got home I was informed there was a package for me in my room. I went to my room and opened the box. It was a dress alone with gloves and a tiara, not my official one though. The dress was light pink and floor-length. The gloves was silky and matched the dress. Your mother would like to speak to you, Your Highness. Mr. John knocked on the door. She's here. On the telephone. Oh. Come in. He entered, bowed and handed me the phone. He left. Hello, Mom. I sat down on my bed. Everleigh, do you like the dress? Yes, although not the color I stated. It was the best one I could have gotten on such short notice. I wore that dress at my first brunch, as a crown princess, and I hope it fits, she explained. Where is the brunch taking place exactly? Asher's grandfather's kingdom, 𝑳𝑰𝑺𝑻𝑬𝑵. It is brunch to welcome the future king and queens of neighboring lands. Also all royal blood are invited, she replied. Is there a reason you wanted Asher to escort me to this brunch? I think it's a good opportunity to get closer together. Mom, I sighed. What? Jackson will not be lurking around, so you can be yourself around Asher. I am myself around Asher though, I stated. Oh, so you're getting close to him on your own. His father told me Asher has gotten very fond of you. By Mom, I rolled my eyes. Your brothers will be there as well. Some students of Royal College will be attending as well, she added. I sighed. You'll keep an eye on them for me. I love you. I love you too. I hung up and called Mr. John for the telephone. If the brunch was in 𝑳𝑰𝑺𝑻𝑬𝑵, then I can finally see what Asher's home looked like. I hope he will carry me back to give me an official tour. What was I saying? I'm not interested in Asher. I got enough things on my plate. First to find out who my father was and information on vampires. The next day, my mother told me the brunch is held at your kingdom. I told Asher as we walked to class. Surprise, he smiled. You knew? Of course, I was the first to know, he laughed. I'm still your escort, right? I nodded. Good, farewell my lady. He bowed and kissed my hands before going down the hallway. That was so romantic, Megan swooned. Whatever. Jackson was already in class when we got there. Guess I'll be seeing you Saturday morning, Megan added. Yes, and Mom gave me this light pink dress. I scoffed. The theme is warm light colors, light pink, light blue, preach. White, all those light colors are what you are to wear, she explained. Who's your escort? I asked. A few princes and dukes' sons asked me, but I turned them down. I am waiting on one specific person to ask me, she stated. My money was on Chad. We took our seats. We were having a quiz on phrases next week, and I haven't started to review those phrases as yet. This is why I can't wait to graduate in less than a year. No more test, Megan stated. But rail duties are way more harder than tests though, I pointed out. Yeah, you're right, she sighed. I can't escape. During our break I went to the row, where Jackson was talking to the same lady who approached him last week. Hey Jax, I sat down next to him. I need your help to study these phrases for the quiz next week. We'll start during lunch. Thank you. Jackson, maybe you can help me after class this afternoon, the lady added. How about tomorrow? I got soccer practice later. She nodded. Before class, so come in at 8. I'll be in the library. She winked before she got up. See what I'm dealing with, he said to me when she left. She doesn't seem bad, I shrugged. Well, some spy on our tutoring session, then you'll know what I am talking about, he stated. Did you bring any snacks? I forgot. He shook his head. I clapped my hands 3 times and a maid came in with a tray. I had one on campus as well. I frowned. Yes, Your Highness. I was given a list of your favorite in-between snacks. She uncovered the tray. You're sharing, right? Jackson looked at me. Of course. I nodded. Let's go, we don't have time to lose. I pulled Jackson with me. As we were done with lunch, we stayed on the regular student side of the cafeteria. Asher gave us an odd look, but didn't say anything. Where are you going? Layla frowned. Study for next week quiz on Latin. I sighed. Good luck. I'll see you later after my date with James, she stated. We left and went to the library. I got out my book and textbook, while Jackson sat down by the table. We'll go over the phrases from last week. Once you know all of those, then we move on, Jackson said. Well, we only have less than 40 minutes, I informed him. Better memorize those phrases quickly then, he stated. I opened my book as he flipped through the textbook. After class, I'll be meeting up with Asher. We were going to the city to do research on vampires. I have my library card with me. 15 minutes later. Ugh, this is useless. It isn't staying in my mind. I sighed. What is the problem exactly? Jackson asked. The translation. I keep mixing up the words. Try to remember each word by using an image or using English sentences, he suggested. I tried using that method. It worked a little, just not as much as I hope it would have. Okay, Eve, translate these to English. Jackson handed me back my book. I watched each phrase. Easy enough. I finished translate each phrase, then watched the clock. We only have 7 minutes to get to class. We should stop now. My class is about 5 minutes from here on the other side of campus. I began to pack up my stuff. Oh yeah, Jackson nodded. See you later after your practice. I waved. And good luck in whatever you're going to do, he waved back. We left and went our separate ways. Ready to go. Asher approached me. I was just at the entrance of the main building. Jackson and James were at soccer practice, and Layla decided to go watch them practice, since James was taking her out afterwards. I nodded and we went to the car that was parked, waiting for us. Good evening, Your Highness, the driver curtsied. She opened the door and I got into the back seat first, then Asher followed suite. The city library, please, Asher ordered. Right away, sir. She put on her seat belt before driving off. Will you like me to drop you back home, or do you want to take your own assigned vehicle? Asher asked. If we finish early, then I'll like to return to campus, I requested. You didn't tell Jackson what you're up to, did you? Please keep this between us. I looked at him. No problem, he smiled. We got to the city 20 minutes later. The driver parked in front of this huge library. Gale. I would definitely find what I was looking for in there. Pick us up in about an hour or so, Asher told the driver before getting out and helping me out of the car. He shut the door. We entered the library. There were a lot of people here. I guess this was the most popular library in the city. Excuse me, where are the books starting with the letter V? Asher went over to the librarian. Walk until you reach lane 14, then walk down that section until you see the letter V, she replied. We walked past each alphabetical section until we reached lane. I take the right shelves, you take the left, I told Asher. After 5 minutes along the long lane, I finally spotted the letter V. I looked through the rows until I saw vampires. I took out the first 5 books I saw. How much in-depth researching are you really going to do? Asher helped me with the books. Not much, I shrugged. He watched me, but didn't say anything. Are you okay, Eve? Since yesterday you've been a bit off, and Jackson was a bit jumpy. Dang, he was observant. Yeah, I'm good. As for Jackson, he is a bit jumpy sometimes. I think it comes with being my full-time bodyguard. Always have to be on guard, I replied. Yeah, that explains it, he nodded. We found an empty table and I sat down. While you do that, I'm going to get a few books I need for classes. He placed the books on the table, then went back to the lanes. About 30 minutes into my reading, I paused on a page. I frowned. The pendant crystal looked awfully familiar. I read, "This pendant has been passed down from generation to the firstborn child. In the highest ranks of the vampire clan, it's said to possess power and also protection." Highest ranks of the vampire clan. Power. What did that mean? I guess I have to start from the beginning then. I closed the book and opened the book of vampire history. This will take me at least 2 weeks to read out. Princess Everleigh, funny seeing you here. Jamila approached my table with a teenage boy, with dark brown hair, and same gray eyes as Jamila. Yes, doing a bit of research, I answered. I saw her frown a little at the books in front of me. Research on vampires. I nodded. Interesting stuff. I have taken an interest in deepening my history knowledge. That includes all supernatural stuff. I see. Well, this is my younger brother Dylan. Dylan, that's Princess Everleigh, and future Queen of Gale. The boy bowed. Your Highness. Nice to meet you, Dylan. What school you attend? Rail College. I am mutual friends with your twin half-brothers, he explained. Oh nice, so I'll be seeing a lot often then. Maybe, if you'll excuse me, I just came to get a book, then head back to school. He left Jamila with me. You live here? I asked Jamila. Just a little outside the city. I technically grew up in this city, she explained. I see. Asher returned with a few books. Where had he been? Oh hey Jamila, this is the last place I expected to see you. He took a seat. Do you want to sit? He offered. No, I'm not here to stay, just accompanying my little brother. She blushed. Oh right, Dylan. He nodded. You know him? I frowned. Yes, he is on the soccer team in Rail College. Last year during my break I helped coach the team, he explained. We won, of course. Dylan joined the conversation. That was all you. Let's go, Jam. We still have to eat before I return to school. Dylan pulled Jamila with him to the librarian. By Asher, by Eve, she waved. What you're reading now? Asher took the book from my hand. History of Vampires. Are you sure you're up for this, Eve? Yes, I'll be fine. I took the book from him. It's almost an hour. Should we pack up now? 5 minutes. I need to make sure I got the correct books. I sighed and reading the historical book. 10 minutes later. We should do this more often, just the two of us, Asher suggested as we walked to the car. Yeah, but next time a cafe, no more libraries. I nodded. Libraries are nice though, but next time it'll be a nicer place for a date. He winked and I blushed. It's a date then. It was his time to blush. Oh, only if you want it to be, he stammered. Baby steps, we're just hanging out as friends, I told him. We got into the car and returned back to campus, where Jackson was waiting for me by our car. Bye, I kissed Asher's cheek, before going over to Jackson. About time. I have been here for 15 minutes. Practice has finished a bit early today, he explained. 15 minutes doesn't seem so bad. Try 45 minutes to an hour. I told you I haven't gotten ready as yet, he sighed. It's your fault. You fell asleep completely forgetting we were going out, I pointed out. I'm sorry, my princess. Let's just go home. I rolled my eyes. When we got home and settled down, I went to the library to finish study for my Latin quiz, with Jackson's help of course. You're doing good, Eve, just translate these we did in class today, Jackson encouraged. I finished translate what we did last week. When I was done I returned to my room. I wanted to read more about vampire history. It was very interesting. I hope I get more information on the crystal pendant. I took out the pendant from my closet, which I put in a box to keep it. I know no one would raid my privacy, but you can't be too careful. I held up the pendant. It was definitely the one I saw in the book, but to understand the role it played, I had to go through the history of the original vampires. I sat down by my desk and opened the history book. I was on chapter 2. This history went back centuries ago. As I was reading, Jackson entered. "Hey Eve, dinner." He stopped when he saw the pendant. "What's that?" He picked it up. "It's pretty. It was a birthday gift. I took it from him." "Your mother?" "Father." "What?" "Who? Do you know who he is?" he demanded. One question at a time. "No, I don't know who he is, but I want to," I answered. "He's a vampire." He frowned. "No, this have nothing to do with him. I just want to know about vampires, since one practically attacked us. Also, I want to know why it didn't attack me. It just ran off." I frowned. "I tried too hard to shield you away from finding out about vampires." He sighed. "I shouldn't have taken you out that night." "I'm happy you did. Do you want to help me on my quest to find my father?" "You don't have to ask. I am going anywhere you're going. You're stuck with me for life," he stated. "Good. Well, when I get a lead on my father, I'll tell you." "I think I can help with that," he smiled. "Who?" "You forgot my mother was practically your mother's best friend, so she knows all about your father and what he looked like," he stated. "You're right. He was the one who left me this pendant with her." I nodded. "I'll ask Mom more about him when I talk to her. She has to do it private so your mother wouldn't overhear her," he added. "I understand, no rush, but what got me thinking is the pendant." "This pendant is in one of the books," I told him. "Which book?" I handed him the book and he flipped through it until he reached the page with the pendant. "The pendant belongs to the vampire clan of the highest rank." He frowned. "It's been handed down from generation to generation for centuries," I explained. "How did your father get it then? Was it stolen?" I shrugged. "I wish I knew. Unless your father's parents have relatives who are in the vampire clan and gave it to them because they don't have any heir. Wouldn't that make them vampires too?" I frowned. "You're right, this is just a hunch. What if your father turns out to be a vampire? What will you do? Will you accept him or not?" "Good question. After my first encounter with a vampire, I am quite afraid of them. After I finish the history, I'll be reading on ways to protect myself, and even how to kill them, if that was what it'll come down to." "If my father turns out to be a vampire, does that mean I am one too?" "If he is one, then you might be one also. Think about that before making any rational decision," he added. I know I got my eyes from him. I wonder if the books have anything on violet eyes in case he is one. It would explain the pendant, I state. "Continue the history first. We'll get to the other stuff afterwards," he suggested. I nodded. "Jamilah's POV." I walked into the house. "Jamila, what a pleasant surprise," my mom greeted me. "Hey Mom, is Dad here?" "In his office dealing with clan matters. Is there a reason you're here?" "I'm spending the night. Maybe we can have a family dinner," I suggested. "Any special occasion?" I shook my head. I knocked on the door. "Come in, Jamila," Dad said. I entered his office. He looked up at me and smiled. "Are you spending the night, Sugarplum?" I nodded. "There's a reason you're here, isn't it?" I nodded again. "Let's talk in the secret room. There are people in the house who are eavesdrop." He got up and opened the door to the secret room, so no one will hear us. We entered and he closed the door. "What did you want to talk about?" I sat down on the sofa. "Princess Everleigh. It isn't a coincidence. She is 21 years old and has the same color eyes as you. Explain." "So demanding, just like your mother," he chuckled. "You want to know the truth. She may be your half-sister." I knew it. I saw her at the library earlier doing research on vampires. "You don't think she actually know you're a vampire, right?" "No, but she will soon if she continue to research." "Who?" We hid for years. I gave her the pendant that has been in the family for centuries. But you told Grandpa Th. I lied, okay, but it is her birthright to have it. He cut me off. You're not even sure if she is your daughter. It's confirmed now. I was with her mother in the time frame. She was conceived, and she was born with my color eyes, plus that vampire, who attacked the Gale kingdom, didn't hurt her. I think he recognized those hunting eyes. Only one person in this clan has. Me. I see. What do I do? Don't tell your grandfather and mother about the pendant, because they may send people to retrieve it, and put us all in danger, with a target on our backs, and try to get to know her more. Your half-sister, he replied. She has friends. It'll be hard to get her alone. She sighed. You can figure something out. Did they find out who attacked them Sunday afternoon? It was a vampire. A ruse one. I think he was trying to get to Eve, but didn't catch her off guard, since her bodyguard had her on high alert, he explained. Why did they want her? If they figure out she's my daughter, who knows who else is trying to get to her to use her against me. Also keep an eye on Eve, protect her if it comes to that. I want her to find me unharmed, he ordered. I nodded. Does this mean I will not be taking over the clan, since I don't have the pendant? I asked. It's too early to tell, Sugarplum, but if Eve doesn't agree to take over since she has an entire kingdom to run in the future, the clan is yours, but I will be here for a very long time, so it's centuries. You'll have to wait even. He winked. Not if something kills you first, old man, I teased. Who you're calling old man? Anyway, let's go before your mother comes looking for us, he suggested. Who's telling Dylan about his older half-sister? When she finds me. For now, don't say a word. I nodded. Everleigh's POV, Friday. The week passed by quickly and quietly, between classes, studying, cheer practice and reading the history book on vampire. I haven't done anything beside that. Jackson will talk to his mother when I leave for brunch tomorrow at Woodvick's Palace. Mom informed me on Wednesday that Miles will be there since he was part of the royal family. The oddest thing happened on Wednesday. Jamila approached me and we talked, then she even invited me to sit with her friends, and include the invitation to Jackson, Layla and James as well. I declined, of course, because sitting with Asher, Megan, and Chad was my routine, but yesterday Asher and I sat with her since Jackson used his lunch break to help someone study for Latin quiz, and Layla had to work. Are you going to brunch tomorrow? Jamila asked. She decided to walk with me to my first class. I was meeting Asher there. He was running a bit late. How did you know about that? My family is somewhat royalty, so I am invited, she explained. Do you have an escort? Yeah, a duke's son asked me. She shrugged. I'm just going for the food actually. I could care less who attends. This is my first official brunch as Crown Princess. I'm kind of nervous, I admitted. You'll be fine and you'll fit right in, she assured me. Just remember what you were taught in elegant classes growing up. I groaned. Don't remind me. I don't know why you complaining. I was forced into that type of class at a later age, so it took me longer to get a hang of it. I'm sure by age 3 you knew how to sit properly. She wasn't wrong. From the moment I learned to walk, my grandmother started my classes. You're right, I nodded. Yes, because you're a future ruler, so it is a requirement. Our brothers are friends somewhat, so we have to get along, if we'll be seeing each other often, she suggested. Yes, to new friendship. I held out my hand and she shook it. How come you don't sit at the royalty cafeteria? I asked. I said we're somewhat royalty. I didn't say we were that recognizable. Beside, all my friends are on the regular side, so I don't want to abandon them. I understand, I nodded. See you later. I stopped in front of the door to my class. Maybe we can get ready together for the brunch tomorrow, she suggested. Actually, Asher is taking me to the palace tomorrow to get ready there, I explained. Nice. You can come. It's okay. I'll get ready home and see you there. She walked down the hallway and I entered the room. Are you excited for tomorrow? Asher asked me after cheer practice. I nodded. Remember, I'll be picking you up at 8 a.m., he reminded me. I sighed. So early? We have a long drive. I understand, I tell him. See you tomorrow. I went over to where Jackson was and he opened the door for me to get into the back seat. Layla was with James as usual. We'll see her later. I wonder what she will do tomorrow when I leave. Will Jackson be okay on his own? We haven't been outside the property, or near the park since the incidents. We only go out for classes, or to go to the city with the car. I wish I could have come with you, but I know you're in good hands, Jackson said. I'll be fine. My security details will be all over the palace, along with other royal members' security. Nothing will get past them, I assured him. Do you want to continue your studying for the quiz, or you think you can use a break today? I am ready. I want to read the history book. I think I am getting close to the chapter about the pendant, I stated. Mom told me she can spare me about 10 minutes tomorrow morning to talk. I'll get as much information as I can, he explained. Thanks, that'll be a lot of help, I stated. Any information about violet eyes? I shook my head. Don't overstress it. The answers will come to you in due time. For now, focus on enjoying yourself at brunch tomorrow. I'm nervous and excited at the same time. I know I will familiar faces, but the new ones are the one that makes me nervous, I explained. You'll be fine and Asher will stick to you as glue, he assured. I know he will. He's picking me up at 8 in the morning. Oh, you're leaving early? I nodded. Have fun and tell me all about it when you're back. Bye, Em. Bye, see you tonight, I waved as I get into the car with Asher. He came a little early and had breakfast with me. Layla was still asleep, and Jackson only came down when we were finished. I was already packed and showered when Asher came. Be safe. I'll tell you all about what my mother said, Jackson waved back. I grinned. We have a long drive, so you can sleep if you like, Asher suggested once we were on the road. Wouldn't you feel lonely? I don't any. You need the rest. I'll be fine, he assured me. I shrugged and snuggled against the door, before closing my eyes. 3 hours later. I opened my eyes. We were still in the car and the sun was a bit high now. Brunch was at 1 p.m. You're up. We are a few minutes outside the city. You can see the palace from here. Asher pointed to my side. I looked out and gasped. The palace was beautiful. I guessed it was on a high place, if we could see it from here. It's beautiful. Do you actually live in the palace? Not exactly, but I visit often and I have my own room, he replied. I saw another dark car drove past us. When we got to the palace, we were greeted by the staff. We didn't use the front entrance. Welcome, Princess Everleigh. Your room you'll be accessing was chosen by the Queen herself. One of the staff took my bag. Are my grandparents here? Asher asked. Sorry, Sir Asher. They are out for today, but left you in charge to oversee the brunch and make sure everyone has a great time, the butler answered. Of course, when my cousins decide to do a no-show, all the responsibilities fall back on me. Without a warning, he grumbled. Guest will be arriving soon, so you're to get ready. We'll take care of the princess, the butler stated. Brunch isn't until 1 p.m. He frowned. Well, some guests are already here. They were led to the sitting area and being entertained for the time being, the butler explained. Do I have to do a speech as well? Your father left this for you. He handed Asher a paper. Asher sighed. It is just brunch, not a gala. He left and go to the stairs with 2 men following him. Come with me, Your Highness. We have no time to lose. A maid led me up the stairs. Another maid followed. I wonder if I'll see Jamila. I hope it wouldn't be too crowded, so I wouldn't be able to see her. We entered an extravagant room. It was huge but not bigger than my room back home at the palace. I'll prepare the bath for you, one maid said. "And I'll take care of your wardrobe," the other one added. I went to take my bath a few minutes later. I've been living on my own for about 2 weeks, so I am quite independent. "You can wait outside my room. I'll call you to help zip up my dress when I am ready and do my hair," I said when I finished bathe. They left and I got dressed. It was 12 p.m. I had an hour until brunch, but they wanted us in the dining room before that to mingle and get to know each other. "You can come in now," I said loudly. They entered and one zipped up my dress, then took care of my towel and the clothes I came with while the other one started on my hair. "You have such unique eyes, Your Highness," she said. "Thank you." She put my hair up into a bun, with a few loose hairs falling at the side of my hair, then placed my occasional tiara on my head. I applied some lip gloss on my lips, and then slipped on my short heel shoe. I heard a knock on the door. "Are you ready, Eve?" Asher asked outside the door. "I'll be right there." I got up. The maid opened the door. Asher looked dashing with his peach color shirt, black pants and shoes, his honey blonde hairstyle. "You look beautiful, Eve." He kissed my hair and I blushed. "Let's go. I'm sure they are waiting on us," I said. He nodded and escorted me down the hallway. Then we turned left and walked down the hallway. How big was this place? "We'll be meeting everyone in the ballroom. Then we'll move outside, where the tables are set up for the brunch," he informed me. "Have you gone to see anyone?" "Yes, Megan and Chad are already here along with your cousin," he answered. "Who is Melez's escort?" I didn't see any ladies next to him, so he came alone, so she wasn't with him. He shrugged. We got to a double door and it opened, revealing the ballroom. There were at least 50 royalties here. I saw Megan and Chad talking to a younger version of Megan. "That's Megan's younger sister. She's a senior at Royal College. Her name is Amora," Asher explained. I nodded. "Everleigh," Megan waved. We approached them. Megan and Amora curtsied, while Chad bowed. "Ash, when do you think we'll eat?" "I'm hungry," Chad stated. "You'll have to wait, but appetizers are coming out now." Asher pointed to a door, where waiters were coming out with trays. "Is Jamila here yet?" I asked Megan. "Why are you asking?" "Was she invited? She's royalty." Sort of, I shrugged. "I see. Well, no, I haven't seen her, and don't even thinking of letting her sit anywhere near us," she stated. "That shouldn't be a problem. Each table can only hold 4 persons," Asher stated. "Good, so just the 4 of us." Megan nodded. We each took the plate with the bite-sized sandwiches with toothpicks on them. "I need another plate," Chad said. "Don't be greedy. Remember what you learn in manners classes." Megan glared at him. "But this is appetizers. You are meant to get another plate," he argued. "Whatever, but finish the main course." She waved him off. "I have a big appetite, so that shouldn't be a problem," he stated. "I love the dress, Princess Everleigh." A girl in her late teens curtsied. I curtsied back. "Thank you." She had a tiara on her head. She had the same icy blue eyes as Asher. "My name is Winter, Princess of Woodfex," she introduced herself. "Nice to meet. You're Ash." "Asher's cousin. Sorry I'm late, big cousin. I can take over the speech if you like," she offered. "It's okay, Winter. It is not your responsibility. The task was given to me. It wouldn't be fair to you. Where are your brothers?" "They're to be there." They decided they were too old for brunches, since most people here were younger than them. She shrugged. "Are they in the palace?" "No, they left this morning. Dad doesn't know they left," she answered. "Who's in line for the throne?" I frowned. I thought only persons who are going to be king, a queen in the near future were invited only. "My father, and since I am a direct heir, like my brothers, I have a right to be here," she explained. "So after you, then the throne goes to Asher's father," Megan stated. Winter nodded. "I have a while to wait. I have an older brother who doesn't live with us, and has his own family now. 3 kids. Asher explained. You're way down the line for the throne. Luckily I am third in line after my mother and sister, Megan said. Well, 3 girls. I laughed. Actually I had a twin brother, but It's okay, you don't have to explain. I held her hand. Let's go, Amora, and leave these adults to talk, Winter told Amora. I was guessing they were friends. It's so good to see you, Winter. They left and joined a group of teenagers. Megan, Chad, and I sat down by a table. Miles did had an escort, a pretty red-haired woman. She was a daughter of a duchess. I haven't seen Jamila since I came. Maybe she couldn't make it. Asher had to make his speech before we ate our meals. Chad been complaining about his hunger. Winter was so pretty. I wondered if she knew the twins and Dylan, seeing that she just graduated Royal College a few months back. Your speech wasn't bad. I'm impressed, Megan commented when Asher sat down. I hate public speaking, but I improved over the years, he stated. You sure did. When this guy came into university, his first public speaking event was a mess. He stuttered a lot, Megan informed me. She doesn't need to know my life story, Megan. Asher glared at her. Whatever. The food was brought out, and we began to eat as light music played. Are we required to dance after? I asked. I hope not. I didn't come prepared to do that, Chad said. Me too. Don't worry, dancing is last after dessert. We'll be entertained by the Kingdom's theater show, Asher explained. I loved theater show. That should be good. Anything but puppets, Megan scoffed. They were entertained by puppets when Asher and I arrived earlier. I love puppets, Chad pouted. It's a good thing I am not dating you anymore, she stated. He looked hurt. I guessed he still missed her. After having dessert, which was chocolate chip cookies and a small cup of ice cream, we were led back into the palace, and to a theater room. Hello, cousin, Miles smiled. He was sitting behind me, his escort next to him. Hey Miles, I see you have an escort, I stated. My name is Victoria, she introduced herself. Everleigh. Yes, Miles told me about you, she nodded. This is Asher, I said, placing my hand on his shoulder. The Duke's son. Of 𝑳𝑰𝑺𝑻𝑬𝑵. I nodded. Nice to meet you, Victoria smiled. Likewise, how far are you from the throne? Not far, but I have no interest in taking over the throne, since I'll die before that happens, she shrugged. I have a few cousins in front of me, and some are older than me. I was the 3rd heir to the throne, before Everleigh was born, and now I am pushed back to 5th in line, Miles scoffed. The throne deserves a male heir for once. This will be a 3rd generation of a female ascending to the throne. Take that up with Grandma or the council. I am in no position to change any law that has been around for centuries, I said. I was born first, that is even a more reason why I should be future ruler, he argued. Out of my hands, the show is about to start. I turned my attention to the front for the show. After the show we returned to the ballroom, and music began to play, as people started to dance. I took a seat. Today was fun, but I am not dancing, Megan stated. Me neither. I guess Jamila is a no-show, she pointed out. I wondered what happened. Why didn't she come? I wonder what happened. She shrugged. Could care less. Do you want to do some looking around of the palace? I looked over to where Asher was occupied talking to a few guys. Let's go. I stood up. We left the ballroom and walked down the corridor. Do you even know where we're going? I asked. No club, but I heard they have an indoor pool, she shrugged. I doubt it'll be on this side of the palace, I stated. You're right, we'll cross the garden to get to another section, she pointed outside through the huge windows. What do you know about vampires? I asked Megan when we got outside to the garden. Vampires. I thought they disappeared ages ago, she frowned. I thought so too until I encountered one 2 weeks ago. I shrugged. I don't know much, but there was a rumor that they could walk in the sun, and nothing will happen. I guess as the years go by they start figuring out a way to be immune to the sun." She shrugged. "Interesting." We entered the palace. It was quiet down both hallways. "Which way to go?" "I take left, you take right," I suggested. "We'll meet back here in about 30 minutes. She went down the hallway. I walked down the opposite direction, then up the stairs, onto the next floor. It was so quiet that it was my own breathing and footsteps I heard. Was this abandoned part of the palace? Should I turn back? I came to the end of the hallway. There were stairs descending and door to my left side. What to do? Curiosity got the best of me, and I went down the staircase. There wasn't much light as I got down lower. Maybe this was a mistake. I felt a cold wind past and I shivered. That was weird. When I got to the ground, the pathway had torches lit on both sides of the wall. Was this where the dungeons were? As I walked in further, I heard noises up ahead. "Who is your leader? Where is he or she is?" I heard someone asked. There was silence. "You don't want to talk, fine." I heard a groan. Was he hitting the person? I come to a corner. I hide behind the wall and peeked. In the center of the cell was a person bounded to chains as a guard held him up, while another kept punching. "Answer me," he demanded. The prisoner laughed. "We aren't alone." I stayed against the wall as my heart rate sped up. "Stop talking nonsense. Who is your leader? Why were you sent here?" I peeked again. This time the prisoner raised his head and looked directly at me. We locked eyes and I held my breath. My fearful violet eyes stared at the man whose eyes were bloodshot. Was he a vampire? I looked away. "He has been here for almost a month, and nothing can crack him. I think it's time to kill him," the one holding him suggested. "Let's wait for the king to return first. I'll be the first one to drive a wood stake through his heart." The first one laughed. "Wooden stake?" He was a vampire. I got to get out of here. I felt someone covered my mouth, preventing me from screaming. They dragged me away from the dungeon. I felt something prick me and I blacked out. I woke up and looked around. This wasn't my room. Where am I? "Eve, you're okay." Asher came into the room. "What happened? Where am I?" I asked. "You're safe. You're in one of the palace's room. Someone was trying to kidnap you, but they didn't get far," he explained. "I'm sorry I wandered off." "You don't have to apologize. I should be doing that. You were my responsibility," he sighs. "I guess my mother probably know by now." "Yes, and let's just say you aren't going to visit 𝑳𝑰𝑺𝑻𝑬𝑵 for a while." Everyone left. "What time is it?" 6 p.m. "We're staying the night. Winter is happy for some female company," he informed me. "Where is she?" "In her room. Are you hungry?" "I can have someone bring you food," he offered. I nodded. Luckily I packed extra clothing. I can sleep in my dress tonight and change into my extra clothes in the morning. "I'll brought some clothes you can wear for the night. I know you have extra for in the morning," Asher stated. "Thanks, but I'll like to eat first then soak in a warm bubble bath," I said. "Warm bubble bath coming right up." He left the room. I know Jackson will be angry since he was expecting me back today. Plus he'll be angry. I was almost kidnapped, and his first day off something happened to me. I know for sure. After this he will go wherever I went if I have an escort or not. Maybe if he was here, he would have prevent things from happening to me. Asher returned with my food and I ate it. "Winter will be over in about an hour or so. Bubble bath is being prepared as we speak," he informed me. I went to the bathroom and into the bubble bath. This is much better. After I finished, I put on the clothes Asher brought for me, then I returned to the room. "The person who tried to kidnap me, where are they?" I asked. "Dungeons. He'll be transferred to your kingdom when we leave," he explained. "I see. What do we do now?" "Well, my grandparents will love to meet you," he said. "Don't I have to dress up to meet them?" I looked down at my attire. It's fine, no one else is in the throne and it's unofficial. He shrugged. Do we go now? He nodded and we left the room. He led me to the throne room, where the king and queen of Woodfix were seated on their throne. Grandma and Grandpa, Princess Everleigh of Gale, Asher introduced me. Your Majesties, I curtsied. It's so good to meet you, Everleigh. We were at your coronation, the queen said. Nice to meet you as well. I will like to apologize personally. This kingdom was given the job to protect you, and we didn't fulfill it. Your mother is outraged by it. Forgive me, the king said. I forgive you. Although there wasn't anything to forgive, it was my curiosity that got me into trouble as usual. Asher will give you a proper tour of the palace now. I hope your stay for the night will be comfortable, the queen stated. I nodded and we left the throne room. Winter came down the stairs. Hey, do you want to watch a movie? She asked me. After, I'm giving her a tour first, Asher informed her. Can I tag along? I am bored, she asked. Sure. Time to go, Eve, Asher said, as I hugged Winter goodbye. Hope to see you in the near future, I told Winter. You will, she smiled. If you stick around, Asher. I left. Bye. I got into the car, and we drove through the gates and down the hill. I missed my friends. It was an eventful weekend. Tomorrow I will ask Jamila why she didn't attend. Did you enjoy the brunch beside the whole incident thing? Asher asked me. I nodded. I am sure I'll be all over the news with the whole kidnapping thing. I sighed. Actually no one knows about it beside me, Winter and your mother. When you disappeared I informed my security immediately, then told everyone you was tired and went back to the guest room, he explained. What about Miles? Didn't he think something was up? No, he was busy with his escort, and Megan just brushed it off, although she wanted to go down the hallway you disappeared to. How did the person get into the palace undetected, and even knew I was down there? Someone could have hired him while he easily slipped in with the other guests. He shrugged. He isn't talking. Hopefully your mother has better luck with him than us. That person has been in the palace before to know how to get in under the security's noise, since each entrance had a guard, except the one Megan and I went to, I stated. Because the guards usually are downstairs in the dungeons, they don't be outside so much, he said. That person is familiar with the palace to get in and out, and he almost succeed. I'm happy you realize I was gone quickly. Who knows where I would have been now? Yeah, he nodded. When we parked in front of the door to my house, Jackson and Layla were waiting on me. Finally, why didn't you come home yesterday? Jackson demanded. Were you hurt? Why did your mother told me to keep a more watchful eye on you from now on? What did you do, Asher? One question at a time. I am not hurt and I spent the night at the palace. I was tired, I answered. He frowned. I didn't do anything, Asher said. Don't lie to me. Your mother told me you were almost kidnapped. What the heck, Eve? He exclaimed, and Layla gasped. You were almost kidnapped. Almost. Asher alerted the security at the right time. That wouldn't have happened in the first place if he was at your side the entire time. Jackson glared at Asher. From now whatever function you two are invited to I am coming. It's my priority to keep Eve safe. Bye, see you tomorrow, I told Asher. The maid took my bag inside. Yeah, bye. He left. What were you doing to get kidnapped in the first place? Jackson asked as we entered the house. Megan and I went exploring the palace, then separated. I ended up where the dungeons were and two guards were trying to get answer from someone. A vampire, I whispered. Are you sure? I nodded. I saw his eyes. It was bloodshot and they talked about killing him with a wooden stake to his heart. I see, but why does Woodfix have a vampire prisoner? There wasn't any report that they had any attack. He frowned. I don't think Asher even knows about it. I shrugged. Let's keep it that way for now, he suggested, and I nodded. So how was your day without me? I grinned. Did anything with Layla? No, she had to work and last night she was with James. He asked her to be his girlfriend. He sighed. Oh. I expected it though. They've been going out for the past week and a half. I'm okay once she is happy, he assured me. Plus I have a duty to do. Your security detail has upgraded now. I see. And I'll be in all of your classes. I am not participating but just to keep an eye, he added. Did you get to talk to your mother? Yes, she told me your father was kind and loved your mother very much. When they first met it was in the town, and she demanded he carried all her dresses. It was for a ball. He laughed. She has no information about his family, or where they lived. He shook his head. He was quiet about that and your mother didn't prey on it neither. All she knew was that your grandmother seemed familiar with his family, he explained. Maybe the book Grandma gave me can help, but I doubt it had anything on vampires. I need to read the history book a bit faster, if I want information on the pendant, and my color eyes. Next day. Tomorrow was my Latin quiz. I did study yesterday afternoon with the help of Jackson. Layla went to work. Mom called me last night, and we talked a bit. She told me that this Friday, I'll be coming home, for the weekend, after the soccer game with Jackson. Jackson will be accompanying me to my classes today, so his morning will not be free anymore. Get up, Eve, you don't want to be late. Layla woke up me. What? I am leaving for work now, she said and left my room. Today, after cheer practice, I'll be continuing reading the history book on vampires, although I have to read other stuff for my royal history class. We have a test on week 4, well was next week, but since I knew the book I wouldn't have much to study on about it. I got off my bed, no use trying to go back to sleep now. I walked out into my balcony, no one was in the pool. I will take a swim later, when I get back before I read, Jackson said. He will start some more digging into vampires, and get as much information about the vampire prisoner that was now at home in Gale. I need to know who my father was and if he turns out to be a vampire, I'll be one too. That secret has to be kept for as long as possible. They wouldn't hesitate to kill me, princess, or not. For now, I will focus on enjoying my freedom of college life. Maybe convince Jackson for us to go into the city and eat in restaurants. He wouldn't let Asher be alone with me for too long anymore. After I got ready for class and ate breakfast, Jackson and I went to campus. When we got there he watched the entire area with sharp eyes. No one will try to kidnap me with this much people around and in daylight, I chuckled. Yet they did it at the palace, and would have gotten away with it too, if it wasn't for Asher. He whispered. I'm fine. I stopped him and held his hand. Nothing is going to happen to me. We are safe. I'll still be on guard, he stated. I sighed. He wasn't listening. We met up with Asher at our usual spot, the main building. How are you feeling, Eve? Asher asked. She's fine, no thanks to you, Jackson glared at him, stepping between us. Asher sighed. I'll see you in class. He walked ahead of us. Jax, I looked at Jackson. What? I shook my head. We entered the room and I took my seat in the usual row with Megan, and Chad above me. Hey, what you're doing here? Chad frowned at Jackson. Queen's orders. He sat down. Well, prepare to be bored since you have no idea what we are doing here, Megan stated. Actually, I kind of do know. I've been with Eve as her best friend for years, so I was there when she read the history books, he boasted. I'm sure you don't know the new one we're using, she stated. No, but I'm willing to know. I caught up to Jamila before she went to the cafeteria. Hey, how come you didn't attend the brunch? I asked. Jackson was walking in front of us. She was alone. Something came up. I couldn't attend, she replied. That's too bad. I was looking forward to seeing you there. Maybe next time. She nodded. See you at practice later. I entered the cafeteria and went to the royalty side where my friends were already Jackson beside me. I took my seat, while he went to get my lunch. Surprisingly, James and Layla were here as well. "Hey Eve, what are you doing tomorrow after class?" Megan asked. "I don't have any cheer practice, but Jackson has soccer practice, and I couldn't go anywhere without him. I'll be waiting on Jackson, since he has soccer practice. We have the same ride," I replied. "Layla and I are going shopping. It wouldn't be for long, and Asher will be there with our security to protect us," she assured me. I looked at Jackson, who arrived. He looked down at me. "Sorry, but the Queen gave strict orders I am to be with her anywhere she goes," he said. "What exactly happened Saturday afternoon?" She frowned. "I told you she was tired," Asher sighed. "Something doesn't add up. After Saturday, all of a sudden Jackson has to be with her wherever she goes. My mother wanted to upgrade things that includes Jackson being my personal service at all-time bodyguard," I explained. "It is a full-time job after all. If you want her to go shopping with you, then reschedule the date," Jackson added. "I really need to shop tomorrow," Megan said. "Well, I'll sit this one out too. James is on the soccer team, and I will wait with Eve," Layla stated. "Sweet yourself," she shrugged. "Are you ready for your quiz tomorrow, Eve?" Layla asked me. "I guess so. I studied a bit yesterday for it," I nodded. "Oh right, Latin," Megan nodded. "I am so ready for it." "Good luck. I have an essay to write for a class that is due Thursday," Layla sighed. "Me too, darling," James kissed her forehead. "You guys are so cute," Megan cooed. "Oh yes, essays. We don't have that for history until midterm, which is of our grade," Asher explained. He was right. I went through the syllabus, and there was a quiz that is worth than the big essay, which held half of our grade for the course. "Go Jackson!" I cheered from the stands, Layla next to me. We finished cheer practice a few minutes ago, and I decided to check out the guys' practice. The team was broke into two. Jackson was captain of one side, while Chad was the captain of the other side. Jackson was playing bareback, and right now he had the ball. No one had scored yet, and practice was about to be over in about 10 minutes, if so much. Jackson passed the ball to his teammate, who carried it down the field towards the goalpost. He passed it to another member, whose shot was blocked by James. "Go baby!" Layla cheered. He waved and sent her a kiss, so romantic. A few minutes later, "Goal!" I yelled as Jackson's team scored a goal, ending the game. The coach talked to them about 5 minutes before dismissing them. Layla and I waited by the main building for the guys to arrive. They arrived. "Bye, darling," James kissed Layla and left. She was going straight home today. James didn't live on campus, hence why he had a car. We got into our ride and headed home. "Do you want me to quiz you, Eve?" Jackson offered. "I am ready. I just want to relax," I stated. "Unlike you, I have tons of work to do, plus working a part-time job isn't helping the situation," Layla sighed. "You should take a break," Jackson suggested. "Unless you are willing to do my school work for me, then I can't," she stated. "I am grateful I don't have to stay in those crappy dorm anymore. 2 years were enough." When we arrived home, Layla went to her room immediately. She said she hasn't started the 5-page essay yet. "Do you want to go to the pool?" Jackson asked. "Maybe in a while. Let me just settle in my room for a while." "Okay," he nodded. I went to my room and changed into my swimwear, then went to Jackson's room, who was on the balcony. "Ready?" He turned to me. "For what?" "To jump." He grinned. "What?" "You got to get over your fear of heights. Take my hand." He stretched out his hand. I took it hesitantly. He helped me up onto the thick banister. After he climbed up. 1, 2, 3. We jumped off the banister, then hit the water a few seconds after. I swam up to surface. "That was fun," I grinned. "You can trust me," Jackson smiled. I splashed water at him. We laughed and swam around in the water for a while before Layla joined us. She said she was taking a break from writing her essay. The maid brought out some light snacks for us to eat since dinner wasn't for an entire hour. After another half-hour in the pool, we got out and went to our rooms. I will read the chapter of the history book before going to dinner. 30 minutes later. We should make dinner soon, Jackson suggested as we sat down by the dining table soon. Layla was living in the dorm, so I am sure she knows how to cook. Yeah, cook to survive, but it's a good idea, she agreed. Okay, we'll do it Wednesday night. I nodded. Can you make that Thursday instead? Layla asked. Fine, how about tomorrow then? I suggested. She nodded. We'll get the ingredients after my soccer practice, Jackson stated. Oh, we can get it. Your soccer practice is an hour and a half, Layla, and I can go right after class, I pointed out. We'll make a list later of what we want. Just follow my directions and you'll be fine, Eve, Layla assured me. Should I invite Asher? I knew Jackson wasn't a fan of him right now, but to break the awkwardness between Layla and Jackson, we need an extra person. Can we invite Asher? I asked. Why? We are fine on our own, Jackson frowned. I think having another pair of hands will be good, plus Eve seems to like having him around. Layla came to my aid. Jack Sox muttered. Fine. I'll call him later in case. He already had plans. I was reading the history book in the library when Layla entered. I put down the book and rested my elbow on it. Hey, I smiled. Hey, I just came for a book to help me with my essay. I am stuck on page. She sighed. Did Jackson make the list yet? We didn't agree on what we are making, she shrugged. Something simple, but I'm sure the kitchen has what we want, I said. I think he wants us to do this independently, so no help, and that includes the kitchen ingredients, she explained. I see. What you doing? You know, reading, I shrugged. Good luck on your quiz tomorrow. Thanks. She got her book and left the library. I continued reading. I stopped on a page a few minutes later, when I reached mid-chapter. It was about the violet eyes. How it came into existence was that one of leaders of the ancient clan fell ill and was going to die, which was rare since vampires can't die unless they were attacked with a wooden stake. The clan found a witch, and in order for the leader to live, his descendants will get violet color eyes, so when vampires saw them, they will be afraid, because that was one of the most oldest and stronger clan who rule over the vampires. Interesting, so technically the clan was rulers. Does that mean my father was the current rules? He was truly a vampire. Should I tell Jackson about what I found? How can I find my father now if I knew what he is? Maybe I should let a vampire abduct me and carry me to him. I sighed and went to Jackson's room. I know who my father is, I informed him. Who? A vampire ruler, or something so, I shrugged. No location where he lives. I shook my head. It is confirmed he is a vampire, I stated. Well, the vampires have to be close by in Gale, if they were attacking the town. He frowned. You're right. When we go home on Friday, we'll have a look around. I nodded. Your mother will want you in the palace at all times, so it will be harder to get out, he informed me. Can you do it? I have to be with you, so I can't go far. We'll think of something for now. I will read up on the pendant. Are you ready for the quiz? Megan asked me. She was walking beside me with Jackson on my other side. I nodded. I did a little studying this morning, before I left home. I just want to get this over with, she said. I know Jackson is going to ace this quiz. You know it, he nodded. We entered the room and took out seats. We had to sit far apart so no one will cheat. All books away and take out writing utensils, the lecturer stated, and started hanging out the paper. I got out my pencil. You have 30 minutes, begin, she said. I looked down at the paper. I frowned. When did we do this sentence? I glanced over to where Jackson was. He was busy writing. I shifted my attention to Megan, who was writing as well. Someone sighed above me. Concentrate, Eve. It's just 15 phrases. You got this. 2 hours later. Well done, everyone, especially you, Jackson. The lecturer handed us back the paper after class has ended. My first real test. Good job, Your Highness, she whispered and handed me my paper. I turned it over, and I sneaked a glance at Jackson, and saw a perfect score on his own. At least I passed, I heard Megan said. What did you get? I asked. B+, but this is nothing. What you need to focus on is midterm examinations and final examination, she said. This was just a warm-up. I guessed I know what course I have to pay more attention to. Asher agreed to come over later to help us with dinner. He even offered to take Layla and I to get the ingredients. See you all on Thursday. Don't forget to learn some phrases I gave you today, the lecturer reminded us. We all left since we were used to having lunch at 12 and I wasn't hungry. Megan and Layla left us, Layla to finish her essay, and Megan to whatever she did. Do you want to check out the campus park? We haven't been there yet, I suggested to Jackson. He nodded. We were here for 3 weeks, and this was our first time going to the campus park. Are you excited for your first game? I asked when we took a seat in the park. Yes, I am looking forward to it, he nodded. Chad said I made the cut and deserved to play in the first game. The new players are bench. Yeah, I was lucky enough to get to play, he nodded. You must have mad skills if that happened, I laughed. Yeah. He nudged me. We watched as people walked past us talking, who was on the grass reading a book, listening music or doing some sort of class work. I saw the sky started to turn dark with clouds. The rain was about to fall. Let's go inside before you get sick, Jackson suggested, and we stood up. People were starting to pack up their things as well. I heard the thunder rolled. Was there a storm coming? We entered the building and went to the cafeteria, just as the rain poured down heavily. Looks like no evening practice, Chad stated when we sat down by the table. Yeah, I can go home early, Jackson said. We'll have to wait until what coach says. Last time we had practice although the rain, James said. I get sick easily, Jackson said. Pray we don't have to do practice in the rain. This is a new shirt, and I would hate for it to get dirty and muddy, Chad sighed. Megan and Asher arrived and we all got our lunches. I saw Jamila this morning when I arrived, but after that haven't seen her since. She wasn't at her usual table with her friends. Annabelle was there. Earth to Eve, we get our uniform tomorrow. Layla snapped her fingers in front of my face. Our uniforms were delayed for a while. I nodded. I couldn't wait to see how it'll look on me. See you girls later, Jackson said. They had practice. The rain stopped fall about 2 hours ago, and the sun came out. I'll take care of them, Asher promised. I am only doing this because I have practice. I am risking my life right now, he said. 45 minutes, no longer, he said. Make it 50, I inputted. Fine, an hour tops. We left the building. We were using Asher's chauffeur, since he offered to come with us. He opened the door for Layla, and I to get in, then he came in. To the city, please, he ordered. Do you have the list? I asked Layla since she was the one responsible for it. She looked through her bag. I think I might have left it at home. Oh boy. Change, of course, to the princess house. There's no need. I wrote down the list. I took out the paper from my bag. You're a lifesaver, Eve. Layla hugged me. That's what friends are for. When we got to the city, Asher took us to a place that sold cooking items and snacks. He called it a grocery store. We spent about half an hour in the store, because Asher and Layla couldn't agree on an item for the sauce. They both knew how to make the dish, but have different opinion on what they put in it. In the end, I ended up choosing for them with the help of a worker. She recommended the item both Asher and Layla didn't use. Do you want to go back to campus, or should I drop you off at home? Asher asked. Campus, Jackson is expecting us, plus you still have to get ready, I answered. All right, he nodded. By the way, how the reading is going on, you know what? Good, I smiled. Any leads? Not really, dead end right now, I sighed. Do you need help? It's okay, I got it covered. I turned down his offer. Layla gave me a look. Okay. When we returned to the campus, the drivers helped us transfer all our bags to my car trunk. I'll see you guys in about an hour and a half. Bye. Asher left. Let's go see what the guys are doing now, I suggested. The rain looks like it is rolling in again. Layla watched up at the sky. I am not seeing anything. I looked up and felt something wet hit my face. Rain. The driver immediately opened an umbrella and placed it over Layla and I. On second thoughts, let's wait in the car, I said. We got into the back seat and the rain came down. We waited 20 minutes before we saw Jackson running to the car with his bag over his head. He opened the front seat and got in. Hey, did you get everything? He turned his head to us. Yeah, I nodded. Good. The driver drove off campus and into the road. All right, Eve, you'll peel and dice the potato just like I showed you, Jackson said, as he passed me the bowl with some potatoes in it with a small knife. I sat down by the kitchen counter. Asher was in charge of meat, and whatever else we were eating. Jackson was on cutting up vegetables duty, and Layla was on the sauce and potato. We each had on an apron. After I finished my part, I was excused, although it was my idea, but they didn't want me hurting myself, or pushing me too hard to do any work, since that wasn't job my to do. I went to my room and finished my reading for my spare time. I know Mr. John was happy he got a break from making dinner this evening. He was in the staff's quarter, where all the staff stayed, those who don't have a place of their own. The staff quarter was the level below the first level. Think of it as a basement instead. I haven't got to the part of the pendant. The next few chapters after the violet eyes talked about war and what happened. I sighed as I put down the book. I got out the pendant, reading the quote over again. This crystal was so unique. I looked a bit closer. In the midst of the crystal, looked like it had a castle in it. Eve, the potatoes are going into the pot. Do you want to put it in? Layla knocked on the door. Be right there. I put back the pendant where it belonged, then left the room. I returned to the kitchen and put the diced potato into the boiling water. You can start grating this. Jackson handed me a bowl with the grater and the cheese. I'll leave it. Half, Asher said. He was turned over the meat in the shallow pan. I sat down by the counter and grated the cheese. Cooking wasn't bad. 45 minutes later. Let's dig in. This smells delicious. Layla rubbed her hands together. Of course, I made it, Asher laughed. We all made it. I made the sauce, which tastes good, by the way. She stuck out her tongue at him. You shouldn't be doing that to royalty, he said in a serious voice. She turned pale. Sorry, she stammered. It's okay. I'll let this pass, he said. We began to eat the delicious dish. I said as I chewed the potato that was mixed with cheese. Yes, indeed. This chicken is amazing. Jackson talked with food in his mouth. Layla scoffed. Your sauce is amazing, Layla. I complimented her. Thank you. I worked hard and put in a lot of effort, she stated. We all left. I have to leave right after. I got some things to do, Asher informed us. I'll see you out, I offered. When he finished ate and had dessert, which was cake we brought from the grocery, the maid took our plates to the kitchen, and I accompanied Asher to the car. See you tomorrow, Princess. He bowed and kissed my hand. Maybe when you get back I can take you out, just the two of us, he suggested. Dinner. He nodded. Okay, I nodded. Think of it as a payment for tonight. He got into the car and it drove off the property. I returned inside. Good night, I have this essay to finish. Layla went upstairs. When last have you watched the stars? Jackson asked me. A long time. I shrugged. Get your jacket and meet me outside in the back, he said. The maid brought me my jacket and I met Jackson out in the back by the pool. I told Mr. John to take off the back lights, Jackson, and I sat down on the chair and looked up at the clear sky. I miss this. Me too, especially the hill with the tree back in Gale. You get great view from there, he agreed. We can do it Friday night, I suggested. Sleeping under the stairs. I nodded. We'll have to ask your mother, she's ver. I know, I sighed. I'll try to convince her. Okay, he chuckled. Thanks for helping me, especially with the whole vampire thing. It's no problem, Eve. I'll always be here for you, he assured me. Good, because I can't do this without you, I said. You wouldn't have to. I saw a shooting star. Did you see that? Jackson looked at me. I sure did. Let's make a wish. I closed my eyes. I wish I can get answers to find my father soon. I opened my eyes and looked over at Jackson, who was watching me. What? I blushed. Nothing, just your eyes stand out in the dark, he smiled. It glows a little. Glows. I frowned. Yes, like if you're hiding in the dark, your eyes will give you away for sure. I laughed. 𝑳𝑰𝑺𝑻𝑬𝑵 POV. Dad, I don't know how long I can keep this up for. I sighed. I was at home for the evening, since we didn't have practice. What's wrong? Dad asked. Mom was in the kitchen. I went to my dad's study. Pretending to be friends with Everleigh. She already has friends, I said. You're her sister. I want you to get along before she meets me. Why couldn't I attend the brunch? Everleigh was expecting me. I crossed. You know why, Jamila. It was for your protection. From what exactly? You don't tell me anything, I snapped. I want to keep it that way. Are you spending the night? Dinner, then I am going back to campus. I got work to do. How about you help Everleigh on her quest to find me? It'll be a lot easier and also faster, he suggested. She doesn't know I know that she is trying to find you. I will look suspicious, I shrugged. Then, make it seem like you have no idea then. How hard can it be? You're not going to let this go, are you? I sighed. Not one bit. Have you told Grandpa yet? He shook his head. I want Everleigh to find me first, then I will talk to him. If I tell him now, he send people to go for her and bring her to me. That will cause chaos and a target on our backs. Yeah, our extinction, I nodded. I wouldn't say anything. Promise me you will help your sister. Half-sister, and I'll try my best. I will leave her clubs, but I wouldn't be actively involved. Fair enough, he shrugged. Dinner will be ready soon. Come help me, Jamila, Mom called. Duty calls, my little sunlight, Dad said. 𝑳𝑰𝑺𝑻𝑬𝑵 POV. Friday. Today was the first game of soccer. My new uniform was in my locker in the women locker room. After the game, Jax and I were heading back to Gale, while Layla stayed since she had to work and study for her classes. Are you packed for later? Jackson asked me as we were having breakfast. There wasn't much, all of my dresses are back home. I just pack a few casual. I shrugged. Your mother informed that Miles will be staying for the weekend as well, he informed me. Why are you telling me this now? Queen's order. She knew you wouldn't come if you knew Miles was coming, he explained. Is his mother coming? He shook his head. Just him alone. Maybe he can help us sneak out, I suggested. He will name his price. He will nor do it out of his free will, Jackson pointed out. He was right. Miles does thing to benefit from it. He don't do volunteer work. No, Miles. What are you guys planning? Layla entered. Nothing, just security details, I answered. Whatever. Your coziness made me nauseous. I'll have my breakfast at work." She left. We laughed. After we ate, we left for class. "First game is later. You better win," Asher said to Jackson when we arrived. "We will, don't worry." James joined us with Layla. "Good. I am looking forward to it." He nodded. "I'm off to my class." I left with Jackson. I only knew Jackson in this class, and I am happy he can finally join me. It's been so lonely for the first 2 weeks. Today we will continue from last class, what they talk about in official meeting with kings and queens. The professor said, "This class was about what to expect when I become queen and how to address situations. When I become queen, an official advisor will be assigned to me." "Interesting. Maybe I should study to become a royal advisor," Jackson smirked. "You already have a job. When my mom doesn't feel skeptical anymore, I hope you can return to your original classes." Actually, she sent a letter to the office. "I don't have to attend classes, since I have to be with you in all of yours," he explained. "Oh, okay then." I focused on class and took notes. "Game starts at p.m. We have to be in the locker room by," Megan informed me. "I'm excited," Layla smiled. "Don't forget the moves. Jamila will kick you off the team immediately." "I saw it happen before," Megan advised. "Yikes." "Yeah, she hates being embarrassed." I looked over at the other side of the cafeteria and saw Jamila talking to Annabella. "Hey Eve, you're going home right after the game, or you're sticking around a bit?" Megan asked. "I'm leaving right after. It'll be after 6 when we are finished, and I got a flight to catch," I replied. "I see. Well, see you on Monday." "Layla, you're staying over at my place for the weekend, right?" James looked at her and she nodded. "Everyone has plans for their weekend except me," Chad sighed. "We can check out a sorority party," Megan suggested. "You and Asher?" "No, I am heading to the palace and spend the weekend with my cousins." "It'll be just us, buddy." Megan tapped Chad's shoulder. He blushed a little. He was still in love with Megan. We ate our lunches then chat, before everyone left for their classes or study hall. I had no class, so Jackson and I went to the library. "Have you found anything else about the pendant?" he asked. "I think the book said it can also be a map." I shrugged. "A map to what?" "I don't know. I just started reading about it." "You'll get the answers soon, but for now let's do some Latin work, since you have a hard time with it," he suggested. "I'll read on my way back home," I said. "Wouldn't you want to sleep? It's a long flight." "I'll sleep after, but I want to spend some time on this chapter about the pendant," I stated. "If you say so." "All right, ladies, since we all are here, get dressed," the coach said. It was 4 p.m. Other members had to do some things, so they came a bit later. "We got 30 minutes to get ready and half-time. We will do our performance, but for now we will cheer on the sidelines." After getting ready, I sat down and wait for everyone else to finish get ready. Megan put my hair into a ponytail for me. The uniform was a shirt and t-shirt of the school color with white shoes. We got to be on the field in 5 minutes to cheer the guys on as they run out. Jamila said, "We got the pom-pom," and left the locker room. I walked into the field. It felt so different than being in the stands, and the stands were filled with people from other universities. I can tell by the different color. "Go Rails, go!" Jamila cheered as the guys ran out with their mascot, a big-sized-looking person with a crown to represent royalty. We cheered and I did a backflip. "Well, go baby!" Layla yelled. Jackson looked a bit nervous. Well, he was getting to play the first game, while the other new members were placed on the bench. I saw Asher in the stands. He waved and I waved back. I even spotted Winter and Amora as well. I guess they came to see the game. I focused my attention to the guys as they lined up. Chad and the captain of the next team met in the middle of the field and did the coin flip. We won. "All right, girls, sit down for now," Coach said, and we took our seat. as the guys get into position on the field. This was going to be epic. 20 minutes later, we cheered as our team scored their first goal. Thanks for Jackson. The crowd went wild. Nice, James high-fived him. He is good, Jamila said. He should have joined the university long time. He would have if I was allowed to take in-class lectures. I was still surprised Mom even allowed me to come here. Here, Layla handed me a bottle of water. The sun was out and this t-shirt wasn't doing me any favor neither. Well, we won. I cheered as the game ended. We had 2 scores while the other team had 1. They were tough, but the guys were lucky to score another goal in the last 5 minutes of the game. Congrats, Layla kissed James, and I hugged Jackson. Good job, Jax. Thanks for convincing me to join. I'll see you in 15. I got to shower so we can go, he said. I nodded and he left. Asher, Winter, and Amora came to us. That game was good. I am happy I came, Winter said. She was in a dress. Your Highness. Chad, James, and Asher bowed, while we ladies curtsied. I will see you for the next game. My car is waiting on me. Amora, let's go. Winter left with Amora. Layla, do you have to home for any clothes, if you'll be staying with James? I turned to Layla. James will carry me to go get it, don't worry. I went to the main building and wait on Jackson. Asher stayed with me until he came. Bye, have a good weekend, and don't forget what I said. He bowed. I curtsied then went to the car with Jackson, who opened the door. Next stop Gale Palace, he announced. This was the first time in about 4 weeks I was going back home. When we boarded the plane and took our seats, I got out the book immediately and Jackson just shook his head. I need to do this, okay? I know Mom will want all my morning time tomorrow so I wouldn't have time to read, I explained. Tell me if you find anything. He looked out the window. The pilot said we were taking off, so take off all devices. After 2 hours in the air, I finally shut the book. Jackson was asleep, and outside was dark. Maybe I should try taking a nap as well. There was nothing else to do. I got comfortable and closed my eyes. Eve, wake up. We just land. Jackson shook me awake. We're here. He nodded. The time is PM. There is a car waiting on us to take us to the palace. I get up and stretched, then the plane was opened. The air hostess guided me to the stairs. Have a good weekend, Your Highness. She curtsied. I walked down the stairs and got into the awaiting car. Jackson came a minute later. He looked a bit sleepy. I watched outside as we drove. My eyes closed, but I couldn't fall asleep just yet, so I opened my eyes wide. When we got to the palace, I was escorted to my room. I would see my mother and stepfather in the morning. Jackson went to see his mother and retreat to his quarter for the night. What a long day. I took a quick warm bath, then got ready for bed. It was past 12 a.m. when I got under the blanket. I woke up in the middle of the night. I glanced at the clock am. I groaned. I couldn't sleep. I looked around the dark room. The only light there was coming from outside. I got off my bed and walked towards the glass door and opened it, stepping out into the balcony as the cool wind hit my face. I saw guards at their post by the gates. The gates were closed. I saw something on the high wall of the palace, above the gates. I frowned. Was that a shadow? I saw it moved and went to the west side on the roofs, then disappeared. What was that? I closed the doors and got my jacket, then left my room. The hallway was quiet. No guards. I went down the hallway to the stairs, then up the stairs to the west wing. Miles was coming today. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew for sure that was a person, and I will find out what they were up to. Was the person who tried to kidnap me here still? Was that shadow going to try and free him? There were some old dungeons on the west wing, but I never discovered it. I think it was behind a secret wall, only my mother knew about. I wandered the hallway for about 15 minutes, completely clueless what I was looking for until suddenly I heard a noise just up ahead around the corner. I tiptoed and peeked. There was someone in the hallway, their back turned to me. The window opened. The secret passageway to the dungeon's supposed to be in this hallway, the person said. I have to do something. They are going to free my kidnapper. Hey. I stepped into the hallway. The stranger turned around in fright. What do you think you're doing? So it's true, the princess. He trailed off staring at me. I wouldn't ask again. I snapped. Sorry, Your Highness, but you leave me no choice. He blew something in my direction. It hit me on the neck. A dart. I started to lose consciousness. The stranger caught me. I can't kill you or there will be a target on my back, so I'll just leave you here. I heard a door opened and I blacked out. Jackson's POV. The princess is missing. Mom shook me awake. What? I rolled my eyes. Everleigh wasn't in her room. We can't find her. I was fully awake now. What time is it? I haven't told the queen yet. Please find her. She is expected to have breakfast at Mom's side. No one saw when she left. She's somewhere in the palace. She wasn't spotted outside. I'll go look for her now. For now, stall anyone who goes near her room. I got off my bed. She nodded. Where did you wander off this time, Eve? I walked down the hallway and go to the west wing first. Miles will be here soon. I checked each room I pass in the corridor until I stopped to the last one. 20 minutes later, I turned the knob. It was locked. Eve, are you in there? I knocked loudly. Eve. I had a feeling she was in there, but I don't have the keys. The head maid does, and she will ask question if I ask for the keys all of a sudden. I tried to pick the lock. It actually worked. I opened the door. There Everleigh was sound asleep on the bed. I frowned when I looked closely to her neck. It had a small red spot, like she was darted with something. The prisoner has escaped. Someone shouted down the hall. Tell the queen. I closed the door and locked it so no one will know Everleigh was in here. How did she get in here? Was she following someone and they knocked her out, leaving her in here? Wait, the prisoner has escaped. Who? Unless he had someone break him out. I saw Everleigh stirred and opened her eyes. She groaned. Hey, you're okay. I went to the side. What happened? Where am I? I found you here. You are in the West Wing, I told her. How did you get here? I saw a shadow and I followed it here. He was looking for the dungeons and knocked me out with a dart. She gasped. I think you're right. The prisoner had escaped. I nodded. Oh. Don't worry, I am sure your mother have guards searching for him, I assured her. For now, you need to get ready for breakfast. Where is Everleigh? Everleigh. I heard the queen calling. Please don't tell her I confronted the person who might have helped the prisoner escape, Eve pleaded. I wouldn't. I left the room to go meet the queen. Good morning, Your Majesty. I bowed. Jackson, thank goodness. Where is Eve? In the room. I pointed behind me. What's she doing down there? She frowned. She couldn't sleep in her room, I replied. Is she hurt? I shook my head. Thank goodness. I think the prisoner went to her room before he left the palace unseen. It's a good thing she slept there. She sighed. How do you know that, Your Majesty? The balcony doors were left open. I think someone helped him escape. You can't get out any other way but the secret passageway, and someone has to come from the outside to open it, she explained. I see. Tell Everleigh that we will eat lunch together. I have matters to attend and when Miles arrived to spend some time with him, she added, and I bowed. She left. I returned to the room and informed Eve what her mother told me. She sighed. I don't know why Miles have to come here. I know we are family, but he has other friends. Well, he is your only cousin, so. I shrugged. You're right. Well, I am going back to sleep, since I don't have to eat breakfast with Mom. She pulled the blanket over her and closed her eyes. How did you see the shadow in the first place? I inquired. I got up after 3 this morning. I couldn't sleep, so I went into the balcony and saw the shadow on the roof. I didn't know it was the West Wing they were going. I just went with my instinct," she explained. "I see. You're lucky he didn't kill you." "I don't think he could have even if he wanted to," she shrugged. "Why is that?" "He said something about having a target on his back. If he does that, he wasn't wrong." "Well, enjoy your sleep. I will have a guard stay by the door while I go freshen up and have breakfast." I kissed her forehead. "Thanks for coming to look for me. My mother might have had a panic attack if she found out about the escaped prisoner before you found me." "No problem. I said I will always be there for you, didn't I?" I winked. Everleigh's POV. When I woke up it was 10 a.m. I had the maid bring me a light breakfast. Then I returned to my room to shower and get dressed. Jackson came into my room when I was brushing my hair. "Your Highness, Miles has arrived and your mother wants you to go greet him by the entrance." He bowed since there was a maid in the room. He only greets me professionally when we weren't alone. "I'll be right there, thank you," I replied. The maid helped me put my hair into a ponytail, then I left with Jackson. "Cousin, so good to see you. It's been a week." Miles smiled when he saw me. "Hey Miles, where's your escort?" I teased. He laughed. "She was just for fun. You know I don't settle down." I rolled my eyes. When will he change his playboy ways? Aunt Faye said that you'll be spending the morning with me until lunch is ready. "Do you want to go horse riding up Enti Hills?" he suggested. He actually wanted to spend time with me. "Yes, I do, Eve. We are cousins after all." I knew it was his mother who was influencing him to hate me. "I don't hate you, Eve. My mother is jealous of you, but I can care less about that. You are my only cousin." He hugged me. "I long for this day." "Fine, let's go horse riding," I said. Luckily I was dressed for it since I was in a casual clothing. "I'll go prepare the horses." Jackson bowed and left. "How was the game yesterday?" Miles asked me as we walked outside. "Great, we won. We flew in last night," I answered. "I know what happened at the brunch last weekend. You were almost kidnapped." "How?" "I have my sources. You have to be careful, Everleigh. Since you came public you started to make enemies, plus it doesn't help that your features are completely different from the family. You may look like your mother but the color, hair and eyes are so different." "I know," I sighed. "I am actually trying to look for my father. Any luck?" I shook my head. I needed to finish the book. I am 1 chapter away from finishing it. "Maybe I can help," he offered. "How?" I laughed. "What have you gathered so far?" I told him what I found out so far. He was my cousin. I could trust him, right? "Vampire." He frowned. "How else do you explain the violet color eyes?" "There are a lot of people with rare color eyes, but you're right, violet color eyes haven't been seen in centuries. Many people long forgot about it," he said. "There is a possibility that I may be half vampire. You know this put your life in danger, right? Your kingdom naturally kills vampires. If they ever were to find they wouldn't, and you better keep your mouth shut." I snapped at him. "Well, if you want me to keep your secret, then you have to do something for me." He smirked. "What is it?" I signed. "When you become queen I want a seat on the council," he said. "The council?" He nodded. "Okay, but if people find out the truth some other way, then this isn't valid, and I don't owe you anything." "Deal, but I'll help you as much as I can. Maybe if your father is a strong vampire, you can convince him to stop vampires from attacking our kingdom. If he is a vampire, I don't have to convince him. I will do it myself. If is Rouge vampires, I will kill them myself with some help," I stated. "From whom?" "Your mother." He laughed. "She might kill your father herself for leaving her without an explanation." He did had a point. We got to the stables where 3 horses were out already and were being saddled up. "Good morning, Princess Everleigh, Prince Miles. The stable boy bowed. "Who is the third horse for?" I asked as I rubbed my white horse, with blonde hair side. "Me. You don't think I was going to let go alone, did you?" Jackson said. "I am not alone," I had Miles, "but I see where you are coming from." "Hello, Snow White," I greeted my horse. "She has been my horse since I was 7. I was help up and I swung my leg over and sat comfortably on her. Jackson and Miles rode off first, then I followed. "Keep up, Eve," Jackson chuckled. "I will." I made my horse sped up and past the guys. Snow White was a fast horse. "She is fast," Miles said. When we got to the top of the hill, we stopped and watched the view. "Gale, isn't there a waterfall nearby?" Miles asked. "Yes, but that's another territory. I am not allowed to go there since you have to walk over this long log," I explained. "I heard the waterfall is magnificent. I'll go check it out if you don't want to." Miles left and went in the direction to the forest. "Should we go after him?" I looked at Jackson. "He'll be fine. He can fend for himself. But he doesn't know whose territory it is. What if it's the vampire territory?" I gasped. "I did say we would go look around to see if we find anything when we get here. This is a perfect opportunity." He nodded. "Let's go in case we find any clues." We rode into the forest. "Maybe they are closed, that is why they attack our town." I shrugged. "We don't know for sure, but just in case." He pulled to a stop. "We need to make a few wooden stakes." He hopped off the horse and went to a tree, breaking a few branches and making the stake with his pocket knife. "The log is just up ahead. The horses can't cross, so we have to walk by foot," he said and handed me 4 stakes, then walked with his horse. When we got to the log, I saw Miles, horse tied by a tree with him not in sight. He already crossed over. The forest had less light coming in because of the tall trees. "When we cross, stay close to me, because I don't know what we will face." Jackson helped me off the horse. I nodded. He tied 2 horses, then went to the log. "Coming." He looked back at me. I nodded. I loved new adventures. We walked over the log and stepped into the new territory. I felt a change, like a shift. We weren't in Gale territory anymore, that was for sure. "Let's find Miles first. This is a new territory." Jackson held my hand. We walked for about 5 minutes and this huge waterfall came into view. We saw Miles down by the water. "Miles!" I yelled. He looked up. "Hey guys." He waved. Suddenly I heard noise from a distance. I turned around. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" I listened carefully. I heard footsteps and it was moving fast. I think it was a mile away from us. How was I able to hear so far? "We need to hide now. Something is coming and it's moving fast," I said, pulling Jackson with me down the path to where Miles was. "We need to go now," I told Miles. "Why?" This may sound weird, but I heard something coming fast about a mile away. I said, "Let's go then, guys." We crossed the shallow water and ran into the forest. I couldn't focus on what was coming since I heard other noises like heartbeats. What was happening? How do we get back to the horses if whatever is chasing us is coming from that direction? Mile asked as we ran. "We'll figure it out, but we have to quickly because the Queen is expecting you to have lunch with her," Jackson said. "We don't got much time then. I say we fight our way out. You have weapons," Mile pointed out. We stopped run and I listened for any sudden noise. The something was still running. They sounded closer than before. "It's coming. Brace yourself." I tossed Miles a stake. "Are you sure it's a vampire?" he asked. "Doesn't have to be, but that is protection anyways," I said. The thing stopped run. That was weird. Why did I stopped in thought when I heard a low growl behind us. What was that? Miles grabbed my arm. The growl came again. "Isn't that a werewolf?" Jackson frowned. "I am not sticking around to find out. Run." Miles ran in the direction we now came from. I heard a noise and out jumped a werewolf running behind Miles. Miles! I yelled, about to go after him. Wait, Eve, we have company. Jackson grabbed my forearm, and I looked ahead. 3 werewolves were coming toward us. Stay back, I held up my stake. Jackson picked up a stone. When I get them distracted, run, he whispered. Jax, no, I am not leaving you. I shook my head. We are in this together. You have to make sure Miles is safe. I'll be fine, he assured him. Hey! He threw a stone at them. They growled. Come get me. He after off. They followed after him. I went in the direction that Miles went. I saw him a few meters away, trapped by the riverbank, with 2 werewolves surrounding him. Miles, don't move, I told him. You think? He deadpanned. Hey, I get the werewolves' attention. We are sorry we intruded on your territory. We have no idea it was werewolf territory. I apologized. From my memory, werewolves can shape-shift into humans. They just stared at me for an entire minute straight, then snarled and left. I heard howling in the distance. A werewolf was injured. Let's go, I said to Miles. Where's Jackson? He'll meet us. This place give me the creeps, I said as we went up the path. We got back to the horses unbothered. We waited for Jackson. It's been 15 minutes, Eve. I think we shall. I'll go, you stay here, I told him. But I can take care of myself. I'll be okay, and this way sound weird, but I have a feeling they wouldn't hurt me. Hell, I just do, trust me. He nodded. I went back to the territory and went past the waterfall. Jackson. I saw a few werewolves surrounding something. I guessed it was a dead werewolf with black fur. They all watched me and snarled, coming toward me. I'm just looking for my friend. I stumbled back. They growled more. I wasn't getting out of this so easy, was I? One charged at me and I screamed, falling back, hitting the ground hard. I groaned and froze as the werewolf snarled in my face. Then its eyes fell on my neck. I gulped. It got off me and lowered its head. The others did the same. What was going on? I heard a snap of twigs, and snapped my head in the direction. The werewolves growling. A rare blood species, my specialty. The man came out from behind the trees, his fangs showing a vampire. Who are you? None of your business, but you are my early lunch, he chuckled. The werewolf snarled. Oh, I see you made friends. Too bad they will die just like that one on the ground, he laughed. Before I can think what he meant, he moved so fast, killing all 5 werewolves. I gasped. That was too easy. No one to protect you. I will enjoy sinking my fangs into you, he grinned. I'm not afraid of you. I raised the stake. He laughed. You think you can kill me? You couldn't even kill a werewolf. I got off the ground and he grabbed me, covering my mouth and around to bite my neck, when I felt him let go of me, and fell to the ground with a stake in his back. Jackson, you're okay, I hugged him. Yes, I managed to hide from the werewolves. I thought I was done, for then there was a howl, and they all left. It took me a while to get back here, he explained. Let's go. I know we are more than late for lunch. Yeah. We rode back to the palace, quickly, and entered through the west wing. I got my room without bumping into Mom or Levi. It was PM. I was late. Princess, the queen said to hurry up. She got matters to attend. A maid knocked. I'll be right here. I just need a quick bath. I took out a dress from my closet. She said no later than 1 p.m. I got ready quickly and left the room. When I got to the dining room, Mom was glaring at me as I took my seat. Sorry I am late, Miles and I know, don't lose track of time next time. I wouldn't, Mother. Miles entered. Afternoon, Aunt Faye. Levi. I am happy you guys spent some quality time with each other. How was it? Miles and I shared a look. Eventful, he answered. I see. Well, I hope there will be more eventful things happening, because Miles will be assisting you with royal duties when you are Queen Everleigh. Mom stated. I know as a royal member I have duties to fulfill. He nodded. I represent the kingdom. I see, I said as I took a sip of my water. How has school been going for you, Everleigh? The twins said they are enjoying their year so far and can't wait to graduate. Levi stated. It's going good. I passed my first quiz. Yes, Latin. If you need any help, I know Latin, he offered. Thank you, but Jackson is already a great tutor. I declined. Well, if you change your mind, the twins are studying Latin already. Of course, they were lucky to get to be going an original school, while I had to stay here. We ate in silence. Jackson was standing behind me, by the wall, just like he always did. What do you plan to do after lunch? Mom asked. I will return to my quarters to take a nap, Miles answered. I'll be in the library, doing a little reading. I will join you for evening tea, of course. I smiled. Actually, we will have to reschedule the tea. I have matters to attend to and that will take a few hours, so I'll see you dinner, Mom explained. I'll be accompanying her. Don't worry, you're safe here, Eve, Levi added. Safe from what? I frowned. Mom shot him a glare. Nothing, dear. Jackson makes sure she stays within the castle's walls. Of course, Your Majesty. He bowed. Good. Now where exactly did you go horse riding earlier to come back so late? She asked. Around the territory. It was my fault. I wanted to explore, Miles said. Next time don't go far. It is for your own safety, Mom stated. Of course, Auntie. He nodded. That was close. I entered the library and go for the books on werewolves. I thought they weren't seen for almost an entire century. Were they always near our territory all this time? Why did they bow to me? All these questions and no answers. Hey Eve, are you getting books on werewolves? Yes, something doesn't add up. I scanned through the shelf under W. Yes, like how the vampire get there. Is it vampire or werewolf's territory? I shrugged. I was confused too. I found the books on werewolves, and took out 3 books about the history, and other things about them. I sat down by the table and Jackson did as well, taking one of the books. What are we looking for exactly? He asked. Anything about werewolves having a territory near us, or where they originally came from, I stated. He nodded and began to read. I played with the necklace Grandma gave me. Did it had something that stopped that werewolf from killing me? Are you okay, Eve? For the past 5 minutes you've been playing the necklace and staring off into space, Jackson said to me. Yeah, I am okay, but before that vampire attacked me, a werewolf did, but then it backed off. I am trying to understand why. You think the necklace had something to do with it? I nodded. It was starting at my neck, before it backed off. Interesting. What's more weird, when it backed off it lowered its head, and others did as well, like they were bowing to me, or something. They probably sense your royalty. He shrugged. Only vampires can sense royal blood. The werewolf can sense body scent. Didn't your grandmother gave you the necklace? Ask her about it, he suggested. I think I know where I can get answers, but that book is back at my new house. This is my quest. I don't want anyone finding out what I am up to, I stated. It was just a suggestion, he shrugged. The less people know the better. When I find my father then I can tell Mom, but for now. We work in silence. Got it, he nodded. 40 minutes later. Hey Eve, look at this. Jackson turned the book to me. What is it? The era that werewolves disappeared recorded that Gale kingdom, specifically the royal family. There was a rumor that they were linked to the werewolf. Of course they didn't find any evidence. There were suspicions that royal members turned into werewolves around full moon, until they were able to control their turning, he explained. So the royal family descendants had werewolf genes. The king in that era went to war and returned home injured. But what shocked many was his speedy recovery. The queen expected him to die, but he miraculously recovered. Everyone brushed it off, but some had their suspicion he could have been a werewolf, since his mother married his father, so she came into the royal family by marriage, but with no evidence they couldn't accuse the king. Where did his mother came from? No one knows exactly. His father fell in love with the blue-eyed goodness, that's what they called her. But here is the interested part. She had blonde hair. Blonde hair. He nodded. Can you get your family tree, the full one? He asked. I went to where the scrolls were and got the family tree where the twins' names were added. I unrolled it on the table and we watched it. This is her. He pointed at the blonde-haired woman with sapphire blue eyes. I frowned. Straight down the line no one had blonde hair, and no one married another blonde. Then, in came me with blonde hair and violet eyes. At least the sapphire blue eyes were inherited straight down the family tree, Jackson commented. So I do have someone in my family with blonde hair. It still doesn't make sense why it skipped so many generations. There could have been a possibility that someone before could have gotten it before you. Jackson frowned. It was strange, no doubt. Was there any time that they found evidence connecting the werewolves to the royal family? No. The kingdom killed majority of the werewolves and the other escaped. But the king's mother disappeared that night, so the king's father told everyone that she was killed by one of the werewolves. He explained. They believe it. Yes, but the writer of the book didn't. Here he said that he suspected that she disappeared during the fight and left a bloody dress, making the king think it was hers. After that day when the werewolves disappeared, the ones who survived, the king built a wall, and that wall was where the log we saw earlier was. So it really was the werewolves' territory. Look at this. It's your necklace. He pointed to the blonde-haired woman. She was wearing the necklace identical to mine. I frowned. I looked down the family tree. It appeared again to my grandmother's grandmother, then my grandmother. I think how it had male heirs, the necklace would be passed down to the female heirs whenever that generation pop up. Then why hadn't my mother get it then? I frowned. He shrugged. Maybe it skips a generation and go to the other one. Like with your grandmother and her grandmother, it completely skipped her mother. Because grandma's mother was married into the family. Her father was king and her brother left, so she got the throne, I explained. Have you ever met your great-uncle? No, no one knows where he is. I shook my head. He wasn't even in the family tree. They removed him when he was renounced of his title. The necklace has to be special, but you know where you get the blonde hair from now. Still there it is almost impossible. I shrugged. Bring another family tree, the one with the era that werewolves disappeared, he said. I got that scroll and opened it. I frowned. The king's mother had red hair. Her hair was naturally red. Why did they put blonde here? Jackson frowned. To throw us off. My mother told me already that no one in this family ever had blonde hair. I said. Why would someone paint her as blonde? Or one of these scroll is a fake. I shrugged. It was so confusing. We will figure it out, Eve. For now we know past that log it's werewolf territory. Then, there must be a connection between the necklace and that wolf clan, I stated. We don't know that for sure now that we got our answers. Let's focus on our real quest, the vampires. Oh yes, I reached the part where there was a fight between werewolves and vampires. It was a dark era, I sighed. Most werewolves were killed, but during the era a dangerous creature was born. What is it? I opened the vampire history book and turned to the last page. The Luna ran for her life with a newborn. She was in danger, and to protect the infant she sacrificed herself to the vampires. But the infant survived, and no one knew what power that infant held. The first ever hybrid came into existence. I read. Hybrid. What's a hybrid? Jackson questioned. According to legend, it's someone born half vampire, half werewolf. Miles joined us. Also that hybrid, the werewolf fur is white. It's a rare werewolf, and hasn't been seen in centuries. Well, I said. In history, It said that a hybrid will be born, again, to finally unite werewolves and vampire once more. But vampires fear hybrid, because one bite from them can kill them in a matter of minutes, and the hybrid blood is the cure, he added. Jackson laughed. So the hybrid is the poison but also the antidote. Pretty much, he nodded. Yikes, no wonder they are afraid. That's why anyone they suspected was a hybrid. The infant will be killed before their first, he said. I gasped. But it's been foretold that one day a hybrid will be born to unite, so that means the infant has to be born into a family that rules. So royalty. He nodded. Well, a hybrid. Can werewolves sense someone has werewolf genes in them? No, I don't think so. He shook his head. But my mother told me the story is true. What story? The one with our ancestors being potential werewolves. He shrugged. How is she so sure? Does she have proof? No, but she believes it's true. Unless I see proof, I don't believe it. I crossed my arms. Can you imagine us having werewolf genes? Imagine how fast we would be. He grinned. Yes, and have targets on our backs, I added. Don't worry, Eve, I'll protect you, Jackson vowed. Let's just focus on my finding my father. I can't think about two things at once, I said. Well, we have no lead so far, Jackson stated. I have another book on vampires to go through, but that's back home, so for now, I will look over the history book to see if I missed anything out, I told them. Well, that sounds boring. Let's go check out the territory again, Miles suggested. I looked out the window and saw rain falling. You alone? He sighed. You are boring. Let's do something fun in this huge palace. Like what? Find the West Dungeon. He grinned. Well, your mother did say stay inside the palace's walls, so let's go. Jackson agreed. Fine, let's just pack back these things so no one gets suspicious. I closed the book. Great, meet me by the staircase in 15 minutes. Miles left. I didn't know spending the weekend with my cousin would be this much fun. We're still sleeping outside, right? I asked Jackson. Let's do it in the star room. We will get space and the sky view, he suggested. The star room was up in one of the tower, with a glass shield to look up at the stars. I used to go there with the twins when we were younger. We slept there a few times as well. I nodded in agreement. We'll carry popcorn too. He smiled. We finished, packed up the books, and I went to my room to drop off the vampire history book. Then we met up with Miles.